Ye Feng awoke to freezing waves crashing over him. The luxurious cruise ship was gone swallowed by a merciless storm. Now he was stranded on a mysterious, perilous island shrouded in ancient legends. Survival seemed impossible, but giving up was never in his nature. Amidst the desolate darkness, a figure lay motionless on the wet sand. It was Liu Ting, the university's stunning and wealthy campus belle. Stranded together, their fates were now intertwined. But in this savage wilderness, beauty and wealth meant nothing without the strength to survive. The island was far from a simple, deserted paradise. Terrifying beasts lurked in the shadows and hidden dangers awaited at every turn. To uncover the thousand-year-old secrets of this cursed place, Ye Feng would have to push his physical and mental limits to the absolute brink. As the chilling wind howled through the ancient trees, a desperate struggle for survival began. Would they conquer the island's deadly trials or become another lost legend? With danger closing in, Ye Feng clenched his fists. The ultimate test of human endurance had just begun. Ye Feng gasped, icy water slapping his face. "Damn it, who's splashing me?" he muttered, abruptly sitting up. The night sky stretched above, sparsely dotted with pale stars. He was lying on a desolate beach, freezing ocean waves relentlessly washing over his trembling, exhausted body. Confusion clouded his mind as he stared at the endless dark ocean. "Where am I?" he whispered. Then the horrific memories flooded back. The catastrophic shipwreck. He was a finance student on a graduation cruise. A monstrous storm had violently capsized their massive ship. He wondered if his classmates and teachers had survived the merciless ocean. Shivering violently, Ye Feng checked his soaked pockets. His phone and wallet were completely gone. The only surviving item was a small metal lighter tucked deep inside his damp pants pocket. A tiny glimmer of hope. The dark waves roared behind him, while an imposing pitch-black forest loomed ahead. It was undeniably a deserted island. The biting wind pierced his wet clothes, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. He was freezing, starving, and desperately thirsty, yet his mind remained surprisingly calm. Panic would only lead to death. He needed a plan to survive until rescue arrived. Gripping the lighter, Ye Feng decided to gather dry firewood from the forest's edge. Warmth was his absolute priority. After that, he would search for fresh water and food. As he turned toward the intimidating tree line, a splash of white caught his eye. Someone was lying motionless beneath a large, jagged reef. Bathed in the pale moonlight, the figure wore a white, loose top, revealing a slender waist. It was a girl. Was she dead or alive? Ye Feng carefully approached the unmoving body, silently praying for a survivor. Having a companion on this desolate island would make the agonizing isolation bearable. If they could rely on each other, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Just as he leaned closer, the girl suddenly shrieked. She bolted upright, her eyes wide with absolute terror. Disoriented, she wildly shook her head, her soaked clothes clinging tightly to her curves. She was completely overwhelmed, struggling to process the nightmare she had woken up to. "Oh, the shipwreck. I've been washed ashore. What do I do? Someone help," she cried out, her voice trembling with despair. Her helpless sobbing echoed across the empty beach. Ye Feng instantly recognized that desperate voice. It belonged to the famous campus belle. It was Liu Ting, the wealthiest and most beautiful girl in their finance department. With a billionaire merchant father and stunning looks, she was every guy's absolute dream. Ye Feng never expected to be stranded in the wilderness with the university's most unreachable goddess. Stepping out of the shadows, Ye Feng spoke calmly. "Liu Ting, you're still alive." Startled, she spun around, stumbling backward in pure panic. Who are you?" she stammered, trembling like a frightened bird. In the darkness, she couldn't recognize her own classmate amidst the chaos. "It's me, Ye Feng," he calmly introduced himself, taking a slow step forward. Liu Ting frowned, frantically searching her memories. She finally remembered his name from the massive graduating class. "It is you," she whispered, still retreating. "Are you a human or a ghost?" The catastrophic wreck had claimed so many lives, her paranoia was completely justified. "Of course I'm human," Ye Feng sighed. "If you don't believe me, come touch my chest. I have a heartbeat and body heat." He pulled open his wet shirt, revealing his chest. "Even if you are human, stay away," Liu Ting shrieked, wrapping her arms around herself. They were alone on a deserted island, completely drenched and disheveled. She knew how alluring she was, and she feared Ye Feng might take advantage of her vulnerable state. "Don't come any closer," she warned, nervously pulling down her damp shirt. Despite the terrible situation, her graceful figure was undeniably captivating. Ye Feng scoffed at her overwhelming confidence. "Why shouldn't I walk there? You don't own this island," he replied with absolute indifference. Back at the university, Ye Feng had never obsessed over Liu Ting. He was a deeply pragmatic man who preferred reality over chasing unattainable fantasies. While other guys worshipped her photos, he focused on his own life. Her defensive attitude only annoyed him now. Ye Feng stayed back, or else ill. Liu Ting threatened, glancing down at her soaked, revealing clothes. She felt utterly exposed and terrified. Ye Feng stopped a few meters away, crossing his arms and staring at her calmly. "Or else you'll do what exactly?" "They'll beat you up. I've practiced taekwondo, and I'm incredibly strong. I can take down several guys at once," she declared, puffing out her chest and raising her delicate fists. Her fighting stance looked completely harmless, only accentuating her striking and elegant silhouette. Ye Feng let out a dismissive sneer. With her slender arms and fragile legs, her supposed martial arts skills were completely useless. She couldn't even hurt a wild rabbit, let alone a grown man. Ignoring her empty threats, he took another deliberate step forward. I'm warning you, Ye Feng. I really know Taekwondo. Liu Ting yelled, maintaining her shaky stance. With your pathetic strength, you couldn't even defeat a chicken, Ye Feng mocked coldly. He wasn't going to let a spoiled rich girl dictate his movements on a deserted beach. Don't think you can prey on me just because we're stranded. Liu Ting bit her pale lip, her eyes fiercely determined. I'd rather smash my head against a rock or drown in the ocean than let you humiliate me. She was fully prepared to die. Since you clearly don't need my help, suit yourself, Ye Feng replied coldly. Without another word, he turned his back on the campus bell and strode toward the dark forest. He knew perfectly well that the terrified girl would inevitably follow him into the night. Under the pale moonlight, Ye Feng walked briskly. Liu Ting was terrified of the dark, afraid of ghosts, and lacked any real survival skills. Surviving alone was impossible for her. Watching his retreating silhouette, Liu Ting slowly lowered her trembling fists, her false courage fading. Surrounded by the terrifying pitch-black night, she remembered the countless victims swallowed by the sea. The unfamiliar island felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Swallowing her pride, she cautiously trailed behind, Ye Feng desperate to keep the only living human within her sight. She couldn't be left alone. The freezing ocean wind howled mercilessly. Ye Feng hunched his shoulders, shivering as he pushed forward. The terrifying memory of the monstrous waves crashing over the cruise ship still haunted him. He silently prayed his parents back in their remote village wouldn't hear the tragic news. Growing up in a traditional village where martial arts were heavily practiced, Ye Feng had developed impressive combat skills. Reaching the edge of the dense forest, he began searching for dry branches. Since the island was completely uninhabited, fallen timber was scattered everywhere around him. He deliberately avoided venturing deeper into the ominous woods. The dark forest was undoubtedly crawling with venomous snakes and lethal predators. After gathering a large bundle of dry firewood, Ye Feng found a spacious flat clearing near the beach and carefully prepared his makeshift campsite. Using his trusty lighter, a small spark quickly grew into a roaring campfire. Within minutes, the blazing flames illuminated the darkness, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. The biting cold finally began to recede, bringing a wave of immense relief to Ye Feng's exhausted body. About a dozen meters away, Liu Ting stood nervously beside a large rock. Her beautiful eyes stared longingly at the crackling fire. She was freezing to the bone and desperately wanted to warm herself, but her lingering fear and stubborn pride kept her firmly planted. Liu Ting, aren't you freezing out there? Ye Feng asked casually, sitting comfortably by the warm flames and looking at the shivering campus bell. I'm not cold, she lied, her voice trembling violently. She hugged her knees, her wet clothes clinging to her freezing skin. Are you absolutely sure? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, she muttered stubbornly. Her beautiful face was deathly pale and her lips had turned a terrifying shade of purple. Despite her miserable condition, she refused to take a single step closer to the strange man. Stop being so stubborn and come warm up, Ye Feng sighed, feeling a pang of genuine pity. If the pampered girl caught a severe cold here, she would surely die. There were no doctors or medicine on this savage island to save her fragile life. I said I'm fine. I just need to hold out until morning, Liu Ting whispered faintly, her entire body shaking like a leaf in the wind. Ye Feng smirked, deciding to change his tactics. Well, even if you can endure the cold, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? She asked nervously. Ghosts, Ye Feng replied with a sinister grin. There are no such things as ghosts in this world, Liu Ting countered, trying to sound brave. Then why do priests and exorcists exist? Ye Feng challenged, his voice dropping slightly. Even if ghosts exist, this is just a random island. There are no morgues or graveyards here, so it should be perfectly safe, Liu Ting rationalized, shaking her head. Ye Feng chuckled darkly, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. You really don't know, do you? Ocean islands are actually the most haunted places on Earth, Ye Feng whispered ominously. The tormented souls of those who die in terrible shipwrecks always gather on isolated islands. Since you're a woman with weak vital energy, you're the perfect target for those restless spirits. Ye Feng, you're horrible. You're just trying to scare me so ill. Liu Ting yelled angrily, wrapping her arms tighter around herself while nervously scanning the dark shadows. Shoo! Be completely quiet, Ye Feng suddenly hissed, raising a single finger to his lips in warning. He lowered his voice to a terrifying whisper. They're coming. Liu Ting gasped, frantically looking around the empty beach. Who's coming? She asked in absolute panic. Listen closely to the howling wind and the rustling leaves, Ye Feng said, his tone dead serious and chilling. Those aren't just natural sounds. That's the terrifying wail of countless vengeful spirits rushing toward us from the dark ocean. Under the pitch-black sky, Ye Feng's suppressed voice sounded incredibly convincing. Suddenly, a freezing gust of wind violently swept across the beach, chilling her bones. The eerie wind was the final straw. Liu Ting's already fragile nerves completely snapped. Oh! She screamed in absolute terror. Forgetting all her previous warnings and stubborn pride, she sprinted frantically toward the bright, comforting warmth of Ye Feng's crackling campfire, desperate for safety. Ouch! Just as she neared the fire, her foot caught on a hidden stone. Her ankle twisted painfully, and she lost her balance, plunging forward. Careful! Ye Feng shouted, instantly lunging forward to catch her before she could crash face first into the unforgiving hard ground. He caught her perfectly, wrapping his strong arms around her waist. Her soft, trembling body pressed tightly against his chest, a delicate fragrance instantly filling his senses. "Don't be afraid, I'm right here," Ye Feng whispered comfortingly, holding the terrified campus belle securely in his embrace. She was surprisingly tall, her head resting perfectly just below his chin. Holding such a stunningly beautiful woman felt undeniably comforting in the cold wilderness. Suddenly realizing their intimate position, Liu Ting gasped in horror and violently pushed herself away from his warm, protective chest. Panic flared in her eyes as she limped awkwardly toward the fire. Her ankle throbbed with agonizing pain. This is a disaster, she thought desperately. If Ye Feng decided to attack her right now, she couldn't even run away. Her fate was completely in his hands. Fortunately, Ye Feng simply returned to his spot, making no sudden moves. Relieved, Liu Ting sat by the blazing fire, bending down to massage her swollen ankle. However, realizing the angle of her torn shirt was too revealing, she immediately snapped back into a stiff posture. She looked at him nervously, trying to establish boundaries. "Ye Feng, we are both stranded survivors. We should help each other respectfully. As the old saying goes, forced love is never sweet. You can't force feelings on someone, right?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Oh, are you suggesting we have a deep emotional communication session right now?" Ye Feng asked, a playful, ambiguous smile dancing on his lips. His mocking expression made Liu Ting incredibly anxious. She realized she had to negotiate her safety before things escalated any further. "Let's make a strict agreement," Liu Ting proposed, taking a deep breath. "Swear you won't do anything inappropriate. As long as your demands aren't entirely unreasonable, I will try my absolute best to satisfy them." She had decided to compromise, acknowledging her incredibly vulnerable position. "Why would you even bring up swearing an oath? That's incredibly childish." Ye Feng laughed out loud, thoroughly amused by her dramatic negotiation. He easily understood the hidden meaning behind her words. The proud campus belle was subtly offering submission in exchange for his vital protection. The crackling fire cast dancing shadows across their faces. Ye Feng tossed another dry branch into the roaring flames, the warm light reflecting in his confident eyes. He had absolutely no intention of harming her, but teasing the arrogant rich girl was surprisingly entertaining. Liu Ting watched him warily, the warmth of the fire slowly bringing color back to her pale cheeks. Despite her lingering fear, being near him provided a strange sense of security. In this terrifying, unknown world, this annoying classmate was her only hope for survival. As the endless night stretched on, the howling wind masked the deadly secrets hidden within the island's dark heart. Their unexpected alliance had been formed. Tomorrow, the true, brutal struggle for survival would begin, testing their courage, their limits, and the fragile bond between them. "You dare call me immature? You are the one who is childish, resorting to tricks to frighten me," Liu Ting retorted, crimson with indignation. She was secretly pleased, for she had just intimated to Ye Feng that he might make modest requests. She suspected he had not noticed the invitation. Ye Feng fixed her with a tranquil smile, understanding the delicate implication in her words that certain modest demands would be acceptable. "You asked me to swear, is that not childish?" he said mildly, and the rebuke only stung her more. "Humph. No one has ever spoken to me like that. You infuriate me," Liu Ting huffed in a cold voice. After a few more retorts, Liu Ting fell silent, anger rendering her speechless. She was mortified that Ye Feng dared call her foolish. Suddenly, she touched her ankle and winced. "Are you all right?" Ye Feng asked. "None of your concern," she snapped, resentment thick in her tone. He stooped to place another stick upon the fire and said nothing in reply, both to provoke and to hold the balance of the evening. "You are trying to drive me mad. This is your doing. You have no heart," she accused, hurt by the unfamiliar bluntness that had been directed at her. Ye Feng's demeanor remained understated, almost amused by the turmoil he perceived. "If you wish to stay alive, speak less," he advised coolly. Liu Ting bristled at his imperiousness. She scowled, incredulous that he would refuse her conversation so arrogantly. "Say less, conserve your strength," he added, then shut his eyes and sat by the embers, allowing silence to ferment curiosity. Women, he mused, were inevitably inquisitive. She would puzzle over his restraint. Embarrassed and restless, Liu Ting twisted and turned. She lay with her back to him, then turned once more, never quite finding solace. Ye Feng watched with a faint, amused smile. "You sleep in an amusing manner, as if you roll about embracing someone," he observed, and she managed an embarrassed laugh before calming into a guarded sleep. The fire popped and hissed through the stillness, and Ye Feng remained vigilant at its edge, alert to the night's possibilities. Even though the flames could deter wild animals, prudence kept him alert. He glanced at Liu Ting's silhouette, beautiful and remote, yet he did not cross the small space between them. Liu Ting started upright, hands pressed to her chest, half crouching before Ye Feng. He smiled faintly at her sleeping posture, and then with an offhand remark about the belt likely a branded accessory turned to leave. Alarmed, she hurried to check. Finding the belt untouched, she allowed herself a small sigh of relief. At the tree line, Ye Feng picked up a sturdy staff that fit his hand perfectly. Liu Ting reached out expecting him to offer it as a cane. He merely observed its utility for defense, and then strode into the trees clasping it. Irritated that he had not attended to her limp, she retrieved another stick from the ground and limped after him. As they walked, Ye Feng noted the prevalence of broadleaf trees, an indicator of a humid, rain-abundant environment often found in tropical forests, explaining that water collects downhill and that they should head to lower ground to find a spring or pool. Liu Ting kept a cautious distance, her fatigue mounting. After half an hour, she feigned a cry of pain to draw his attention. When he finally turned, she allowed herself a small wounded relief. Ye Feng came to her crouched and took hold of her injured ankle. Alarmed and fearful of impropriety in the secluded forest, Liu Ting stammered a protest. He instructed her to endure. With a firm simultaneous pressure, one hand on the ankle, the other supporting her solia, cracking sound rose from her foot. She howled with pain, and then as tears flowed, felt a sudden easing. When she tested her steps and discovered she could walk, gratitude spilled out despite her earlier anger. Liu Ting reproached him for not treating her the previous night. Ye Feng returned a blunt retort that he bore no obligation to tend her injuries. Infuriated, she hurried after him, scolding, until he coldly advised silence, insisting speech would not soothe her wrath. They descended toward a damp hollow where the foliage changeth, presence of algae-like plants, signaling nearby water. Following the sound of flowing water, they emerged into a clearing and found a clear mountain spring forming a stream and a shallow pool. Ye Feng drank, deeply revitalized, and offered the same to Liu Ting, who likewise felt her vigor return. He then spoke softly that he had thought overnight, and that there was something they ought to do together, prompting Liu Ting to brace herself for his request, resolved to comply only if it was not excessive. Liu Ting forced a smile, pressing her hands to her chest to conceal what must not be seen. She needed Ye Feng desperately. Without him, she could not survive on the island. She understood, however, that his aid would not come for nothing. Favor always demanded recompense. Ye Feng inwardly received her flattering smile with quiet amusement. Beauty meant little here among the ruins of civilization on this island. Only strength truly held sway. She protested that she could not climb, her anxiety mounting as the sounds drew nearer. Ye Feng, practical and unromantic, suggested grabbing a vine, fashioning a loop, and using it to suspend herself safely on a branch. The instruction sat awkwardly in the air, but fear has a way of quieting pride. Liu Ting, cheeks burning with humiliation, obeyed, making a crude loop from a vine and attempting to free herself from the ground. A terrifying roar crescendoed as a dark shape burst from the foliage. Ye Feng sprinted forward with the assured stride of someone accustomed to danger, vaulted onto a rock, and executed the fierce technique he called the dragon turn. With a wooden staff flashing like an extension of his arm, he drove it forward in a fatal practiced arc. The blow landed with a brutal, decisive impact. The beast collapsed, a groaning mass of fur and blood. They approached the fallen animal to inspect it. It was a wild boar, comparatively small, yet horribly mauled. Long, vicious claw marks marred its flank, two of them so deep that flesh and entrails were exposed. Whatever predator had struck it earlier had nearly finished it off. It had only managed to flee and succumb later in the forest. Ye Feng muttered as he examined the wounds, puzzled by the size and depth of the markings. Resourceful as ever, Ye Feng found a hollow tree nearby, broke off a length and fashioned stoppers from suitable wood, creating crude but serviceable water vessels. He filled them before dispatching a final merciful stroke to the dying boar, then hoisted the carcass onto his shoulders. With Liu Ting carrying the makeshift containers, they left the forest and tramped back toward the sea. They emerged onto the shore an hour later. The ocean stretched silver and unending beneath a brisk wind. Exhausted, both sank to the rocks. Ye Feng dropped the heavy boar with a grunt, feeling his muscles protest after the burden. Together they kindled a fire. Using a sharp iron-stained stone, Ye Feng sliced 2 generous portions of meat and skewered them on split sticks. As the meat seared over open coals, Liu Ting's hunger replaced her earlier shame. She clasped her hands excitedly and watched the roasting flesh with a grateful, almost reverent gaze. Ye Feng nodded and urged her to eat heartily. Only strength, he reminded her gently, would allow them to endure what remained. Ye Feng labored on the beach, hauling stones to form a stout foundation and lower wall. He planned a hybrid structure of stone and timber to resist the blows of wild beasts. Liu Ting busied herself along the tree line, collecting wood, thatch, and vines while avoiding the perilous interior of the forest. The effort exhausted her, sweat drenched her clothes, and every limb ached, yet she pressed on, driven by pride and a refusal to be perceived as a burden. Her tenacity revealed a spirit unsoftened by privilege. Liu Ting tottered a few steps toward the forest, and then faltered, collapsing softly onto the sand. Ye Feng rushed to her side with concern, urging her to rest rather than feign endurance. She protested with teasing defiance, insisting he was the one who should slacken. He smiled at her stubbornness, and beneath his reproach a new appreciation grew. This young woman possessed a resolve seldom encountered among pampered beauties. After a brief half-hour pause, she rose once more, determined to fetch dry fuel. As Liu Ting strode toward the treeline, Ye Feng cautioned her not to venture into the forest's interior. She answered with a light, melodious assurance, her voice both jaunty and resolute, that she intended to stay at the edge. She fancied herself likely to live to 99 and would not risk foolish adventures. Her laughter trailed behind her as she moved into the strip of trees, and Ye Feng watched her retreating figure with a blend of admiration and concern, the day's labors knitting a tentative companionship between them. As the sun descended toward the horizon, Ye Feng completed the rudimentary shelter at last. The hut, a modest 10 square meters of stone and timber, would suffice for two. Watching the island refuge, Liu Ting smiled with relief and wiped the perspiration from her brow with a delicate hand. The small edifice, though humble, promised respite from wind and rain. Ye Feng returned to the shoreline and set to work with a sharp stone, slicing the boar's meat into sections for curing. His hands moved with steady purpose. On a wider stretch of beach, Liu Ting drew enormous letters in the sand with a stout stick. The letters were deliberately vast, intended for any plane that might traverse the region. At the forest's edge, she dragged a heap of live branches, selecting those heavy with sap to ensure black visible smoke. When their chores were done, exhaustion settled into their bones. Liu Ting, dust and wood shavings clinging to her skin, complained dramatically of her fatigue. Her beauty, however, smudged by soot and sand, remained striking. Ye Feng assured her she bore no shame in the grime. Their banter was gentle. She teased him about honesty and defenses, and he replied with a disarming mixture of levity and sincerity. Their rapport softened the long day. As twilight deepened, the sea performed its timeless rhythms. Waves rolled and broke upon the shore beneath a honeyed sky. Liu Ting strolled along the water's edge, hair dark against the fading light, leaving a trail of tiny footprints upon the golden sand. The tableau was painter Lycia's sand and a solitary figure. Ye Feng found himself captivated by the scene, nostalgic for the simple pleasure of admiring a beautiful silhouette within such a setting. Liu Ting called out into the emptiness, not so much in hope of rescue as to dispel an inner restlessness. Her voice rose and fell with the tide. The repetition was a private ritual rather than an expectation. After a long while, Ye Feng finished arranging the meat upon a smoking rack. He planned to add sea salt the following day and cure the boar into preserved ham, a practical measure to ensure food would keep. Liu Ting's tone mixed embarrassment and plea. Ye Feng initially met her distress with an unruffled calm, offering encouragement more than immediacy. She pressed him for assistance with an imploring countenance and playful theatrics, invoking melodramatic images of peril. Amused and concerned, Ye Feng closed the distance with easy laughter and practical resolve, ready to help extricate her foot and ease the discomfort caused by the precarious reef. The cold sea lapped insistently at the shore as a chill wind swept across the sand. Ye Feng hurried to Liu Ting's side and found her ankle pinched helplessly within a narrow crevice of blackened reef. The rocks here formed a jagged obsidian expanse. She had unwittingly stepped into a palm-sized fissure. Any attempt to wrench her foot free by force would be agonizing, and the thought of it left her pale and trembling. She pressed her lips together, hardly able to keep the tears from rising. Around them the tide whispered, and the sky threatened dusk, lending the moment a fragile urgency. Ye Feng, what am I to do? It hurts so much, Liu Ting said, voice tight with fear and humiliation. She glanced at him, beseechingly reluctant to expose the depth of her distress. Ye Feng knelt and studied the seam of stone. If we try to break the rock, we will ruin your ankle, he mused. I can't think of another way without hurting you. Liu Ting shook her head vehemently. No, we can't smash it. Please don't. Rather, her protest dissolved into a painful whimper. For a long instant, Ye Feng looked troubled and helpless, then a sudden mischievous light flickered across his face. He squatted on the sand, and with an awkward, almost boyish grin reached for her denim cuff. In one deft motion, he tugged the fabric just enough to displace the angle of her leg. The cloth slipped a few inches, and the trapped ankle, freed by a fraction of an inch, could be eased back from the stone with far less pain than she had feared. The movement had been intimate and abrupt. Liu Ting recoiled and cried out, half from shock, half from indignation. Ye Feng, what on earth are you doing? If you dare take liberties, I will never speak to you again, she scolded, cheeks flushed with anger and embarrassment. Ye Feng spread his hands as if to profess innocence. I knew you would be cross, he said calmly. Only then did she realize that his unorthodox method had done what brute force could not accomplish. Her ankle throbbed, skin scraped and tender, but it was free. She touched it gingerly and could not suppress a soft, rueful relief. Night fell swiftly. The sun sank beyond the meeting of sea and sky, and a pale crescent moon rose to stitch a silver veil over the ocean. Moonlight painted Liu Ting's silhouette as she stood outside the Mao, gazing into the dark expanse. There was something almost sacred in the way the light softened the world. It seemed to cloister her in a private, luminous sorrow. She spoke in a low voice, worry flattening her tones. I keep thinking about the classmates and the teachers. How many are still alive? When will the rescue come? Ye Feng's expression was practical and steady. We have to think of ourselves first. We cannot save everyone. We must stay safe and wait for help. She nodded, though her heart remained heavy with unanswered questions. As the air cooled further, the matter of shelter raised a new tension. It's dark, Ye Feng said, motioning to the pale moon. We should rest. Liu Ting hesitated. The Mao was small, and the idea of being alone with him through the night made her uneasy. When Ye Feng declared that she should sleep inside, while he took the outside, she bristled. Why should I sleep outside while you remain in the Mao? I helped build this shelter as much as you did. Ye Feng offered a placating, half-humorous excuse about being frail and liable to catch cold in the wind. The explanation was so plainly contrived that Liu Ting almost laughed with exasperation. She stormed into the hut in a flurry of indignation and sat on the bed of dried grass, cheeks darkening with annoyance. Ye Feng, for his part, strolled in shortly thereafter, settled by the door with a Qinggang Mu across his knees and let the warm glow of the fire play across his features. The cramped interior was lit by the fire's blunt light, and from the corner, Liu Ting watched him with a mix of resentment and reluctant curiosity. Ye Feng took a gentler tone and suggested she come closer. He spoke of the dangers that prowled at night, snakes that might climb along rocks and then drop through the thatch. She scoffed at first, but when a breath of wind stirred the roof's dry straw and produced a rustling that could have been a small creature, her composure broke. A sharp animal cry of alarm, Ye Feng pointed upward with theatrical solemnity and exclaimed, snake. Liu Ting's reflexes took over. She fled into his arms, pressing against his chest so tightly her whole body trembled. For a few suspended heartbeats, he held her an earnest protector. The warm, subtle scent of her hair, the soft surrender of her posture, the fragility of her trust, these sensations struck him with a plain, tender intensity. He murmured assurances, a promise of safety that sounded both genuine and oddly protective. Liu Ting pushed at him in a mixture of embarrassment and anger. You're terrible, she said through a breathy laugh, fingers half wanting to swat and half unwilling to let go. If you frighten me again, I'll never forgive you. Her piqued fury fluttered between them like a delicate banner, both a reproach and an invitation. Ye Feng grinned, as if he had no intention of letting the mood simmer into anything austere. She feigned outrage, yet the heat that lingered where their bodies had met told a different story. She might chide him, she might threaten to be severe, but in the silence after the fire crackled on and the night drew its long veil over the world, the shared refuge of the Mao felt less lonely than before. Pale moonlight lay like a silken veil over the thatched hut, bathing the earth and the indifferent sea beyond in argent serenity. Inside, Liu Ting slept heavily. Exhaustion had carried her swiftly into the realm of dreams. Ye Feng reclined beside her, listening to the measured susurrus of the tide and the even cadence of Liu Ting's breathing. His thoughts were restless. He stilled himself, and despite the fatigue of a sleepless night and a toilsome day, surrendered to slumber. Liu Ting stirred, tremors folding her small frame into itself. She murmured in a haze of pain. When she opened her eyes, her gaze was dim. Ye Feng, she whispered, voice fragile as thin ice, my head is splitting. I feel as if I cannot hold on. Fear laced her words, fear of darkness, fear of solitude. She begged that if she should die, he would carry her ashes away, unwilling to be buried alone upon that desolate shore. Sickness had stripped her of bravado, vulnerability shone through like a wound. Ye Feng spun around at the sudden commotion behind him, convinced a large beast must have caused such a clamor, yet when he looked back, the forest lay unervingly silent, as if it had never made a sound. He questioned his own senses for a moment, then dismissed the thought there had been no mistakable noise a moment ago. A cold breath of wind set the trees whispering and their branches swaying. Ye Feng backed away slowly, his instincts urging flight. Without warning, a black shape tore through the undergrowth like a gust of wind. He leapt aside with reflexive swiftness. The shadow skimmed past him, carrying a fierce current of air, and then vanished into the tall grass ahead. The thing's agility startled him. It moved with uncanny speed and nimbleness that belonged neither to tiger nor bear. Unease prickled along his skin. He vaulted onto a tree trunk light as a swallow and shouted into the foliage to summon his courage. The hidden shadow lunged again from the brush. Ye Feng somersaulted aside and struck out with his torch. The wooden blaze slammed into the creature with a heavy crack. The black shape uttered a strangled cry and melted back into the dark of the woods, and the torch guttered and went out. Drenched in sweat, Ye Feng could not discern what manner of beast he had confronted. Deciding the forest had become too perilous, he gripped his staff, gathered the herbs, and inched his way toward the edge. After some tense, careful minutes, he emerged onto the beach. A brisk wind off the sea cooled his fevered brow. The openness of the sand, free of trees and concealment, brought a wash of relief. He hurried to the thatched hut, fearing for Liu Ting. The fire before the hut snapped and popped in the night air. Inside, her voice was faint. She lay limp, and pale, her strength sapped, the heat of fever had worsened. Ye Feng felt her forehead cold compared with before. Determined, he promised to brew her a remedy. He supported Liu Ting and fed her small sips. In a haze, she murmured the names of her parents, as if seeking them in the dark. Ye Feng's heart ached. By day she had been resolute and industrious, but illness had stripped her of that strength. He reassured her and administered the medicine with careful hands. Liu Ting trembled violently and begged with childlike bewilderment to be placed directly in front of the fire, as if warmth alone could restore her. Ye Feng forced a bitter smile and coaxed her to drink. Instead, he had never tended to anyone so fragile. When the decoction was taken, he laid her gently upon the straw, praying the old rural remedies would take hold, as they so often had for others in his childhood village of Yijiaxiyuan. On the vast and different shore, Ye Feng called out anxiously for Liu Ting, his voice taut with the dread that she might have wandered into danger. When she appeared breathless and apologetic, she explained she had left the hut briefly because of a sudden illness. Relief washed over Ye Feng. Seeing her safe and recovering eased the tightness in his chest. He cautioned her again against straying from the shelter, reminding her that the island offered nothing but peril. Liu Ting smiled, steadied by renewed health, and promised to remain close. Their brief exchange, tender and uncomplicated, revealed an intimacy founded on mutual concern rather than calculation. Ye Feng inquired about her fever, and Liu Ting, moved with gratitude, confessed that without his care, she might have succumbed the previous night. He dismissed her thanks with modesty, insisting he had acted only out of fear for her safety. She regarded him with a new, unguarded fondness. The ordeal had dissolved whatever wariness she had once harbored. He joked lightly about not being an aged savior, but rather a capable companion, and she rebuked him with an affectionate retort. Their conversation was a tender interlude against the relentless ocean, a small warmth amid a cold, uncertain world. Despair overturned the brief jubilation. Liu Ting collapsed to the sand and wept with a grief that felt as large as the sea itself. Ye Feng sat beside her and tried to stem the tide of panic with calm assurances, arguing that the disaster of the cruise liner would attract international attention and that rescue parties would soon be dispatched. He appealed to reason, describing helicopters and vessels that would comb the waters in the wake of catastrophe. Though Liu Ting clung to his words, her tears betrayed the vertigo of hope turned to disappointment. They resumed the pragmatic work of survival. Ye Feng proposed they prepare breakfast, and when the sun climbed higher, use the sun-dried salt they had made to cure the boar meat they had salvaged. Survival, he reminded her, must come first. Only by enduring could they await rescue. Liu Ting wiped her eyes, accepting the plan, and together they tended the fire and roasted their meager meal. After eating, they resolved to follow the coastline in the afternoon in search of other survivors, reasoning that strength in numbers would improve their chances, but also acknowledging the risks inherent in encountering strangers in such a lawless place. By the time they finished eating, it was midday, and the sun pressed down with a fierce intensity. Ye Feng braided 2 rudimentary hats from branches to shield their scalps from blistering. They made their way to the tidal rock basin where yesterday's efforts had left a lattice of white salt crusted across the hollows. The salt was raw and unrefined, unfit for repeated dietary reliance, yet survival rendered such concerns secondary. Moderation would have to suffice. Liu Ting pointed at the glistening layers and brightened considerably. Ye Feng acknowledged her with a slight nod, adopting an air of mock authority, as he suggested she gather the salt while he prepared to cure the wild boar meat. Liu Ting feigned indignation, playfully resisting his command. Their banter was light and domestic. She proclaimed herself queen instead, then empress, and he proposed a decisive game of rock, paper, scissors to settle the argument. When he cheated with paper against her stone, laughter dissolved her protest. The two set to work with an easy choreography. Ye Feng spread the coarse crystals over the strips of boar and arranged them over the smoke to preserve the meat. He explained with the casual knowledge of someone raised in the countryside that such a method could preserve pork for years under proper conditions. On this island's humid climate, a month would be a more realistic expectation, but even that span was likely sufficient. He hoped a rescue party would arrive within a week. Liu Ting rolled up her sleeves and insisted on helping. Ye Feng urged her to remain clean, but she protested that self-reliance was a virtue and joined him without hesitation. They worked shoulder to shoulder until the meat was cured and stored, their movements efficient, their conversation punctuated by teasing remarks and small domestic jokes that betrayed how quickly camaraderie and tenderness could sprout amid adversity. After an hour, they set out along the shoreline in search of other survivors or salvaged supplies from the capsized liner. The coast seemed interminable, an elegant curve of sand and surf that suggested the island's circumference must span hundreds of miles. Ye Feng frowned as they walked. In an era when every habitable island is contested and cultivated, it was odd that such a vast, fertile land bore no trace of human habitation. Liu Ting agreed, conjecturing that the island felt as though the world had simply forgotten it. They resumed their search for an hour more and found nothing else, as if the ocean had been merciful to only this one useful object. Just as they turned to retrace their steps toward the camp, the wind carried a voice across the sand, tentative and hopeful. A female call rose from behind them, calling Ye Feng. Liu Ting, is that you? Their heads turned. The possibility of other survivors electrified the air with sudden, fragile anticipation. Ye Feng and Liu Ting turned and saw a young woman standing beneath the shadowed reef. She was roughly 1.7 meters tall, her hair tousled into soft waves and dyed a brassy gold. Her clothes were flamboyant and fashionable, an incongruous splash of color against the bleak shoreline. Liu Ting stared in astonishment. Ye Feng, she breathed. Ye Feng too was taken aback. He had not expected to encounter that classmate alive. Ye Feng leaned against the dark rock, trembling slightly from exhaustion. Her relief at finding familiar faces was palpable, but she lacked the strength to approach them. They exchanged cautious greetings. Ye Feng explained, voice thin and shaken, that she had been on the deck watching the sea when an abrupt gale and towering waves struck. She had raced toward the cabin, but the ocean's velocity overwhelmed her. A single surge swept her into the water. She had assumed she would perish, only to find herself later cast ashore. When Ye Feng asked about other survivors, Ye Feng managed only a weak negation. She described waking exhausted, ravenous, and parched, and venturing into the forest in search of sustenance and water. Within hours, she had encountered a colossal python. Terrified, she fled back to the beach and took refuge beneath the reef until she recovered enough to remain outwardly composed. The mention of the python underscored the peril of the island. Ye Feng recalled his own harrowing excursion the previous night, when he had gone into the woods for medicinal herbs and almost come upon a swift, pitch-dark predator. Had it not been for his lifelong training and nimble reflexes, he suspected he would not be here now. Liu Ting observed Ye Feng with sympathy. The ordeal had left the girl visibly battered and faint. Together they returned to their encampment. Ye Feng greeted the sight of stored water and roasted meat with uncontained gratitude, clutching a wooden tub and drinking greedily until the liquid dribbled down her chin. She devoured strips of roasted wild boar with ravenous enthusiasm, discarding bones thoughtlessly. Liu Ting reproached her for the waste, and Ye Feng's tone hardened at the sight of the profligate consumption. Ye Feng protested that hunger had driven her carelessness and promised to make amends when they left the island. After a grateful pause and a tired stretch, she asked to rest in the thatched cottage. Ye Feng allowed her a few hours' repose on the condition that she would join them in gathering wild greens once she had recovered. Ye Feng withdrew to the thatched hut to rest, while Ye Feng and Liu Ting remained industrious, hauling stones and reinforcing the shelter. The hut had been erected hastily the previous day, and the masonry was still precarious. Without reinforcement, the walls could not withstand a savage assault. After their labor, a stout stone wall rose to 1.5 meters, solid and reassuring. Above that height, the structure remained timber, a deliberate compromise to avoid the mortal peril of an all-stone edifice collapsing inward. When their task was done, the two of them sank breathless beneath a jagged rock. Ye Feng handed a bamboo tube to Liu Ting and bade her drink. She accepted it with a grateful, guarded smile, sipping as if every drop were precious. When her mouth was empty, she asked Ye Feng whether he bore any grievance against Ye Feng. His reply was blunt and cold. He considered her selfish profligate with fresh water and food. Liu Ting agreed in muted affirmation. At that moment, Ye Feng emerged, stretching luxuriously and peering up at the sky as if puzzled by the day. She asked how long she had slept, and noticing Ye Feng hold the bamboo tube, hesitated before taking another one, an expression of disdain touching her features. Ye Feng reminded her this was the last container and urged economy. She bristled at the admonition as if Ye Feng's caution were a personal affront and muttered that fresh water was not a matter of life and death, recalling how she had scorned domestic bottled water at school in favor of imported brands. Ye Feng's brow darkened at her remark. The tone revealed a life of privilege and detachment. Liu Ting attempted to temper the exchange, explaining that on an island, even abundant-seeming water demanded effort to procure, and therefore patience and thrift were necessary. Ye Feng sniffed impatiently, claiming rescuers would surely arrive within 3 days, and that she need not concern herself. As she tilted her head back to drink, a careless spill squandered a little of their precious supply. Ye Feng watched the waste with mounting displeasure, and Liu Ting's expression tightened with quiet ire. Ye Feng rose and proposed they forage the forest for greens. Though wild boar meat lay salted and plentiful, its heavy brine and grease would soon overwhelm their digestion. A regimen of vegetables was essential to maintain their health. Liu Ting invited Ye Feng to join them on a leisurely search among the trees. Ye Feng refused outright. She preferred to remain on the rocks, and with an air of entitlement promised Ye Feng she would compensate him with money once they were rescued. The offer struck Ye Feng as contemptible, a vain attempt to turn currency into a substitute for responsibility. Ye Feng's impatience and entitlement flared in the swelter of the island. She assumed every difficulty could be bought away, and with a haughty air promised 10,000 yuan to Ye Feng once they were rescued. Her tone betrayed contempt to her. Ye Feng was little more than a penniless boy unworthy of equal consideration. Ye Feng bristled at her mercenary offer and the implication that his humanity could be commuted for money. He refused curtly, unwilling to be treated as a commodity despite their shared past as classmates. The argument escalated as Ye Feng accused Ye Feng of stinginess and questioned his manhood, her outrage as much about wounded pride as convenience. Ye Feng, weary of her demands and indifference, declared he would not coddle her and told her to fend for herself. At that, Ye Feng pronounced her disappointment in him, as if moral judgment could replace mutual effort. Liu Ting, standing aside, interjected calmly that wealth was irrelevant here. Even her family's fortune did not exempt her from toil on this barren shore. Her remark stung Ye Feng, who had long resented Liu Ting's effortless attraction and social favor back at school. Ye Feng suggested they search the forest for greens, and Liu Ting readily agreed to accompany him. The three of them briefly exchanged tension-laden glances before Ye Feng and Liu Ting set off into the dense wood, leaving Ye Feng behind, teeth clenched with indignation. As they walked, the canopy swallowed the sunlight. The forest felt vast and indifferent, an ocean of leaves and shadow. Ye Feng gripped a wooden staff and led with measured caution, both to navigate and to protect. Within a verdant forest, Ye Feng and Liu Ting foraged with deliberate care. He moved with the wary attention of someone mindful of hidden dangers, alert to the possibility of wild beasts prowling the undergrowth. The canopy kept them from straying deep, and by day the risk felt manageable. A cool breeze stirred the grove, and Liu Ting's raven hair lifted and flowed like a dark banner. Ye Feng found himself captivated by the graceful motion, struck by how the simple play of wind made her beauty all the more compelling. When she caught him watching, a sweet smile curved her lips. He teased lightly that her hair outshone even her, and she pretended indignation, their gentle repartee dissolving the island's harsher realities for a while as they walked together. Emerging from the trees onto the sunlit beach, they returned to their camp to find Ye Feng standing there, her posture betraying unease. When Ye Feng turned away, she took courage and stepped forward to apologize. Her words were contrite and insistent. She admitted fault and sought pardon, as if that alone might restore what had been broken. Ye Feng met her coolly, refusing to indulge familiarity with someone whose memory of previous slights remained raw. Ye Feng's remorse was not merely prideful rhetoric. Once she had reflected, she understood the foolishness of conflict. On an island with only 3 survivors, Ye Feng's presence was the difference between safety and exposure. That realization pressed upon her with a weight that made her solicitous and fearful in equal measure. Ye Feng lowered her voice and in a last bid pleaded for a place at his side. She promised to change, to be less selfish, and to pull her weight in their shared struggle. Ye Feng, steady and pragmatic, accepted her return to the group, but drew firm boundaries. He would not accept the sort of intimacy she insinuated, nor would he expose himself to risk born of reckless trust. Ye Feng thanked him and set to work cleaning the lugukai, kneeling by the surf with the vegetables at her feet. Yet as she scrubbed them in the cold, briny waves, a darker resolve took root. She vowed that if other survivors appeared, or they ever reached the city again, she would sever ties with Ye Feng and perhaps take revenge for the humiliation she felt. The sun was sinking toward the horizon, staining the vast ocean with molten gold. The day had slipped by with unhurried swiftness, and twilight arrived like a delicate painting unfurling over the water. By the fire, Liu Ting crouched and puffed breath after breath, attempting to coax the embers into flame as if she were a crude bellows. Her cheeks puffed and fell with each futile gust, her face smudged dark from charcoal. Ye Feng stepped forward and cleared his throat. With practiced hands, he removed a few of the largest logs, arranged slender kindling above the coals, and lifted the heavier timbers to create airflow. Within minutes, a healthy blaze awakened. Liu Ting applauded with genuine admiration. Ye Feng grinned and half in jest remarked that sometimes even a fire required good character to take hold. Liu Ting feigned indignation and lightly thumped his back. Their easy camaraderie was interrupted only by Ye Feng's calm announcement that Ye Feng would remain with them for the time being. Ye Feng approached with a woven basket of freshly washed wild greens, her smile not quite erasing the flicker of resentment in her eyes. She offered the vegetables, and Ye Feng set a flat pan upon a stone hearth, filling it with water and the greens. The water soon bubbled and steamed. Lacking utensils, Ye Feng snapped slender twigs for makeshift chopsticks and invited Liu Ting to dine while they savored the roasted boar. The wild greens were slightly fibrous and carried an herbal undernote, but Liu Ting found them invigorating and praised their freshness. Ye Feng hesitated, compelled more by disdain than hunger, complaining that the food lacked seasoning. Liu Ting urged her not to be fastidious. Ye Feng took offense and accused Liu Ting of singling her out. Before the exchange could escalate, Ye Feng's stern tone restored order, and Ye Feng, mindful of her precarious situation, fell silent. When their modest meal concluded, Ye Feng proposed they search the shoreline for sea snail shell to supplement their provisions. He explained that while they possessed sea salt, it had not been suitably processed for constant use, and that occasional marine fare would help meet their dietary needs. Liu Ting elaborated patiently, while Ye Feng's cool laugh suggested she felt slighted yet again. The three of them then set out along the strand. They combed the shallow tidal flats and the crevices beneath blackened rocks, stooping to peer into pools and pry at barnacled shells. Sea snails were small and often concealed beneath jagged stones. The search demanded patience. After an arduous hour, they gathered a considerable number. Ye Feng warned that extracting the meat required care to avoid cutting oneself, and set the women to rest while he worked. The tide moved with a steady susurration as twilight deepened. Ye Feng crouched and tapped the shells against a rock, freeing the mollusks one by one. Liu Ting sat on a nearby outcrop, arms wrapped around her knees, hair cascading like a dark banner as she gazed toward the distant flux of sea and sky. The fading light rendered her silhouette exquisite, as if she and the ocean were a single serene composition. Ye Feng, meanwhile, kept a more distant silence, anxious to depart. The wind and the sound of breaking surf accompanied Ye Feng's rhythmic task, and he hurried to finish before darkness swallowed the shore. Dusk settled, yet the night bore a pale moon. The western sky blazed with vermilion clouds, their fiery hues setting the vast sea ablaze with reflected crimson. Ye Feng crouched by the shore, idly tapping a conch, when an uneasy sensation tugged at him. The water seemed to have risen. A small black rock that had stood dry earlier now lay half submerged beneath the tide. Curiosity sharpened into alarm as Ye Feng cast his gaze upward at the uncanny fire-colored clouds. Such an aberrant sky could not bode well. He called out with urgency, "Liu Ting, Ye Feng, come quickly." The two women hurried toward him. Ye Feng's expression was grave as he said, "We may have to relocate. We cannot remain by the seashore." Liu Ting hesitated. She was reluctant to leave the stone hut they had erected by the sea, and the provisions there comforted her. Nightfall would complicate any search for a new shelter within the forest. Ye Feng explained, "I suspect the tide is coming in." Ye Feng scoffed in disbelief, arguing that tides of such magnitude were rare and that their luck could not be so unfortunate. Ye Feng pointed toward the black rock and the recently washed-away footprints, and insisted the signs foretold a rising sea. Liu Ting inspected the shore, and to her astonishment confirmed that the water had indeed crept over their earlier tracks. Convinced, Ye Feng urged them to move inland to the forested high ground before darkness made navigation perilous. Though moonlight bathed the land, the forest canopy would render the interior blind once night fully fell. The three set off at a brisk pace across the island's untamed woodland, which swelled into knolls and ridges, and gave every impression of being ancient and boundless. Ye Feng led the way, cutting through underbrush to startle any hidden serpents and guard against unseen perils. After an hour's arduous climb, they reached the top of a modest mountain, its summit broad and sparsely wooded. Night had fallen. From this vantage, the sea stretched in an uninterrupted black sweep. The pale moon failed to banish the ocean's oppressive darkness. The relentless hush of the waves rose intermittently from below, a sound both sedate and disquieting. Exhausted, Liu Ting set their provisions upon a flat stone and wiped the sweat from her brow. Ye Feng complained about the forced migration. Liu Ting rebuked her gently, reminding her that Ye Feng had acted for their safety. Tensions simmered. Old resentments flared between Ye Feng and Liu Ting, their rivalry rooted in schoolyard jealousies and privilege differences. Ye Feng's barbed words provoked a sharp rebuke from Ye Feng, who commanded silence with an authority that brooked no argument. Ashamed, Liu Ting apologized and promised to shoulder more of the burden of care. Ye Feng merely nodded and offered them a brief respite. He then volunteered to fetch firewood from the scant stand of trees on the mountaintop, explaining they had not brought lumber to hasten their flight. As Ye Feng moved into the small copse under the moon's one light, Ye Feng followed close behind. Her arrival announced by the crack of a dry twig beneath her foot. She pressed close and with practiced calculation implored Ye Feng to take her grievances against Liu Ting seriously. She urged him to let her have her moment of satisfaction against the girl she resented, suggesting that if he aided her, she would align herself with him entirely. Ye Feng regarded her coolly and questioned whether such behavior had been her manner even amid the upscale circle she frequented. Ye Feng bristled and attempted to flatter him, yet Ye Feng's attention remained elsewhere, his mind untroubled by her insinuations and more focused on practical concerns than romantic dalliance. 10 minutes later, the three of them returned to the hilltop clearing. Liu Ting was arranging strips of wild boar meat on a slab of stone, separating them so the piles would not spoil. Ye Feng laid the collected timber on the ground and produced a lighter. In short order, a steady blaze leapt up, sheltered by the surrounding rocks that guarded against any stray wildfire. Ye Feng set a flat stone among the embers, placed a portion of conch meat upon it, and after 10 minutes the shellfish had been roasted through. "Have some conch as a small treat," he offered. Liu Ting speared a morsel, chewed, and despite the grit, declared it passable. Both conch and river snails were seasoned with the taste of their muddy bed. Sand and sediment marred their texture. Ye Feng tried a bite, then spat the remainder, complaining of the sand. Ye Feng admitted the texture was unpleasant, but they all ate some. If rescue did not arrive soon, they would have to adapt fully to this place, Liu Ting said, and they steeled themselves to endure. They sat by the fire and let the blaze paint their faces with warm light. Liu Ting cradled her chin in her hands. The flickering flames made her cheeks bloom with a rosy glow, conjuring the image of a lovely woman flushed by wine. Her voice dropped as she asked Ye Feng when the rescue team might come. She missed her parents and feared how they would cope with the news. Ye Feng offered what small comfort he could. Any day now, he said. We must be patient and prepared. He too worried for his parents. As an only child, he imagined their terror and the damage it could do to their hearts. Their shared anxieties hung in the night air. In his dream, the thunder of the sea rose louder than before, a roar that seemed to surpass even the fury of the disaster they had survived. Ye Feng, wake up, the sea tide is coming, and it is terrifying. Liu Ting's voice pierced through the nightmare, urgent and frightened. Ye Feng opened his eyes to a sky he could hardly recognize. The sound of rumble, rumble filled his ears like a funeral drum. When he turned, a sight so terrible met his gaze that the color drained from his face. What he saw at the ridge of the horizon was an omen the grove had no business receiving, and the world seemed for an instant to hold its breath. Ye Feng stood atop the mountain, transfixed by the ocean before him. A vast blackened tide surged upward with terrifying swiftness. The air was rent by a thunderous roar, as if a drum of war had been struck across the heavens. Wherever his eyes reached, the dark waters continued to climb, an endless swell that threatened to swallow Zhuhai itself. The summit trembled beneath their feet as the sea drove inland. The forest near the shore was engulfed. In an instant, the water moved like a hurricane, leaving ruin in its wake. Trees bent and snapped, and the lowlands became a sodden marsh. The three of them felt infinitesimal beneath that monstrous force, no more than ants before an indifferent god. At some point, Ye Feng had woken. Her voice shook with terror as she stared at the churning surface below. She could scarcely believe the sight and thanked fate that they had relocated their settlement in time. Liu Ting likewise seethed with gratitude toward Ye Feng, for his prompt warning had turned the tide between survival and annihilation. Ye Feng remained heavy with dread. He had only guessed at the danger, yet the catastrophe had been real. An oppressive atmosphere pressed upon them. Each breath felt laborious. When Ye Feng asked whether the water might reach their position, Ye Feng reassured her calmly that they were safe. When she asked why such a tide had occurred, he explained that the moon's gravitational pull had caused the phenomenon. The three resolved to keep well away from the coast in future. The possibility of another surge or a monstrous swell terrified them. Ye Feng nodded, inwardly grateful that their luck had held. For half an hour, the black tide dominated the land, then as swiftly as it had come, it receded, returning en masse to the sea. Night fell quiet once more, but the memory of that roaring mass of water lingered like a bruise. By dawn, they were exhausted and shaken. Ye Feng, white-faced from fright, patted her chest and swore at her good fortune. Liu Ting pledged her loyalty to Ye Feng. Henceforth, she would heed his counsel. Ye Feng suggested they rest, and then at first light search the shoreline for food, for the receding sea would have cast many fish and shellfish ashore. Ye Feng cried out in delight at the bounty. She imagined feasts and plenty, and her earlier terror gave way to eager anticipation. Ye Feng felt a small lift in spirit too, regretting only the absence of any means to preserve the haul. Liu Ting's eyes sparkled at the prospect of finding a large lobster, its sweet meat a rare indulgence in their harsh existence. As they moved across the beach to gather the spoils, Liu Ting suddenly pointed ahead, her finger trembling with surprise. Something lay at the water's edge that none of them had expected, an object whose presence altered the morning's promise and hinted at another turn in their fragile fortunes. On the shore, Ye Feng followed Liu Ting's gesture and beheld an overturned vessel upon the sand. It was sizable, some 20 meters in length and roughly 10 meters across, yet far smaller than the cruise liner they once knew. The hull lay askew, plastered with seaweed and mottled with rust, deeply corroded by years of salt and neglect. Ye Feng approached with curiosity. How could a ship be here? She asked. Liu Ting suggested that a vessel had likely sunk in the nearby waters decades ago, and that last night's extraordinary tide had dragged it ashore like a ghostly gift. Ye Feng listened, his attention fixed not on speculation, but on practicalities. If any usable supplies remained inside, they would be invaluable to their survival, though he suspected most provisions had long since been ruined by time and corrosion. The three of them stepped over scattered fish and crustaceans, leaving the strewn carrion. Where it lay, nothing there would flee. Liu Ting's voice grew quieter as recollection surfaced. She remembered a magazine article from her school days describing the mysterious disappearance a century earlier of a large vessel from a foreign nation. Despite massive searches, it had vanished without trace. If her recollection was accurate, the ship had been named the Traveler MA-091. Ye Feng scoffed at the notion of specters, but Ye Feng and Liu Ting were unsettled. Both had glimpsed a strange ship the night before, a silhouette accompanied by a vast plume of smoke that stretched like a dragon across the horizon. That vessel too had receded and then vanished within minutes. When Ye Feng and Liu Ting urged silence to conserve their thoughts, Ye Feng felt dismissed and small. As Liu Ting moved forward, a chill seized her ankle. She cried out and looked down, her face paling. A blackened banded snake had coiled upon her foot and was slowly climbing up the fabric of her trouser leg. It was a sea snake, its concentric rings stark against the sand, a creature reputed to carry venom more potent than that of cobras. Trembling, Liu Ting began to stammer, but Ye Feng raised a finger to his lips, commanding silence. He approached with deliberate caution, intent on extracting the reptile without alarming it further. Ye Feng had been so engrossed that he had not noticed the sand beneath his feet. Unexpectedly, a sea snake appeared, sliding slowly up the leg of Liu Ting's trousers. Sea snakes come in many varieties, most of them highly venomous. Their potency often exceeds that of terrestrial serpents, and the ocean harbors some of the planet's deadliest species. The sight of the sleek, sinuous creature sent a chill through the group. For a heartbeat, the beach held its breath. Then Ye Feng screamed a piercing cry that shattered the fragile stillness. "Quiet," Ye Feng hissed, urgently warning them not to startle Liu Ting. Ye Feng hesitated only a moment before, to everyone's shock, she lunged forward and shoved Liu Ting aside. Liu Ting's terrified scream risked awakening the serpent. Ye Feng reacted like a gust of wind. His hand closed on the snake's tail with practiced speed, and he flung it outward. The 20-meter serpent arced through the air and landed among the driftwood and debris strewn along the shore. Tides and tangled flotsam provided instant concealment, and the snake vanished as if it had never been there. Liu Ting collapsed to the sand, pale and shaking, her body drained of strength by fear. Ye Feng departed in a sullen haste, yet she dared not stray far. She remained roughly 100 meters away, the limit Ye Feng had imposed, and kept her gaze fixed on the pair. Seeing Liu Ting standing beside, Ye Feng inflamed her resentment. She could scarcely believe her fortune in escaping the sea snake's venom unscathed. Liu Ting trembled as recollection of the earlier incident unnerved her. She shivered and confessed aloud that Ye Feng's behavior had terrified her. Ye Feng shared her contempt and could not conceal his displeasure. Resolute to search the vessel for anything useful, he instructed Liu Ting to wait below and cautioned her to keep safe. The ship lay keeled over, and Ye Feng employed both hands and feet to haul himself aloft. The climb was arduous, aggravated by corroded fittings and encrusted marine life that clung to the hull. When he at last hauled himself upon the deck and peered through the yawning cabin entrance, the sight drained the color from his face. Within the dim hold were countless corroded bones, reduced by time to fragmented remnants that made identification almost impossible. The skeletal detritus was strewn and heaped in profusion, an indiscriminate assembly that spoke of a calamity in which perhaps 100 souls had perished. The tableau was here trending, the creak of waves, and the breath of the wind seemed to carry longijo cries of despair. Using cargo shelves as handholds, Ye Feng traversed the hold with slow, deliberate motions. A penetrating cold settled about him, a chill that seemed to come from the bones themselves. He murmured a brief benediction to those who had perished and pressed onward. The cabin was filthy and chaotic, alive with the detritus of the deep. In a distant corner, a skull wore a surprisingly well-preserved round hat, and beside it lay a long wooden box sealed by the sea. He descended to the detritus, and in doing so trod upon brittle fragments that crumbled underfoot. He lifted the heavy box. It was strangely intact despite its century beneath the waves. The lock had rusted free with a gentle tap. Within lay a 1.5-meter saber, sealed, and thus spared from complete decay, though speckled with rust. A hat of the kind once favored by knights and wanderers lay nearby, explaining the presence of such a weapon aboard. Ye Feng bowed almost in gratitude to the nameless skeleton and knew that with effort and the abrasive grit of sand, he could strip away the corrosion and set the blade to use. Satisfied with his find, he prepared to return to the deck and rejoin Liu Ting. Liu Ting stood beneath the hull of the stranded vessel, the salt-laden wind pressing cold against her skin as time stretched on. More than half an hour had passed, and Ye Feng had not emerged. Anxiety tightened her throat. The ship's hold had been filled with bones and decay, an atmosphere of uncanny menace that made her heart race. She called his name again and again, voice thin and urgent, as if the sound might tether him back to her. The surf sighed against the shore, and a chill rolled across the beach. Listening to the rhythmic susurrus of the waves, Liu Ting felt a rising vertigo of dread at the thought of losing Ye Feng. The sea air seemed to magnify her solitude, and when she could not see him, a profound loneliness unfurled within her. While she called, a decayed skull tumbled from the darkness of the hold to the sand. Half the cranium was gone, an empty hollowness in one socket rendered it grotesque and forbidding. Shock forced a shrill cry from Liu Ting. She had never seen human bones so intimately before. Fear flooded her. Ye Feng stepped down from the ship and immediately asked if she was all right. Relief surging through her, Liu Ting ran to him and threw her arms around his chest, her pulse pounding wildly. He soothed her with a gentle hand on her back, offering reassurances that steadied her trembling. His calm demeanor wrapped around her like a small warm refuge. His touch did not repel her fear, but rather eased it. He scolded the skull as nothing more than a relic, insisting that the living should not be afraid of the dead. Liu Ting struggled to compose herself, bolstered by his presence, and pretended not to be frightened. Ye Feng revealed that he had found a short sword in the hold, a rusted blade that promised greater chances of survival should they remain on the island. He brandished it with a modest smile, confident in its potential. Curious, Liu Ting asked why the blade had not corroded completely when so much else aboard the ship lay in ruin. Ye Feng explained that the sword had been sealed inside a wooden box made of Jin Si Nanmu, which had preserved it from total decay. When she wondered aloud why he had not carried the box out, these timber being more valuable than gold, Ye Feng dismissed such thoughts as superfluous. Possessions were meaningless beside the simple imperative to survive. Even if the ship were a phantom vessel, he said their priority must be life itself. Liu Ting admired his singular focus. She felt safer with someone so unswayed by treasure. They divided tasks without hesitation. Ye Feng would prepare the weapon by removing the rust, while Liu Ting wove a basket from vines and scoured the shoreline for sustenance, crustaceans, and fish that might sustain them. She embraced the responsibility with quick determination, and he praised her intelligence with a faint smile. On the sand, he found a fine-grained stone and began the tireless work of polishing the blade. The water turned murky around him as layers of rust sloughed into the surf, staining the sea within a small circle. Liu Ting combed the shallows until she triumphantly lifted a large, vibrant lobster into the light. Her face brightened with the sudden joy of success. She felt buoyed by that small victory. Ye Feng warned her to be careful of its claws, but before he could finish the caution, the lobster clamped down on her hand. Startled, she dropped it, protesting that he had laughed at her misfortune. Ye Feng only shook his head with wry exasperation, continuing to sharpen the blade with the patience of someone who understood that a dull weapon would be useless against living threats. An hour of concentrated effort rendered the sword serviceable despite lingering patches of rust. Ye Feng tested its edge with swift motions and allowed himself a satisfied nod. He called for Liu Ting, but when he looked up, he saw the sky darkening over the sea. A dense rolling bank of black cloud was advancing with alarming speed toward the island, a towering, brooding mass that seemed to devour the horizon. Ye Feng felt a cold prickle of fear. A maritime storm was brewing, and with it the promise of gale and tidal upheaval. The sight arrested them with a new visceral dread. The dark canopy seemed poised to blot out the sun and devour the land. Trees bowed and branches lashed as if in supplication. The roar of the wind swelled into a monstrous chorus, part gale, part wail, like the laments of those lost at sea. Without hesitating, Ye Feng shouldered the basket and drew his blade, sprinting into the woods with Liu Ting at his heels. Their passage snapped twigs and flattened dry grass. They moved like primitive fugitives, urgent and narrow-eyed. Midway through the stand of trees, Liu Ting snagged a root and fell pitching forward in a tumble. Ye Feng glanced back, briefly inclined to help, but then allowed her to rise on her own. In this unforgiving landscape, she must be capable of pressing on. She did not call for aid. Scrambling up, dusting herself off, without complaint she resumed running as if the fall had never happened. Her cadence was steady and economical. Ye Feng realized she possessed athletic steadiness and a reserve of will that belied her appearance. The tempest struck the forest with dreadful suddenness. Out on the fringe, trunks snapped like matchwood and entire groves were wrenched from the earth. Some trees were lifted and swept aside as if a mythical dragon had glided through. The gale hurled debris and sent a pressure that made breathing difficult. The very air seemed determined to expel them. Ye Feng urged them higher and farther, desperate to reach the mountain's lee. He knew the consequences of being caught, torn from the ground, crushed by flung timbers, or silenced by lack of air. A tempest descended upon the coastline. Ye Feng and Liu Ting sprinted toward the mountain's base, where a modest cave yawned just above the ground. The cavern's mouth was scarcely over a meter high, opening onto a stony clearing where scrub clung tenuously to life, and trees had scarcely taken root. The wind's tumult arrived like a god's wrath from the sea, a low, relentless roar that promised even greater fury at its crescendo. They had to reach the shelter before the fiercest gale enveloped them. Buffeted by the gale, the two staggered toward the narrow entrance, barely 2 meters across and 3 meters high, yet sufficient for both. Ye Feng pointed toward the stone steps, his voice lost in the howl his gestures insisted. Liu Ting struggled beneath a lofty tread, her limbs scrambling against the wind's resistance. Seeing her falter, Ye Feng seized her from behind and threw her upward. She landed on the step and cried out for him, but a violent gust filled her mouth and forced her to clamp it shut. Ye Feng caught her hand and vaulted inside. Beyond the mouth, trees snapped and toppled like matchwood. The storm had fully arrived. They tumbled into the cave together and pressed their palms to their ears, for the vortexes of air forced into the hollow threatened to rupture eardrums. The cave was small and damp, its ceiling studded with dripping rivulets, but within its sodden confines they found a precarious refuge. Lying close, Ye Feng pressed half his weight against Liu Ting, a mute reassurance against the auditory onslaught. The wind's roar persisted, a phalanx of sound that seemed to rend the sky. Hours stretched taut and indistinct. The roar, like 1,000 hooves and banners, filled every crevice of the world, yet the warmth from Ye Feng's presence steadied Liu Ting's trembling. It was her first such intimate proximity to a man, and she discovered in him an unexpected gentleness that contradicted the wary assumptions she had long harbored. At last, as if exhausted by its own appetite, the storm subsided. The aftermath was devastation. The forest lay in disarray, trunks, snapped branches strewn, entire groves leaning, as if bowing in defeat. Ye Feng sat up, his head light, and his ears still buzzing as if water had lodged within them. Liu Ting remained prone, motionless, and for a terrible instant Ye Feng feared he had crushed her. He nudged her, and she sat up, shaking her head, as if to dislodge the lingering pressure in her ears. They mimed, each patting at their lobes until the air in their ear canals equalized and the world regained its clarity. A nervous exchange followed, gentle reproach and rapid gratitude, and a shared recognition of how fragile human endeavor is beside nature's might. The cave proved unsuitable for long-term habitation. Dampness clung to its walls, and the interior was slick with condensation. Ye Feng scanned the blackened horizon and predicted rain would follow the storm. He proposed they climb to the summit to retrieve the frying pan and the preserved wild boar they had stored the day before, and to gather dry kindling to make the cave tolerable for their temporary refuge. Liu Ting agreed readily, and they left the lobster and fish in the cave, intending to return for them. Together they picked their way through the ruin of the forest-hollowed trunks and boar-eaten trees, snapped and strewn in elegy to the storm's terrible force. Liu Ting accepted the crude baton and walked ahead, tapping the foliage with careful, measured strokes. Her earlier encounter with the sea viper lingered in her mind, its shadow refusing to dissipate. She moved with a guarded grace, each impact producing a muted percussion that echoed through the trees. Ye Feng kept pace behind her, their progress deliberate and slow amid the tangled terrain. Liu Ting's hair hung in disordered waves, ebony locks tumbling across her shoulders. Even in its disarray, she retained a serene beauty. Ye Feng paused and remarked on her rumpled hair. She brushed it back, laughing with staged embarrassment. The recollection of an awkward night by the sea flushed her cheeks. Ye Feng teased that if a passerby saw her unkempt hair, they might suppose he had been unkind to her. She scoffed at the notion, yet when he jested further about wanting to tease her, but fearing she might collide with a rock, a shy, rueful smile betrayed her discomfort. The descent was treacherous, a knot of switchbacks and uneven ground that punished every misstep. Midway down the slope, a woman's voice pierced the forest, a frantic cry for help that trembled with terror rather than familiarity. It was not Jin Feng's voice. Ye Feng and Liu Ting listened and exchanged a grave look. The supplicant's tone betrayed urgency. Ye Feng did not hesitate. A compatriot in peril demanded immediate action. They broke into a run toward the sound. Liu Ting, burdened with the scant preserved meat and the pan, urged Ye Feng to hand her the provisions so he could sprint ahead, but Ye Feng refused to be separated. His resolve was to keep her by his side. The woodlands harbored perils that could materialize without warning. She relented and set the supplies down, gripping her makeshift staff, and together they closed the distance with synchronized strides. Amid the forest, Ye Feng surged forward in a tempest of anger. A girl lay ensnared in the coils of a massive python. Whether she still breathed was uncertain, though hope flickered faintly. Ye Feng did not recognize her. He could not tell whether she was a classmate or an outsider. On the cruise there had been an overwhelming majority of graduates from our shul, 80%, with only 20% from beyond. Even if she belonged to the same cohort, Ye Feng knew only a fraction of the several hundred graduates. "Beast, release her," he snarled, and charged the long blade at his hip, bright in his grip. The python loomed, its head raised as if to scoff at the presumption of a human intruder. To the creature, beauty meant nothing beyond appetite. A fair face was merely another morsel. "Ye Feng, be careful," Liu Ting called anxiously from behind, every syllable taut with dread. Cold air swept through the trees as Ye Feng closed the distance, swinging his Oni and a half-meter blade in a fierce arc aimed at the serpent's vulnerable nape. The python recoiled with astonishing speed. It struck back from a higher angle, jaws gaping, revealing 2 rows of needle-like teeth and an intolerable stench. Ye Feng retreated a few paces, then vaulted into the air, the blade descending in a decisive strike. The blow split the creature's head with a sickening crack, crimson welling from a newly opened wound. Writhing in agony, the python elongated and lashed forward like a living conveyor belt. The girl, ensnared within its coils, was hurled several meters, collapsing into a patch of grass. The beast, maddened by pain, abandoned its intent to constrict her and sought instead to rend Ye Feng. Ye Feng landed and found the snake already closing with frightening speed overhead and sinuous as an eel. He leapt again, planting his boot against a tree to redirect his momentum, then disappeared behind the trunk. His agility honed since childhood kept him narrowly beyond the serpent's fangs. The python writhed and lunged, wrapping the tree trunk in a swift, bridging motion and attempting to strike Liu Ting as she rushed toward Ye Feng. With a fury born of terror, she beat at the creature with a wooden club, raining blows along its flank. "You're mad, move away," Ye Feng shouted, fearing for her safety, but Liu Ting fought on, reckless and resolute. The serpent, stung by the blows, abandoned its chase of Ye Feng and lashed out toward Liu Ting. Ye Feng sprang, kicked off the tree to gain height, and slashed across the serpent's back. The blow opened another wound, and in its attempt to pivot, it lashed its long tail across Liu Ting, hurling her into the grass and splintering a rotten log beneath her. "Liu Ting, are you all right?" Ye Feng cried, dread tightening his chest as she lay still. The mighty snake raised its head once more, preparing a crushing embrace or a lethal bite. Ye Feng's fury flared. If his years of training could not fell this beast, then all his effort would have been in vain. He climbed higher to seize a branch, lifting himself 2 meters above the forest floor to gain advantage. The serpent thrust its great head upward, but Ye Feng responded with a flurry of rapid, controlled cuts. The blade found the python again and again, carving ragged wounds into its skull and neck. The creature recoiled, then coiled its tail to strike. Ye Feng released the branch and dropped the springing limb, snapping back to strike the serpent's tail and knock its balance askew. In that instant, he plunged his blade forward. The tip drove deep into the serpent's belly. The wounded beast tore itself away and fled, dragging bright rivers of blood along the leaf litter. It vanished into the undergrowth, too grievously injured to present an immediate threat. Ye Feng did not pursue. The python's wounds were vast. Even if it escaped, infection and blood loss would likely claim it. He hurried instead to the grass where the girl lay and where Liu Ting was stirring. The girl in the grass was revealed as Xiaoa. Petite, perhaps 1.60 meters, with a round, gentle face and delicate, pleasing features. Liu Ting's surprise made sense. Xiaoa had transferred in during the latter half of the term, a quiet and well-behaved student who kept to herself. "No wonder you did not recognize her," Liu Ting explained. "She rarely left home and kept to herself." Liu Ting urged Ye Feng to check whether Xiaoa had survived. Ye Feng knelt by her side, scanning for breath and movement, each second heavy with the memory of the python's fang and the fragile thread by which life now hung. Xiaoa lay pale and motionless among the grasses, eyelids sealed, her long lashes trembling softly in the breeze. She resembled a little princess surrendered to sleep. Ye Feng extended his hand and with measured care placed it over her chest to check for a heartbeat. Liu Ting suddenly struck the back of Ye Feng's hand with a sharp slap and demanded what he intended. He answered calmly that he only wished to feel her pulse. Liu Ting, always inclined to suspicion, protested that he could have tested the wrist instead of the chest. He retorted with mild irritation, noting her lack of trust. She flushed with an embarrassed smile and apologized for her hasty reaction, revealing a simplicity beneath the idolized beauty she presented at school. When Liu Ting asked what to do, Ye Feng explained he could set the bone, but that because Xiaoa remained unconscious, they must first immobilize the limb. He improvised 2 splints of wood and vine to secure the dislocated foot and instructed that the definitive adjustment should wait until she regained consciousness. Liu Ting, surprised that Ye Feng possessed such skills, watched him work and then broke a branch and tore a vine to help fasten the makeshift support. With the splints in place, Ye Feng declared the immediate danger past. Xiaoa's wounds were not grave. Her insensibility resulted from shock more than from any mortal injury. Liu Ting rose to leave, protesting at the thought of staying through the night, but Ye Feng insisted that they carry Xiaoa back. Although she had insisted she wanted to bear the burden herself, Ye Feng took Xiaoa upon his shoulders, explaining that he would watch over them from behind as they moved. They walked slowly through a forest left in disarray by the storm. Ye Feng noticed a vine-draped tree bearing clusters of small red fruits and identified them as Wu Wei Zi, a calming herb useful for treating frayed nerves. He plucked them and directed Liu Ting to gather other medicinal plants along the way. She asked how he knew so much, and he answered lightly that he had studied herbal medicine long before she played as a child. As they continued, they collected Fu Ling mint and several other local herbs whose properties ranged from soothing the heart to tending internal injuries. Liu Ting waved farewell and set off in search of fuel. They kept within sight of one another, wary of the forest's dangers. The sudden chorus of frogs drew Ye Feng's attention. A cluster of plump amphibians hopped through the undergrowth, guiding him toward a subtle sound of flowing water. He followed until he uncovered a narrow spring barely larger than a thumb in breadth, but unmistakably fresh. Ye Feng dug a shallow basin beside the spring to collect the trickle. Within minutes it filled, and he filled his tree cylinders, relieved at the thought that they would no longer lack potable water. Laden with 3 containers, he returned toward their campsite, reassured by the discovery. Not far off beneath a pine, Liu Ting cried out in alarm. They're half consumed by time, and earth lay a skeleton. The bones had decayed into fragments, the skull reduced to a fragment, and scattered shards hinted that the remains had lain there for decades, perhaps centuries. The sight chilled them both. Liu Ting drew back instinctively, while Ye Feng examined the scene with a somber curiosity. Deciding they could not leave the remains exposed, they improvised a grave with earth and stones, and covered the skeleton with care. Once finished, they hurried back to the cave. Inside, they found Xiaoa lying on a rock near the entrance, shivering in the damp air. Ye Feng offered to prepare a medicinal decoction, while Liu Ting insisted on hauling the wood inside to keep the herbs and the shelter dry. Ye Feng set about boiling the herbs, driven as much by a sense of duty as by a private hope that the grateful survivor might awaken with more than simple thanks for her rescuer. Ye Feng tended a simmering concoction in the dim mouth of the cave, while Liu Ting hauled every bundle of firewood inside. She made 20 trips with more than a dozen bundles, each traversal leaving her drenched in sweat. "I'm exhausted, my arms ache," she lamented, collapsing against the stone lip at the cave entrance. "You're surprisingly strong, stronger than many men," Ye Feng observed as he stirred the herbal brew. "I had no choice, that's why I carried them," Liu Ting replied with a weary frown, every muscle protesting. After her complaint, she lay back on the rock to rest. The pot on the fire gurgled, and the medicine began to release its pungent aroma, filling the cave with a dense traditional scent. Nearby, Xiaoa lay pale and unconscious on the ground, still unresponsive, perhaps overcome by shock. Liu Ting peered at the paper fragment they had salvaged. "What exactly does it refer to in that note?" she asked. "I don't know. Perhaps some kind of beast," Ye Feng answered, a crease of concern between his brows. Liu Ting fell silent a moment before speaking with quiet logic. If the writer had meant tiger or bear, they would have named it. The use of the pronoun, it implies the writer had not seen such a creature before and had no name for it. Ye Feng regarded her with a new appreciation, as if trying to discern the mind beneath her face. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Liu Ting asked, a little flustered. "You seem sharper all of a sudden," he said approvingly. "I've always been clever, you just never noticed," she retorted, rubbing her aching shoulders. "Even if it eats people, it won't change what we must do," Ye Feng said, shaking his head. "Aren't you afraid?" Liu Ting asked. "Not with you here," he smiled. "I couldn't protect you," she muttered, slightly annoyed at his flippancy. "You might not be able to, but if that thing came, it would probably take you first because you're the girl," Ye Feng joked, lightening the mood. Liu Ting grumbled and soon dozed on the stone, her breathing steady and regular. Ye Feng watched her for a while, then gently slipped his coat over her shoulders to keep the chill at bay. A sudden cold gust snatched the fabric away. He bent to recover it and readjusted it over her again, wishing the wind would relent so she might rest undisturbed. When the herbal decoction had finished steeping and cooled enough, Ye Feng ladled some into a hollowed wood cylinder. He carefully propped Xiaoa so she reclined partly against him and coaxed the medicine into her. Though unconscious, she swallowed slowly. "Drink a little more, wake soon, so caring for you won't be so difficult," he murmured, hoping she would rouse. He silently prayed she would not meet the same fate as Ye Feng, though he doubted Xiaoa would. With the immediate tasks done, Ye Feng turned to prepare food. He selected 2 large lobsters and placed them in a pan for boiling, simple fare, perhaps lacking in flavor, but enough to stave off hunger. Rain began to fall beyond the cave mouth, a steady percussion of drops like beads striking the forest. Fortunately, the wind was light, otherwise the rain would drive into the cave and render their shelter even more inhospitable. The cave was damp and leaked from above. It was a refuge only for the moment. They would have to find a better solution by morning. Seated on a stone and watching the rain, Ye Feng felt the weight of uncertainty. The forest stretched beyond like an endless sea of green, impenetrable and boundless. He longed for the arrival of a rescue party and for reunion with his parents, and he worried about how many others from the ship had survived. Each drop that fell from the cave ceiling registered like the ticking of a clock, slow and inexorable. Lost in thought, he recalled the title of a book he had once read, 100 Years of Solitude, and the mood of isolation settled over him. The rain continued. The wood they had salvaged, thankfully dry enough for the moment, and the crackling of the fire became the only steady sound amid the pattering on the rock. A familiar voice broke his reverie. He turned to find Liu Ting awake, her dark hair loose, and her gaze bright and tender despite the weather. She seemed refreshed and oddly luminous in the rain-dimmed light. Liu Ting, Ye Feng called warmly, rising to greet her. She studied him with a smile. "Why do you look so pleased to see me?" she teased. "Am I that obvious?" he replied. "Yes, you really do seem happier than before," she said, beaming. Having rested, the fatigue that had weighed on her moments earlier had lifted, and her energy returned with the clarity of someone briefly revived by sleep. In the dimming light of the cave, Ye Feng sat upon a rough stone and gazed out at the bordering forest. Dusk crept over the treetops. They would rest here for the night. Liu Ting offered a gentle apology. She had dozed off earlier, she explained, exhausted from the day's ordeal. Ye Feng waved away her concern with a calm smile. If you are still tired, you may sleep on, he said, his voice steady and reassuring. Liu Ting chose instead to remain awake. She did not wish him to be alone in the growing gloom. Liu Ting settled beside him and with deliberate care smoothed her hair. Ye Feng could not help but notice the graceful motion of her fingers. She combed in a way that made even a simple ritual seem artful. Your hair is beautiful, he said. Liu Ting laughed, revealing a charming dimple. Why praise my hair and not my face? She teased. Because you know your own appearance, Ye Feng replied with teasing earnestness, declining to flatter what she already understood. Zhao Xue's panic intensified under constraint. She flailed and shouted of a giant python intent on devouring her. Ye Feng, wake her, she's dangerous like this, Liu Ting urged as her hold began to falter. Ye Feng crossed the space swiftly and with practiced firmness pressed the Ren Zhong point on her philtrum. The contact snapped her back from the edge of terror. With a final frightened cry, Zhao Xue's eyes flew open and she blinked at the two figures watching her. The immediate fear gave way to confusion and then recognition. She smiled through foggy astonishment at seeing Liu Ting and Ye Feng near the fire. At first, Zhao Xue's relief curdled into fresh distress. Convinced they had all perished and found themselves in the afterworld, she wept for the parents who had sacrificed so much for her education. Her voice cracked as she spoke of her family's hardships and her dread at leaving them unattended. Liu Ting soothed her with composed tenderness, insisting they were very much alive and in a cave, not a realm of the dead. To dispel the illusion, she encouraged Zhao Xue to feel for a pulse and touch her warmed hand. Hesitant at first, Zhao Xue placed her palm to her chest, discovered a beating heart, and collapsed into tears of grateful joy. I am alive, she sobbed, overwhelmed by the gift of continued life and the hope of repaying those who had raised her. Ye Feng accepted the praise for rousing her with a casual grin, while Liu Ting rolled her eyes at his eagerness to claim credit. Ye Feng, inwardly pleased, allowed himself the small triumph of being the rescuer in that tender moment. Ye Feng, thank you for saving me. I will repay you, Zhao Xue whispered, trembling with gratitude. Tears brimmed in her eyes. She did not know how to express the depth of her appreciation. Ye Feng smiled gently and asked how she intended to repay him. Zhao Xue hesitated. She came from a poor family and had no clear answer. Her voice faltered as she tried to promise something she could not yet fulfill. Liu Ting's temper flared at Ye Feng's teasing. Are you trying to be cruel? Can't you see Zhao Xue is weak? Stop making things harder for her. She moved as if to strike him, then restrained herself. Ye Feng laughed it off and said he had only been joking, but the jest landed unevenly in the tense atmosphere. Zhao Xue, startled and disoriented, attempted to promise that once she found work, she would buy him fine clothes and a watch to repay his kindness. Liu Ting refused to leave Zhao Xue to her discomfort and urged her to rest, glaring at Ye Feng with protective indignation. Ye Feng sat back with a faint smile, a hint of disappointment crossing his features at being overlooked. Zhao Xue repeated her promise in a weak voice, breathing heavily, while Ye Feng soothed her and told her not to dwell on repayment. Inwardly, he mused, half amused, on how in old stories a rescued woman might pledge herself completely. He wondered if Zhao Xue had seen such dramas, as she did not speak in such terms. When Zhao Xue described the pineapple burning ache concentrated in her left foot, Liu Ting turned to Ye Feng for an explanation. He examined her briefly and explained with calm assurance that she had internal bruising and a dislocated foot. The circulation was impaired, which accounted for the heat and pain. Liu Ting grew anxious and urged him to set the bone at once. Ye Feng prepared to reduce the dislocation, asking Zhao Xue to endure the discomfort if she could. Fear trembled in Zhao Xue's voice as she struggled with vertigo and uncertainty. Liu Ting squeezed her hand and whispered comforting words, lending warmth and courage where panic threatened to take hold. Steeling herself, Zhao Xue agreed to try. Ye Feng knelt and found the misalignment, then with a swift, precise motion realigned the joint. A sharp crack cut through the air, and Zhao Xue cried out in pain. The moment passed, he released her foot and reassured them both that it was done and that she would be all right. Breathless and drained, Zhao Xue again attempted to voice her gratitude. Ye Feng bade her remain silent and rest, promising that they would prepare food for her when she was able. Curiosity overtook her despite her weakness, and she asked how they had managed to drive the python away. Ye Feng answered with elaborate bravado, painting the episode in strokes of peril and heroism, claiming he had risked his life and faced death to rescue her. Liu Ting listened unimpressed by the hyperbole, while Zhao Xue wept at the tale, deeply moved by what she believed to be selfless sacrifice. Zhao Xue, overcome with emotion, vowed that she would repay Ye Feng by caring for him when she recovered. Ye Feng gently declined any repayment, saying that her safety and well-being were reward enough. Liu Ting, affronted by his sentimental rhetoric, struck his back with an admonishing slap and warned him not to deceive Zhao Xue with such florid speeches. Ye Feng asked half in jest whether his danger had not been real. Liu Ting, flushed with anger, could only shoot him a scolding look. Ye Feng grasped the implication in Liu Ting's words and felt a twinge of remorse for his earlier levity. Unfamiliar with Xiaoa, he had spoken flippantly. Thank you for the reminder. I will not repeat those remarks, he said. Liu Ting explained that she had encountered Xiaoa only twice at school and had sensed a profound insecurity in her. Such a person was easily moved. Ye Feng acknowledged her point and promised to reserve those jokes for Liu Ting alone. A teasing exchange followed about being thick-skinned. Liu Ting laughed until she bent double, feigning indignation at being called thick-skinned. She claimed that she used to be sensitive, but meeting Ye Feng had toughened her. When Ye Feng asked why, she teased that his own brazen manner required her to be impervious. Their banter lightened the mood and revealed an easy intimacy between them. At last the large lobsters were ready. They ate by the fire, each holding a crustacean boiled in plain water. Without seasoning, the flavor was modest, yet the meat, a product of the deep sea, remained succulent. After finishing half of hers, Liu Ting offered the remainder to Ye Feng. He declined with polite restraint, but she insisted that she could not waste food and wished him to take it. He saw through her pretense and smiled at her pragmatic kindness. Their conversation turned gentler. Liu Ting admitted she worried that he might go hungry, arguing he needed strength to face the island's dangers. She spoke quietly but earnestly about survival and the burdens men often bore. Ye Feng was moved by her thoughtfulness and vowed not to let her starve. He reassured her that the primordial forest offered plenty and that they would procure ample provisions. After the lobsters, they skewered a slab of wild boar over the flames. The roasted meat satisfied Ye Feng, who had not eaten his fill before. One lobster was left aside for Xiaoa, whose injuries made tender, easily digested food preferable. The consideration for the wounded woman underscored their precarious situation and mutual reliance. As dusk deepened into night, the rain eased to a soft patter. The forest fell into a profound stillness, broken only by the fine drizzle. The fire at the cave mouth cast a solitary circle of light across the clearing, the lone beacon in a world devoid of moonlight. They sat companionably by the flames, sharing the dwindling meal while the blackness pressed in beyond the firelight. Liu Ting voiced concern for Ye Feng. Ye Feng dismissed the subject brusquely. He harbored no anxiety for that malicious woman and cared little for her fate. They quickly shifted to practical matters. Ye Feng proposed they erect a thatched hut on the dry ground before the cave and seal the cavern's entrance with a makeshift stone door, leaving a single passage for emergency retreat. Liu Ting approved. The site's proximity to the sea, he argued, increased their chances of being seen by any rescuers. They prepared for the night. Ye Feng, already low on sleep, offered Liu Ting the duty of watch, entrusting her with his sheath knife. He asked her to rouse him at the first sign of trouble and to tend to Xiaoa. Liu Ting accepted, ready to be vigilant on his behalf. Ye Feng, believing that in such desperate circumstances women were unlikely to betray men who could protect them, allowed himself a few hours of rest. Moments later, Liu Ting's hand froze mid-reach, her face drained of color. She pointed into the dim forest with a tremor in her voice. Beneath a nearby tree, two phosphorescent green eyes reflected the fire, round and unervingly still, like a ghostly gaze in the night. The sight pierced the quiet and split their calm with a surge of alarm. Night had fallen over the forest, and a fine, persistent rain threaded through the branches like a cascade of tiny embroidery needles. Beneath a great tree ahead, a pair of oil-green eyes glinted, fixed upon the cave entrance, as if watching Ye Feng and Liu Ting themselves. The sight sent a cold, involuntary shiver through them. Both the eyes were unervingly spectral. Liu Ting trembled. Ye Feng, what on earth is that? Could it be a wolf? Ye Feng shook his head gravely. The eyes were unnaturally round and luminous, not the slit, predatory gaze he associated with wolves. For all his uncertainty, he clutched the sheathed knife at his waist. The forest felt treacherous and ill-suited to repose. Liu Ting, frightened and indecisive, begged him not to go worrying for his safety and for Xiaoa. Ye Feng tried to reassure her, but he would not linger idle with danger at their threshold. He picked up a stone and tossed it toward the tree. The rock struck the ground near the green eyes. There was a faint shift, then a sound, squeaking and high-pitched, oddly familiar. Ye Feng seized a burning branch from the fire, the flames stubborn despite the drizzle, and advanced with knife and torch in hand. The gale pushed cold air across the clearing, and every step felt weighted with caution. The dim light and the foliage made it hard to discern the thing beneath the tree, yet the eyes never wavered in their stare. Returning to the cave mouth, Ye Feng, damp and dripping, he informed Liu Ting that it was only a rat, albeit an unnaturally large one. He set the torch back into the embers and sat to warm his clothing by the fire. Liu Ting, still shaken, remarked on the forest's strangeness. Such an abnormally large rat suggested that this place harbored oddities they had not yet imagined. They both resolved to be more vigilant in the days to come. A campfire hissed and breathed into the stillness of the cave as Ye Feng and Liu Ting sat by its warmth, each shrouded in uneasy thought. The recent appearance of abnormally large rats in the forest felt portentous. Such creatures belonged to nightmares, not to ordinary woodlands. Ye Feng tried to soothe Liu Ting with quiet confidence. He promised that as long as he stood guard, no threat, be it a single rat or a savage tiger, would overcome them. He brandished the knife at his hip with a gentle flourish, not entirely for intimidation, but because now more than ever she needed to see courage embodied. Liu Ting smiled wryly and teased him, but the atmosphere remained taut. As night deepened, Liu Ting insisted she would keep watch and urged Ye Feng to sleep. Reluctant but obedient to the rhythm of exhaustion, he entrusted her with the blade and soon slipped into a deep sleep. The rain had dwindled to silence by the time Liu Ting sat alert beside the fire, scanning the forest's shadowed rim. The faint occasional drip of water from leaves punctuated the darkness like distant patient clock beats. In the firelight, she found a fragile reassurance in Ye Feng's sleeping form and allowed herself a small tender smile at the stroke of fate that had placed him at her side on this forsaken island. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's dreams turned strange and staccato, circling on the image of a skeleton beneath a pine and a whispered prophecy. It came reverberating through his sleep. The dream left him unsettled but not yet awake. Voices soft and familiar threaded through the night and roused him. Ye Feng opened his eyes to find Xiaoa sitting by the embers, sharing quietly with Liu Ting while nibbling at a lobster they had salvaged. She greeted him with gratitude and apology for the disturbance. He waved it off with a rueful smile and asked the time. The three of them listened to the forest's calm, no wind, no rain, only the gentle plop of water falling from leaves. Xiaoa pressed half of the lobster toward him with a bashful flush, insisting he eat, but Ye Feng demurred. Liu Ting, teasing and pragmatic, joked that men could endure hunger longer and urged him to keep it. The mood lightened with gentle banter and the warmth of shared survival. As the conversation deepened, Xiaoa told them how the cruise had gone down and how the sea had cast her up onto the shore, exhausted, terrified, certain of death, only to wake and wander inland, avoiding sleep for fear, until she encountered a python, and then finally them. Her voice quivered with the memory. Ye Feng placed a steadying hand on her back and calmed her. She vowed to repay them for their kindness, though her cheeks glowed with the novelty of being consoled by a man. Ye Feng brushed the promise aside, caring only for her safety. Liu Ting, stifling a yawn, insisted on resuming her watch if Ye Feng truly needed rest, but he declined and chose instead to sit with Xiaoa to share the vigil. Under the vast, tranquil sky, the two kept watch, their murmured conversation a small bulwark against the island's unknowable dark, while in the hush Liu Ting slept beside the dying embers. Under the serene canopy of the forest night, Ye Feng and Xiaoa sat close to the fire while Liu Ting slept. The cave mouth was narrow, forcing them into intimate proximity. Though the cavern extended for dozens of square meters, dampness pervaded its interior, and water dripped from the ceiling, rendering it unsuitable for long habitation. Ye Feng watched Xiaoa beside him. Her cheeks were flushed, and her demeanor timid, like a bashful maiden contemplating marriage. "Yi, thank you for saving me. I will repay you," Xiaoa murmured, bowing her head with embarrassment. Ye Feng felt a twinge of impatience. She always offered the same words. Could they speak of anything else? Xiaoa stammered that she did not know what to say. She seemed unpracticed in human intercourse and struggled to meet his gaze. When Ye Feng asked if she felt cold, she answered in a flurry of nods and denials, her thoughts entangled and her voice barely audible. Xiaoa vowed obediently to be diligent and to heed his words, still avoiding his eyes. Ye Feng sighed inwardly. Conversing with Liu Ting had always been more diverting. Liu Ting's frankness and capacity for mischief made every exchange lively, whereas Xiaoa's reserve rendered their conversation flat. She insisted she would take the first watch, claiming she had already slept enough, though her reluctance to rest plainly reflected shame at idleness rather than fatigue. Ye Feng relented and lay against the stone wall to rest, leaving Xiaoa by the embers to keep vigil. She watched him furtively, anxious and uncertain how to repay his kindness, her breath quickening with unease. They agreed without protest. Ye Feng intended to prepare breakfast, erect a simple thatch hut, and barricade the cave entrance with stones, leaving a single portal. The cave could serve as an emergency sanctuary, while the hut would be their day-to-day shelter. Ye Feng planned to collect suitable timber from the nearby woods and asked Xiaoa to remain and recover for a couple of days. She hesitated, uneasy about being idle, but accepted and agreed to help Liu Ting with the morning meal. With that, Ye Feng slung his blade and hurried into the forest to gather wood, mindful not to stray too far lest he be unable to return swiftly in case of danger. Almost immediately upon entering the trees, he scented iron in the air. The unmistakable tang of blood drifted through the undergrowth, and curiosity propelled him swiftly toward its source. Ye Feng threaded swiftly through the timber, his senses abruptly arrested by the metallic tang of blood. It felt wrong, an intrusion upon the forest's usual hush. After a few minutes' brisk stride, he emerged upon a stone-strewn clearing where a gruesome pool of scarlet pockmarked the rock. The enormous rat from the previous night lay mutilated. Half its body had been devoured, the remaining torso still larger than an ordinary house cat. The sight churned Ye Feng's stomach. He clamped a hand over his nose and scanned the perimeter for any trace, but the bedrock left no footprints, no torn earth, only the assertion that some predator of the woods had claimed its prey. This island was proving more perilous than he had imagined. Ye Feng resolved to return to the cave. There was ample timber nearby, much of it suitable for erecting a crude shelter, and he could not delay. He feared for the safety of the two women at the camp. He quickened his pace, conscious of the responsibilities that had fallen upon him. From the open patch ahead came a burst of indignation. Ye Feng's voice carried across the clearing, accusingly certain, as if she had already declared dominion over their provisions. Ye Feng's pulse tightened. Ye Feng had somehow survived yesterday's savage storm. Her luck had baffled and impressed him in equal measure. Her laughter, triumphant and venomous, rang across the small encampment as she taunted Liu Ting, claiming she had not perished and implying that her abandonment absolved them of guilt. The brothers were Long and Da, who, sons of a man who had once held local power. Their swagger at school had been the stuff of whispered complaints. Alongside them stood Liu Xiaoa, a classmate of Ye Feng's, timid, soft-spoken, a product of humble circumstances, who rarely challenged the bully brothers. The sight of these three with Ye Feng made the situation perilous. Liu Ting warned that none of the food should be distributed without Ye Feng's consent, and she pleaded for patience. But power on the island was a different currency. The brothers, hungry and emboldened, had other designs. Ye Feng urged action with the insolence of one who believed brute force to be persuasive. She suggested they simply seize the provisions. What did courtesy matter on an ungoverned shore? Long's eyes gleamed with greed, while Da, who smirked, already picturing the two women as helpless prey. Liu Xiaochuan attempted to placate, to salvage civility with a soft smile, but his words earned only a slap from Da, who snarled that weakness deserved contempt. Humiliation clung to Liu Xiaochuan like a second skin. His silence betrayed a long record of deference to such men. The tension spiraled. Ye Feng derided Liu Xiaochuan and urged the brothers to take the food, confident that even Ye Feng's return would not thwart 3 against 1. Liu Ting's expression darkened. She felt the dangerous animal calculus of the island closing in. She seized a burning stick from the hearth, its embered end glowing like a command, and faced them without flinching. Zhao Shui retreated behind her, rooted in fear, yet relieved that Ye Feng was returning. Outside the forest, Ye Feng advanced with a saber in hand, each step deliberate and heavy. The blade scraped the earth, producing a low metallic whisper, as if the weapon itself were a chill-faced swordsman. His gaze was icily resolute as he regarded the small group before him. They had dared to contest their provisions. Such brazen avarice drew only contempt from him. The atmosphere contracted into silence. No one dared speak, while Liu Ting offered a radiant smile, her dimples catching the wan light. She found reassurance in Ye Feng's presence. His commanding aura steadied her like an anchor. Zhao Shui, previously flustered and adrift, likewise felt alleviated by his arrival and steadied herself at his side. Dalong broke the quiet with a boisterous laugh, yet his eyes never left the saber. He could not fathom where Ye Feng had procured such an instrument. Beside him, Du, seethed with envy, believing fortune had inexplicably smiled upon Ye Feng since the shipwreck. To have both beauty and arms on this island seemed a providential boon. Liu Xiaochuan nodded with a faint, courteous smile. He and Ye Feng had once sat in the same classroom, their shared humble origins forming an awkward, unspoken kinship. Ye Feng, aggrieved and imperious, strode forward and demanded redress. She reminded Ye Feng of a slap from the previous day and insisted upon a ceremonious apology, restitution for her wounded pride and all of his provisions. Her posture was that of a tigress asserting dominion. Ye Feng replied with cold disdain and without parley returned her slap. He turned away and resumed his march, unmoved by her theatrics. Ye Feng's cry of pain dissolved into a promise of vengeance. She clutched her face and vowed that the matter would not end there. Ye Feng paused only long enough to glance at Liu Ting and Zhao Shui and inquire whether they were unharmed. Both assured him they were fine, their voices small but relieved. He said nothing further. His silence conveyed both protection and dismissal. Infuriated, Ye Feng urged the 3 men to intervene. Yet Dalong offered only a smooth, conciliatory explanation about hunger, attempting to veil his hostility. Daho bristled and wanted to act, but the elder brother's glance silenced him. Liu Xiaochuan remained conflicted and silent, uncertain which side to claim. When they pressed that Ye Feng ought to yield his provisions, Ye Feng countered that they were not his charge and that they should procure their own sustenance. Daho finally snapped, threatening to kill him. Ye Feng, unfazed, leveled his saber towards Daho and challenged him to see which of them would fall first. The clearing held its breath under the razor edge of the moment. In the heart of the forest, Ye Feng leveled his blade at the 2 men, his expression deliberate and immovable. He understood human nature all too well. Weakness here on this isolated island would be tantamount to suicide. A single falter and Shi Dalong and Shi Deho would press their advantage until calamity befell him. He brandished his knife and intoned with cold resolve, "If you dare seize our provisions, I will sever your hand." Shi Deho ground his teeth at the insult. Never before had anyone treated him with such contempt. At school he had lorded it over boys like Ye Feng, assuming the sons of humble households were natural targets for his scorn. Now stranded on this island, he found himself disdained and threatened. The humiliation stung like an open wound. Ye Feng fanned the embers of conflict from the sidelines, urging Shi Deho not to yield and reminding him of his father's influence and followers. She hoped to provoke the brothers into confronting Ye Feng to vindicate their bruised pride. Liu Xiaochuan intervened instead, pleading for restraint and urging his schoolmates to resolve their differences peacefully. His entreaties, however, earned Ye Feng's ire. She flung invective at him, furious at what she perceived as betrayal. Liu Xiaochuan remained silent and timid, for he was no match for the powerful families represented among them. Liu Ting's wealthy father and the Shi brothers' domineering household rendered him cautious. Even Ye Feng, though also from modest origins, commanded allies by means of her charms and streetwise connections. When Shi Dalong quietly ordered his brother to step back, Shi Deho bristled, unable to accept being humiliated, while Ye Feng held a knife. Shi Dalong, adopting a conciliatory smile, reminded them that they were all survivors of the same calamity and ought to aid one another rather than rend their tenuous unity. Yet his eyes never left Ye Feng's blade, betraying a suspicion beneath his courtesy. Gradually Shi Deho begrudgingly retreated, his contempt barely contained. Ye Feng sheathed his weapon but kept his posture unyielding. He would not hesitate to take their lives should they make a move. Xiaoa, pale and trembling, implored him to put away the knife for the sake of harmony. Ye Feng scoffed, disappointed by the brothers' apparent meekness. Once in school, they had ruled with impunity and deserved reverence, or so she thought. Once they were gone, Xiaoa asked why Ye Feng had not simply driven them away. Ye Feng explained that to expel them would only drive them into furtive hostility. Cast out, they would become greater threats lurking in the shadows. Liu Ting agreed, adding that the danger might yet escalate. Ye Feng permitted himself the slenderest of smiles, untroubled by peril. If Shi Dalong or Shi Dehu harbored ill intentions, he vowed he would not hesitate to finish them. Xiaoa whispered that Shi Dalong appeared amiable, while Shi Dehu seemed ferocious. Ye Feng smiled wryly and warned that outward amiability was unreliable. Those who concealed themselves were often the most perilous, for one never knew when a supposedly benign face might strike fatally. Liu Ting echoed the sentiment and urged vigilance. They deliberated a cautious course of action. Ye Feng proposed waiting and observing, to remain still until the others had finished hauling timber and sealing the cavern entrance, then to feign departure and test the adversaries' reactions before acting decisively. He stressed the imperative that the three of them must never separate, for the girls Liu Ting and Zhao Suora, the most vulnerable. Liu Ting asked whether Liu Xiaoquan, Ye Feng's classmate, might be persuaded to join their side to bolster their numbers. Ye Feng dismissed Liu Xiaochuan as timid and ineffectual, though he admitted that if Liu wished to ally with them, he would not oppose it. Liu Ting, proud and defiant, declared she had trained in Taekwondo and could hold her own. Ye Feng regarded her with fond amusement at her youthful confidence. Meanwhile, Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu roamed the forest seeking timber. Shi Dehu seethed with rancor, unable to forget their former dominance on campus. He resented Ye Feng, whose mere possession of a stubborn little knife seemed an affront to his pride. The two brothers had lingered at university long after most had graduated, intoxicated by easy pleasures and the laxity afforded by student status. As they reminisced about old triumphs, Shi Dehu vowed to seize everything Ye Feng possessed. Ye Feng egged them on, inflaming their contempt and daring them not to be humiliated by a man with a blade. Shi Dalong counseled restraint. He recognized that confrontation, while Ye Feng held a knife, could be risky. Shi Dehu scoffed that competence was irrelevant where connections mattered, asserting that patronage could elevate anyone. Comforted by such cynical clarity, Liu Xiaochuan warmed to the proposal. With timber shouldered, the group trudged back toward their encampment, Shi Dehu vowing over gritted teeth that he would first appease his hunger and then teach Ye Feng a lesson he would not forget. By the fire, Ye Feng sat with Liu Ting and Xiaoa. He betrayed no anxiety. He viewed the trio as petty troublemakers unworthy of alarm, though prudence tempered his indifference. Xiaoa trembled with nervousness, perspiration beading on her skin. Liu Ting kept her grip on a wooden staff, watchful and composed. Shi Dalong returned and placed the meat upon a stone, then asked almost pleadingly if Ye Feng would use his saber to divide the roast into 4 equal portions. He would not dare borrow the blade, he said, but he sought Ye Feng's assistance. Ye Feng rose and obliged. Liu Ting followed at his shoulder, wary of mishap as he approached. Shi Dalong's attention lingered on Liu Ting with a covetous glint. He could not conceal the jealousy her beauty provoked. He smiled and made idle inquiries about her relationship with Ye Feng, but Liu Ting answered coldly and dismissed him. Ye Feng's blade moved with graceful precision, cleaving the slab into 4 neat portions before he turned and returned to the fire without ceremony. Gratitude spilled from Shi Dalong in practiced tones while Shi Daihu crouched and stared longingly at Ye Feng's weapon and at Liu Ting's exposed profile. Around the flame, they ate in uneasy silence, and when they had filled their bellies, Ye Feng thought to secure more provisions. Survival on the island demanded that food be guarded and stored with care. Reluctantly, Ye Feng tore a scrap for Lu Xiaochuan and divided the remainder into 3 shares. Shi Dalong consoled him with bland assurances about their indebtedness and promised that when rescue came his kindness would be repaid manifold. Lu Xiaoquan, thinking of the likely arrival of rescuers within days, swallowed his pride and accepted the compromise. When the meal concluded, Shi Dalong approached again, his smile courteous and obliging. Ye Feng rose with his saber in hand. Liu Ting stepped to his side, bright-eyed and resolute, as a fragile peace settled around the fire while tensions smoldered beneath the surface. Beneath the cavern's hollow, Shi Dalong and his companions approached with measured politeness. Ye Feng Xindi, we are grateful for your provisions. We will not forget your kindness and will repay you when we leave this place, Shi Dalong intoned. Ye Feng answered with quiet finality that no repayment was necessary. He had no desire for polite artifices or insincere gratitude. When Shi Dalong persisted, insisting they would repay him even if he refused, Ye Feng merely told them the cavern was too small to shelter so many and advised them to seek survival elsewhere. A brittle tension filled the air. Liu Ting watched closely, searching their faces for some reaction. Zhao Shui trembled, fearful that the courtesy might explode into open hostility. Shi Dalong's expression darkened. Shi Dahu's eyes glinted with barely contained fury. Ye Feng displayed open disdain. Lu Xiaochuan appeared uneasy and unsure. The quiet pressed on them like an approaching storm. Ye Feng anchored his saber in the earth, hands resting on the hilt, and regarded them with a steady, commanding gaze. Shi Dalong forced a smile and argued they had not yet completed the tasks they had promised, that they still needed to move stones and finish the cavern. Ye Feng offered to build the remainder himself if they left. Shi Dalong feigned reluctance to leave, pleading that they had nowhere else to go, but Ye Feng reminded them the island was vast, and there were many other places to seek refuge. Shi Daihu erupted, enraged and defiant, insisting the island was no one's dominion and that no one could evict them. Shi Dalong restrained him with a stern rebuke, asserting his authority in their small band. He then reproached Shi Daihu and Ye Feng for their ingratitude, arguing that Ye Feng's apparent threat had been a test to see who was worthy of trust. Their silence was bought by Shi Dalong's influence. His voice carried weight among them. A brief quarrel flared between Shi Dalong and Shi Daihu over obedience. Shi Dalong silenced his brother with a shove and a sharp command. Shi Daihu subsided, resentful yet cowed. Ye Feng cautioned them to be diligent, and Shi Dalong promised they would labor faithfully. As they dispersed to their tasks, a glance from Shi Dalong betrayed a streak of menace. Ye Feng set to work with Liu Ting and Zhao Shui, constructing a simple hut. With an abundance of timber, the labor was swift, and the labor of others spared him more exhaustive toil. A few hours later, their thatched shelter rose from the jungle, while Shi Dalong's group continued to shoulder stone after stone toward the cave. Lu Xiaoquan, weakened by hunger, kept working through the pain to avoid provoking Shi Dalong and Shi Daihu. Only a few provisions remained. Before departing to hunt, Ye Feng gathered the last handful of wild boar meat stored in the cave. The supply had once been abundant, yet a recent storm had scattered much of it. After several meals, only a few kilos were left. He refused to leave the meat in the cave where Shi Dalong and his companions might pilfer it or worse, attempt to poison it. Although true poisons were scarce on the island, venoms and toxic secretions such as those from snakes or certain other creatures were not beyond imagination in this primeval forest. Back at the women, Ye Feng retrieved the rabbit and allowed a small, satisfied smile. Both Liu Ting and Zhao Shui praised his skill. Few could single-handedly catch such nimble quarry. Ye Feng suggested they return. The prospect of a warm meal brightened their spirits. Zhao Shui worried aloud about feeding 7 mouths, for Shi Dalong's party numbered 4 in addition to their own 3. Ye Feng answered coldly that Shi Dalong's group possessed no entitlement to the food if they had not earned it. Alarmed, Zhao Shui kept silent, anxious about the repercussions, but relieved that Ye Feng had no intention of sharing. Meanwhile, on the plain below the cave, Shi Daihu, who lay sprawled on a rock, grumbling about the forced labor and cursing Ye Feng. Ye Feng agreed, angry that someone they perceived as poorer should command them. Shi Dalong, however, advised patience. His voice carried a thread of malice when he suggested that deeds required timing. Rash threats would achieve nothing. He attempted to mollify Lu Xiaochuan with promises of position and favor should he pledge loyalty, but Lu Xiaochuan sat motionless and unresponsive. Ye Feng, impatient, kicked him. They feared he might be dead, and only upon testing did Shi Dalong conclude he had merely fainted from exhaustion and hunger. A brittle laughter escaped Ye Feng as she sat on the stone, pressing her hollowed abdomen with small, eager hands. I am ravenous later, I shall eat more wild rabbit and wild boar, she quipped, voice light with appetite. Ye Feng cast a cold, contemptuous smile. He judged Jin Feng's intellect with undisguised scorn and muttered an expletive under his breath at her audacity. Nearby, Lu Xiaochuan lay prostrate on the rock, fainted from hunger. Jin Feng and Shi Dehu showed no inclination to assist him. Whether he lived or perished seemed irrelevant to them. Ye Feng set about preparing the rabbit with quiet efficiency. He slit the creature open, washed it thoroughly, and constructed a crude wooden rack over the coals. He skewered the carcass and set it above the embers, the task executed with practiced, unhurried motions. Liu Ting and Zhao Shui sat close by, anticipation evident in their faces as they waited for the roasted meat. The small camp simmered with an expectant hush, punctuated only by the crackle of the fire. After half an hour, a heady, savory perfume unfurled through the air, teasing the senses and drawing every eye. Liu Ting laughed bashfully, a rosy smile betraying her appetite as she confessed she was nearly salivating. Ye Feng warned her to be patient. The rabbit was not yet fully cooked. The aroma proved too strong a summons for Lu Xiaoquan, who stirred awake, clutching his abdomen and asking weakly about the source of the tantalizing scent. Jin Feng barked at him to stay down and conserve his strength, indifferent to his suffering. The rabbit browned and caramelized, its aroma growing more irresistible. Ye Feng drew his knife and carved off the plumpest hind leg, offering it courteously to Liu Ting with a terse invitation to eat. She accepted with gracious gratitude and began to eat with evident relish. He handed another leg to Zhao Shui, who demurred and requested the front leg instead, clearly preferring the choicest portions. Ye Feng, aware of her intent to reserve the best for herself, admonished her lightly and reminded her there were other delectable parts on the rabbit, she need not coddle him. The trio ate contentedly by the fire, savoring each morsel, while 4 others hovered a short distance away, mouths watering. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Dalong approached the flames with a conciliatory air and requested a share of the meat, apologizing for having been occupied with hauling timber and stone to fashion the cave entrance, and thus missing the hunt. Ye Feng, chewing deliberately, snapped a retort about self-sufficiency, though he ultimately conceded some meat to the brothers, slicing sizable portions for Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu in recognition of their labor that day. Jin Feng thrust out her hand, demanding a share, but Ye Feng answered with icy disdain. He accused her of contributing little to the grueling work of transport and construction, labeling her a shirker and denying her a portion accordingly. Jin Feng bristled with rage, fists clenched, but her fury was tempered by circumstance. The Shi brothers ate nearby, and she lacked the courage to confront Ye Feng openly. Her indignation simmered impotently as she watched the others eat. Lu Xiaoquan, barely steady, shuffled close and pleaded softly for food. Ye Feng, recalling that Lu was a fellow classmate and one of humble origins, cut him a generous piece, nearly a pound, and handed it over without hesitation. Lu accepted the portion with trembling gratitude. He had expected scarcely a scrap. Jin Feng attempted to steer Lu away, pointing to the shade beneath a tree as if offering him a place to eat, though her true motive was to seize the meat once he moved. Liu Ting, noticing the ploy, interceded, quietly urging Lu to remain where he was and not yield his meal, protecting him from Jin Feng's scheming. Jin Feng intended to lure Lu Xiaochuan beneath the tree to snatch his meal, but Liu Ting would not allow it. Sit here and eat, Liu Ting instructed, aware that if Lu moved, he would soon be stripped of his food by Jin Feng. Lu Xiaochuan stood clutching the food in conflicted silence. Jin Feng fumed and demanded, where he eats is none of your business. Liu Ting replied coldly that Jin Feng had no right to speak to her. The exchange escalated into biting contempt. Jin Feng mocked Liu Ting's background, insinuating that the only way she could enjoy a bottle of Lafite was by consorting with the wealthy in shameful ways. Liu Ting, though loath to boast of her family's means, could not let such scorn pass unanswered. Lu Xiaochuan ate ravenously, oblivious to the rising tempers. Jin Feng, enraged at his defiance, wrapped her arms around his hands and tried to pry the food away. Give it to me, you pauper. A few missed meals won't kill you, she spat. Lu, cowed by the social power dynamics and his own aspirations, refused to yield. Ye Feng shot a glance and signaled the others to teach Jin Feng a lesson. Zhao Shui bowed her head, shrinking from direct confrontation. Liu Ting then unleashed a series of disciplined kicks, precise and devastating. Jin Feng was sent sprawling into the dirt, humiliated and winded. Ye Feng and Zhao Shui watched astonished at Liu Ting's skill. It became clear she had trained in Taekwondo. Jin Feng, furious and defeated, called for Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu to come and teach her a lesson, but neither brother stepped forward. They watched instead, unwilling to pit themselves against Liu Ting when the odds and honor did not compel them. All the while, Lu Xiaochuan continued to eat, with desperate relish, apparently deaf to Jin Feng's cries. She scrambled up, kicked him once, and stormed off. He barely felt the blow. Years of subjugation had dulled his reaction. When his food was gone, he asked, trembling, Ye Feng, might there be more? I'm still hungry. Ye Feng refused, unwilling to continue coddling a man who displayed such timidity. Nearby Ye Feng approached Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu with a plaintive plea for scraps. They had already finished the meager provisions and feigned helplessness. Ye Feng crouched, stomach clenched with hunger, and Liu Xiaoquan, unable to resist a cruelly pragmatic remark, advised she curl up on the ground, as such posture might dull the pangs. Ye Feng exploded, slapping him twice, cursing him as an insolent pauper and threatening vengeance upon his family, and Su Qing boasting of dangerous acquaintances. Liu swallowed his indignation. When Ye Feng noticed Ye Feng approaching with a sheathed blade at his side, she froze, suddenly meek. Her defiance dissipated into fear. She stood aside and wondered whether Ye Feng had come to execute her thin threats. Ye Feng's earlier swagger evaporated when Ye Feng strode forward, a sword dangling by his side. Her bravado crumpled into apprehension, as if the blade itself questioned her courage. Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu rose, as well, warily watching Ye Feng. Their hands were empty and their movements cautious. Liu Xiaoquan's eyes clouded with a somber light, yet he forced a courteous smile in Ye Feng's direction, attempting to mask his unease. When Ye Feng entered the modest hut, it measured barely 10 square meters and smelled of dry straw. The firelight filtered in, bathing the interior in a warm glow. Xiaoa kept her head bowed, ashamed and self-conscious, while Ye Feng teased her gently, bidding her to look up. Her blush deepened, and Liu Ting, with eyes bright and perceptive, chided Ye Feng for his teasing and claimed she would be content simply to watch him. Their banter was light but affectionate, a fragile comfort against the island's harshness. Liu Ting sat within the humble shack, a short sword clasped tightly in her hands, her gaze fixed warily on the darkness beyond the doorway. She kept watch over the sleeping Ye Feng, vigilant not only against the approach of Shi Dalong and his companions, but also against the prowling beasts that haunted these woods at night. The forest was treacherous, shadows moved with a life of their own, and the cold wind carried the distant promise of danger. A few paces from the clearing smoldered the brazier where Shi Dalong's group had set their fire, lending the night an uneasy glow. The cold breeze threaded through the campsite, while Shi Dehu sat upon a stone, muttering with resentment. He could not conceal his envy. Ye Feng, ensconced within the shelter with 2 attractive women, lay comfortably while they lingered in the open. Bitter jealousy coiled within him, a fierce urge to seize what the stranger possessed. He imagined barging into the hut and forcing Ye Feng to submit so that those women would be his. Shi Dalong's voice cut through the murmurs around the fire, measured and ominous. He suggested that Ye Feng's behavior was intolerable and that it was time to teach him a lesson. Ye Feng pressed the point with sharp words and simmering hunger. Liu Xiaoquan, timid and apprehensive, attempted to defuse the tension by urging harmony and warning against conflict. He longed to be favored to rise to the rank of general manager, yet he trembled at the thought of provoking the dangerous brothers. Ye Feng's temper flared. She insulted Liu Xiaoquan for his timidity, deriding his family as weak and impoverished. Shi Dalong, however, presented a calmer, more cunning posture. He reassured Liu Xiaoquan that they had no intention of resorting to murder, only to humiliate Ye Feng enough to demonstrate their dominance. Liu Xiaoquan, relieved, accepted the task ordered of him without daring to resist, though his hands shook at the thought of venturing into the dim forest to fetch firewood. They spoke in greedy, lascivious tones about what would come after Ye Feng's demise. Shi Dehu boasted of claiming Liu Ting and Xiaoa once they left the island. Ye Feng feigned jealousy, a flirtatious pretense to coax attention from the men. Despite the brazen cadences of their conversation, Shi Dalong counseled patience, no rash moves that might alarm their quarry. They must bide their time and strike when the opportunity was absolute. Meanwhile, back in the hut, the hours drifted by until Xiaoa stirred awake. Her voice was soft as she rubbed at her eyes and inquired of the hour. Liu Ting, without a watch, could only surmise that it was late into the second half of the night. She urged Xiaoa to rest while she kept guard, yet Xiaoa insisted on sharing the vigil. They took turns, so each could sleep in stretches. Liu Ting warned that the behavior of Shi Dalong and his companions struck her as unnatural, restless, and alert. Beneath the moon, they prowled around their fire with an unnerving vitality. Around the fire, Shi Dalong and his companions paced restlessly, as if searching for a lost treasure. By the middle of the night, their energy waned, and they collapsed where they stood, drifting into sleep beside the embers. Dawn arrived before they realized it. Ye Feng opened his eyes to the first golden shafts of sunlight piercing the primordial forest. The morning was serene, sunlight gilded the canopy, and the verdant woods seemed to stretch like an endless ocean beneath a sapphire sky. He felt invigorated after a deep sleep. Xiaoa stood at the hut's doorway with a knife in hand, scanning the perimeter. She greeted him with quiet relief and reported that the night had been calm. Shi Dalong's group had loitered about their own fire for a long time, but had never ventured closer. Ye Feng rose and found Liu Ting still sleeping within the hut, exhausted from the late hour at which she had fallen asleep. Xiaoa offered to prepare breakfast so Ye Feng could rest, but he declined. They had only a few pounds of roasted boar left. Once it was gone, they would need to hunt, for on a desolate, all sustenance equaled survival. Outside the camp, Xiaoa and the others slumbered beside a separate fire, remarkably careless about keeping watch. They seemed untroubled, confident that Ye Feng posed them no threat. Xiaoa skewered the last slices of boar and set them to searing over the flames. A sudden cry broke the morning quiet. Ye Feng, who had been sleeping lightly, leapt up shrieking as she realized her hand had brushed into the embers. She fanned the burn and tried to hold back tears. Liu Xiaoquan, startled, hurried to her side to inquire after her condition and found himself slapped away by Ye Feng's fury and scorn, reduced to silence and shame. Liu Ting emerged from the hut, hair disheveled and eyes still heavy with sleep. She laughed at Ye Feng's misfortune, calling it a just consequence for poor character, which only provoked Ye Feng's wrath further. The camp's atmosphere bristled with petty animosities, though none dared to confront Ye Feng directly. Though her words were vicious, there lingered about Ye Feng a certain rough education. Liu Xiaochuan refused to hoard the scant breakfast. He divided it into 4 equal portions and offered them to the group, reluctant to indulge alone. Fear flickered across Zhao Shui's face. Timid by nature, she grew palpably anxious at the prospect of danger, knowing Shi Dalong had 2 accomplices nearby. Ye Feng, steely beneath his calm, promised retribution should they be attacked. Those 2 scoundrels, if they strike first, they'll take their lives, he murmured, his gaze hard as steel. Liu Ting counseled prudence. Do not be reckless. Those brothers are treacherous. Better to be cautious. Ye Feng nodded. He did not underestimate them despite his contempt. Meanwhile, Shi Dalong approached with a false geniality, proposing they forage together for food rather than splitting up. Liu Ting kept the sapling staff poised to dissuade any closeness from Shi Dalong. When the man drew near, she nudged his shoulder with the stick and warned him to keep his distance, complaining of his overpowering scent. He feigned offense but retreated with a strained smile. Zhao Shui obediently fell close behind, Ye Feng clutching her own stick, her hands trembling with fear. A hush fell. Wolves, they realized, did not belong only to open steppes. They adapted to deserts and snowfields as readily as to forested canopies. Ye Feng tightened his grip on the knife, scanning the surrounding gloom. The peacefulness of their walk had been an illusion. Now every rustle felt portentous, every shadow a potential threat. Ye Feng urged everyone to be cautious. He had discovered fresh tracks of Qinglan Lang jungle wolves and feared the pack might still be nearby. Wolves hunt in groups. Even 3 seen at once could signal many more hidden in the woods, and that would be perilous despite Ye Feng's blade. Stooping to examine the imprints, Ye Feng observed 3 distinct sets of paw prints. Though not numerous, wolves travel in packs that can swell to a dozen or more when prey is plentiful. He explained this quietly, his brow furrowing at the prospect of reinforcements arriving before they could move on. They could not simply return empty-handed. Hunger would be a greater foe than the wolves if they abandoned the hunt. Ye Feng decided they should leave the area and seek game elsewhere. Shi Dalong accepted the plan and led his small contingent to fall back slowly, each step deliberate, so as not to alarm any predator nearby. Zhao Shui, pale with fear, clung to the group. Ye Feng reassured her in a steady voice, promising protection. Her relief was tangible. She nodded with solemn trust. For a brief moment their retreat felt controlled, measured by common purpose and Ye Feng's calm authority. A sudden gust sighed through the trees, scattering leaves like whispers. Ye Feng's instincts prickled. Something was approaching from the forest's dark edge. Without warning, 3 gray wolves emerged, large and formidable, each a heavy-bodied specimen, far larger than the lean plains wolves they had expected. Panic broke the fragile composure when Ye Feng fled. Despite repeated admonitions never to turn and run, she spun and bolted, her terror contagious. The formation collapsed as Shi Dahu and Liu Xiaochuan followed in haste. Fear is a contagion. The wolves, sensing disorder, abandoned their restraint and surged forward. Ye Feng reacted instantly. He drew his saber and shouted for everyone to seek cover. 2 wolves diverted toward the fleeing cluster, while the larger lunged at Ye Feng and his nearest companions. Ye Feng met the assault with decisive force, driving a powerful kick into the attacking wolf's head and knocking it to the earth. Even struck down, the wolf recovered with a savage leap. It aimed for Liu Ting, who stood frozen in terror. Ye Feng snatched the animal by its tail midair and hurled it with brutal momentum into a tree. Before it could rise, he rushed in and plunged his blade into its throat. The gray wolf emitted a final agonized cry and went still. Relief washed over Liu Ting, who pressed trembling hands to her chest and thanked Ye Feng with tearful gratitude. Around them, Shi Dalong and Shi Da, who battered the remaining wolves with stout sticks, while Liu Xiaochuan scrambled up the nearest tree with surprising agility. Ye Feng, unpracticed at climbing, fumbled below and resorted to cursing at Liu Xiaochuan to haul her up. One of the wolves, struck by a heavy club from Shi Dalong, spun and lunged for Ye Feng. Her panicked screams pierced the clearing, a raw sound of vulnerability that underscored the fragile line between survival and disaster. The forest hung on the outcome, every heart pounding as the skirmish continued to unfold. An anguished cry rent the air as Ye Feng clung desperately to the trunk of a tree, her fingers scrabbling for purchase as she tried to climb higher. Time moved like molasses, it was already too late. Liu Xiaochuan stood atop the same tree intending to pull her to safety, but his reach fell short. A gray wolf lunged with terrifying swiftness, jaws gaping to reveal a rack of lethal teeth. It aimed straight for Ye Feng and seized her forearm, its body thrashing in a savage attempt to tear flesh free. She screamed in agony, the raw sound of pain and terror. Frantic, she called for help. Ye Feng shirdo, yet Ye Feng pretended not to see. To him, Ye Feng's sufferings seemed deserved the cruelty she had shown others, justified in his mind his indifference. The wolf's bite had torn deep, blood soaked her sleeve, and panic overtook her. Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu arrived brandishing clubs and driving the attacking wolf away. They did not pause, their sticks flew at the second beast, battering it relentlessly. The blows humbled the creature, and it released Ye Feng before attempting to flee. Ye Feng moved with purposeful speed, intent on finishing the other wolf. Two animals together tipped the scales at roughly 100 kilograms, a prize of meat that might last them some time, though Ye Feng mused that wolf would hardly match the flavor of wild boar. The fleeing wolf snarled and twisted its head back to bite, but Ye Feng met it with a single decisive strike. With both hands on his blade, he cleaved downward. The beast emitted a piteous cry and collapsed, felled by an instrument wielded by a resolute human. Xiaoa, standing nearby, could not restrain her admiration for Ye Feng's prowess. Ye Feng writhed in pain, the wound on her arm grievous and nearly denuding flesh. Watching Ye Feng dispatch the wolf filled her with a bitterness so profound that gratitude could not find a foothold. In her mind, if Ye Feng had acted sooner, she would not have been harmed. Resentment swelled into a vow of retribution. When Shi Dalong inquired after her condition, she offered him an effusive and self-serving gratitude, promising repayment for his rescue. Liu Xiaochuan climbed down and approached with concern. Ye Feng answered not with grateful words, but with invective, casting him as a coward and a pauper unworthy of aid. Her tongue was venomous, she accused him of abandoning her. Liu Xiaochuan stammered an explanation, confessing fear during the crisis, but his apology only inflamed her wrath. She seized a stone and struck him heavily. He cried out as blood streamed from his head, clutching at the sticky warmth on his palms, aghast at the sight of his own life's color. A shallow clearing in the island woodlands became the theater of sudden terror when Ye Feng realized the wolf's teeth had pierced her flesh. The old superstitions and medical anxieties crowded her mind. Tetanus, virulent infection, and her composure dissolved into palpable panic. She turned to Ye Feng with pleading eyes. Ye Feng, you are not deceiving me, are you? She asked with frantic urgency. Ye Feng's retort was cold and incredulous. Would I find sport in lying to you? He replied, the derisive edge in his voice failing to disguise the depth of his disaffection. The arrogance that had once defined Ye Feng evaporated. She had sneered at Ye Feng, mocked him, and conspired with the Shi brothers to see him undone. Now her cheeks blanched, and her bravado crumbled. She reached for Shi Dalong and Shi Da, who with the one hand unmarked by blood clutching them, as if to anchor herself to something solid. Both brothers exchanged helpless glances. They were no healers, their faces betrayed genuine uncertainty. We do not know how to save you, Shi Dalong admitted, his voice edged with discomfort. Shi Da, who echoed the helplessness. Their inability to answer Ye Feng's wails intensified the scene's futility. Nearby, Liu Xiaochuan slumped beneath a tree, blood seeping from a split scalp where Ye Feng had struck him. He pressed a trembling hand to the wound, his demeanor was pitiful, and Ye Feng's bearing softened for an instant into a silent, reproachful sigh. Men who lived with cowardice invited scorn. Ye Feng thought Liu's refusal to strike back had left him maimed and ashamed. Ye Feng, I erred, please save me, Ye Feng implored on her knees, her voice fracturing with theatrical contrition. Ye Feng studied her, the memory of her prior betrayal, Shi attempt to harm Liu Ting, the ambush with the Shi brothers, the savage beating of Liu Xiaochuan etched into his refusal. He considered her malice so intrinsic that compassion seemed not merely misplaced, but dangerous. Yet Ye Feng was not altogether unmoved by human frailty. He crouched by Liu Xiaochuan and pointed out a modest green herb at the wounded man's feet. That low plant with 5 leaves is useful for staunching blood, he observed. Liu obliged, tearing the herb between his teeth and grinding it into a poultice to be bound upon the gash. The simple remedy arrested the flow but could not heal the humiliation. Around them, Liu Ting and Xiaoa hovered, their concern evident as they tended to the injured man, with gentle hands and reproachful eyes directed at his timidity. As they receded into the green, the fragile order among them held brittle as the dried leaves underfoot. Ye Feng's contrition echoed hollowly against trunks that had silently witnessed her earlier contempt. Shi Dalong and Shi Da, who bore their burdens with alacrity tempered by furtive hostility, Liu Xiaochuan endured both pain and shame. Ye Feng's decision that a life of calculation would intersect with a life of consequence remained unspoken but absolute. On that wooded path, survival dictated terms, and every choice imposed a price. "Damn, I'm exhausted," Shurdo muttered as he propped the wolf beside the embers and collapsed upon a stone, his breaths ragged. The carcass he had hauled probably weighed 100 jin. He had dragged it for more than 10 li and looked spent to the marrow. Shi Dalong, likewise spent, eased the other wolf onto the ground. Both beasts were dead victims of Ye Feng's blade. They had been fortunate not to encounter more of the pack on their way back. The forest no longer felt safe. Wolf territories were vast here, and it was only a matter of time before more would appear. Shi Daihe glanced at Ye Feng and posed the obvious question. "Ye Feng, you said earlier that if we brought back the wolves you'd give us one each. Do you mean that?" Shi Daihe's voice betrayed impatience. Shi Dalong's unease was similar, neither wished to provoke a rift with Ye Feng yet. "Don't worry," Ye Feng replied with cold calm, "I keep my word. One of the wolves will be yours." He indicated the smaller of the two carcasses, perhaps 70 or 80 jin. Outrage flared in Shi Daihe. "This is too much. Our camp counts 4 people, and yours only 3. The heavier wolf should be ours." Ye Feng's reply was frost-sharp. "Your numbers change nothing. Were it not for my intervention, you would not have even a scrap of wolf fur." Shi Daihe's temper rose, but Shi Dalong interposed with restraint. "Dahu, Ye Feng has already done more than enough. Don't be petty." The rebuke calmed Shi Dao only marginally. He turned away in a show of disgruntled indignation. At the fire, Ye Feng was less concerned with fairness than with asserting dominance. She stamped over to Liu Xiaochuan and kicked him in the back, scolding him for occupying what she deemed her place. Liu Xiaochuan pressed his palms to his head, trying not to show his pain. He could not afford to offend Ye Feng. In Sucheng, she wielded influence and connections across many circles. A quarrel with her promised worse consequences than any wound inflicted on the island. Ye Feng vented her fury at the only soft target available to her. The brothers Shi Daihe and Shi Dalong were former petty tyrants and not worth provoking, and Ye Feng was a dangerous man whom she was wise enough to avoid. Zhao Shui, watching, could not hide a little resentment. Ye Feng is being so insolent," she murmured. Ye Feng, however, showed no desire to arbitrate petty cruelties. "So long as she does not offend me or persecute you, let her be," he said. Liu Ting wondered aloud whether Ye Feng might not blunt Ye Feng's arrogance with a lesson, and Ye Feng admitted inward agreement that Ye Feng's temper was excessive, yet he preferred to keep his attention on matters of more consequence. Ye Feng sat nursing a grievous wound on her forearm. The cut was deep and ugly blood had been staunched, but the injury was severe. When she saw Ye Feng approach with his knife, she rose abruptly, fear and defiance mingling upon her face. Despite her earlier belligerence, she was no match for him. Ye Feng was a different breed of man from Liu Xiaochuan. He did not hesitate to speak plainly about the danger. "Your wound is serious," Ye Feng said. "Without proper treatment, you risk tetanus or infection. In a matter of days, the arm could rot. You could even lose your life." Tears pricked at Ye Feng's eyes. She wanted to curse him, to accuse him of treachery, but his next words left little room for outrage. "If you wish to survive, the wound must be cauterized with coal. It is crude, but in the absence of modern antiseptics, it is the oldest and truest method. Wild wolves carry pathogens. Their teeth harbor bacteria and even parasitic eggs. That is the reality of the wild." By the fire, Ye Feng sat staring into the embers. Her rage cooled into a churning blend of apprehension and calculation. Ye Feng's words echoed in her mind as the night stretched and the forest beyond seemed to hold its breath. The island had been generous in its hardships. Today, the future felt uncertain, and the fragile alliances among the survivors had shifted again beneath the weight of hunger, injury, and the presence of a man who kept his promises with the same implacable certainty as his blade. Ye Feng hauled the wolf's carcass along the downstream course of the spring. After about 10 minutes, he reached a small pool where the stream widened and collected. The basin was modest in meters across, 7 or 8 meters long, scarcely a meter deep. He laid the carcass upon the ground and prepared to eviscerate it. Fresh meat would stave off hunger for the time being. Ye Feng set to work with calm efficiency. He slit open the carcass beneath his feet, then moved to assist the brothers with their wolf, obliging them, but always watchful. Liu Ting and Zhao Shui, sleeves rolled up, washed the flesh by the water's edge, while Ye Feng kept sentry, eyes sweeping the tree line for wolves or other predators. The Shi brothers feigned helpfulness. Shi Daihe, after a brief show of reluctance, finally knelt and washed at the stream as well. The two men emerged filthy and resentful, their minds still simmering with frustrated designs. When the butchery was complete, Ye Feng used his sword to portion the meat, and under the agreed condition, aided in packing the provisions. They hoisted the carcasses and returned to the campsite. With food secured, they planned to preserve portions through salting and smoking by the seaside. They understood, however, that the unrefined sea salt available here offered only rudimentary preservation and should not be eaten in excess. At the campfire, Lu Xiaochuan sat upon a stone, one hand pressed to the wound on his skull. Blood had ceased running, but the pain remained fierce. Ye Feng had struck him with a stone earlier, splitting his head. She berated him without mercy, hurling insults that revealed her contempt. Then, wrapping a heated rock in cloth, she insisted on cauterizing the wound herself. Ye Feng pressed the scalding stone to the flesh, shouting in pain, until she fainted from the shock. Ye Feng, arriving at that moment, watched with a mixture of admiration and dismay. He warned that such crude cauterization was more likely to invite infection than to sterilize the wound. Ye Feng spat blood, then collapsed. Lu Xiaoquan, stunned and fearful, could only look on. The camp's uneasy moral landscape had been laid bare. Ye Feng lay unconscious upon the rock. Some of the survivors murmured that she had reaped the consequences of her own malice. Her deceit and ingratitude had invited such a fate. Lu Xiaochuan rose to his feet, intending to go to her, but after a moment's hesitation he refrained. Perhaps an uneasy shadow lingered in his mind after her aggression. Perhaps he had been cowed by the blow. On an uninhabited isle, a man ought to retaliate boldly, but he remained frozen with shame. Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu hurried over and found that Ye Feng had indeed fainted. They propped a frame above the fire and hung the wolf meat to be cured by smoke, though they still lacked sea salt. Ye Feng proposed they first satisfy their hunger and then go to the shore to procure salt. As the others set about their tasks, Ye Feng stirred and opened her eyes. Lying on the stone, she muttered with venomous resolve that she hated Ye Feng and commanded Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu to kill him for her. Ye Feng's hatred only hardened. She vowed not only to end Ye Feng, but also to do away with Liu Ting and Zhao Shui, arguing that on this deserted island their crimes could remain undiscovered. She comforted herself with the thought that dozens, perhaps hundreds, had already perished in the shipwreck. A few more vanished souls would scarcely be noticed. Ye Feng overheard her malediction and looked to Liu Ting. He rebuked her quietly, reminding her that the woman for whom she had felt pity was plotting their demise. Liu Ting sighed and urged caution. Ye Feng's steady and unflinching promise that any who moved against him would sooner meet their end. To punctuate his resolve, he swung his saber and severed a gnarly root from a fallen branch. Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu protested their innocence before Ye Feng, insisting they were merely classmates and could never contemplate murder. Their smiles were too sharp, their manner strained, and Ye Feng kept them under careful observation. With Ye Feng and Lu Xiaochuan injured, they remained at the camp to recover, while Ye Feng, Liu Ting, and Zhao Shui ate by the fire, preparing to collect salt afterward. In the forest, the Shi brothers whispered their true intent. Shi Dehu, seething with envy at Ye Feng's fortune, both the weapon at his belt and the two beautiful companions, was eager to act. Shi Dalong counseled patience. They would not reveal their hand prematurely. To strike now would risk disaster. They scoured the woods for dry kindling, resolved to wait for the opportune moment that they both believed would come soon. On the island, in a clearing before the mouth of a cave, Ye Feng and Liu Ting chewed on strips of roasted wolf meat. The flavor was harsh and far from exquisite, yet sustenance mattered more than taste after their exodus from the island. They made no fuss. Any morsel that filled the belly was welcome. Nearby, the wounded Ye Feng and Lu Xiaochuan tended their own spit of meat, cooking slowly because injury had dulled their pace. They planned to keep the food warm for Shi Dalong and Shi Dehuo when the brothers returned. Liu Ting spoke in a voice subdued by fear and suppression. She admitted she had felt the cold edge of murderous intent twice directed at Ye Feng by Shi Dalong and Shi Dehuo. She was certain those two would sooner or later attempt to strike. If Ye Feng fell, she warned, neither she nor Zhao Shui would escape a dire fate. Her words carried a tremor. The reality of predation in such a desolate place left no room for naivete. Zhao Shui grew pale and small with fright. She was a timid girl unaccustomed to violence, and the prospect of being prey unnerved her deeply. Her murmur of assent betrayed how little she knew of survival's ruthless calculus. Liu Ting's insistence, hardened for timidity, was a luxury none could afford here. Ye Feng listened with solemn composure and nodded with measured gravity. He understood the peril as clearly as Liu Ting did. She urged him to act first if necessary, to strike decisively against Shi Dalong and Shi Dehuo before they could turn the tables. The notion of preemption settled over the group like a bitter draught. It was a harsh remedy, but perhaps the only one that might avert a more abominable outcome. The plan delighted Shi Dalong and Shi Dehuo outwardly, but they harbored darker intentions. During the salt-making, Ye Feng would be preoccupied and perhaps unarmed while tending the trench and the drying pans. In their minds, the chance to seize Ye Feng's blade and eliminate him and then take the two women was irresistible. Their eyes flicked toward Liu Ting and Zhao Shui with covetous calculation. They had refrained from acting thus far only because Ye Feng still held his weapon. Ye Feng perceived the furtive glances and the corrupt calculus behind them. A thin, cold smile curved his mouth as the truth of their treachery crystallized in his mind. He had devised a counter-move, a stratagem that would allow him to gauge their intent and, if necessary, to answer their malice with equal ruthlessness. This island afforded no indulgence for malevolence. If Shi Dalong and Shi Dehuo meant to betray and murder Ye Feng, resolved to meet them without mercy. If they harbored no such designs, he would spare them. In that savage, stark place, intention alone would determine who lived and who was cast to perdition. Among the four, the most dangerous were Shi Dalong and Shi Dehuo. Ye Feng nursed ill intentions, but was after all a woman, and therefore less formidable in Ye Feng's assessment. Liu Xiaochuan was timid and ineffectual, a man of little threat. Nevertheless, danger often hid in unexpected corners. Shi Dalong chewed wolf meat with a calculating air, envisioning the moment he would strike. When they went to the shore to channel seawater for salt, Ye Feng would be occupied with labor and inevitably less watchful. Seizing that instant, Shi Dalong planned to snatch Ye Feng's blade and end him. In that desolate place, once Ye Feng was dead, he could be buried without fuss. Then Liu Ting and Zhao Shui would be theirs. As for Liu Shaoquan, there were countless ways to deal with a fearful man. The thought made Shi Dalong smile with grim pleasure. Ye Feng placed the blade beneath a rock and bent to break the earth, an action performed with deliberate casualness. He asked Liu Ting and Zhao Shui to remain by the fire to tend the meat and keep the flame alive. Liu Ting hesitated, fearful for Ye Feng alone among such dangerous men, but reassured by his composed glance, she agreed to stay. Zhao Shui, trembling inwardly, resolved to be brave enough not to abandon him. Ye Feng, seething with hatred because she believed Ye Feng's inaction had left her wounded by a wolf, insisted on accompanying the brothers so she could witness his demise. She even goaded Liu Xiaochuan with harsh words until the cowering man rose to follow. Shi Dalong promised him a future position should they survive, and Liu accepted the empty consolation. At the shoreline, the party set to work, and Ye Feng chose a shallow hollow to excavate. He deliberately left his blade under the reef and stooped as if to gather earth. In a swift, violent motion, Shi Dalong lunged for the weapon, while Shi Dehuo mirrored him, both intent upon seizing the blade and extinguishing the life that wielded it. Night fell, and a pack of wolves lingered beyond the cave mouth. Dozens of low forms lay upon the grass, their pupils glinting a cold, unnatural green that flashed like perverse emeralds in the darkness. From within the cave, Ye Feng and the two girls watched those luminous eyes fixed upon them like hungry jewels. Though a stone barrier sealed the grotto and made direct entry difficult, fissures in the rock and the presence of venomous serpents made repose tentative and precarious. Space within the cave proved stingily small. Though the chamber measured several dozen square meters, the only dry tolerable patch for resting did not exceed a couple of square meters. Zhao Shui curled on her side, as far from Ye Feng as the cramped circumstances allowed, trembling despite her best attempts to still herself. Liu Ting sat with her back pressed to the stone, trying to find a semblance of comfort in the cold crevice. The confinement tightened like a band around them, and Ye Feng, weary, edged closer to Zhao Shui to find a position in which they could rest. Zhao Shui flushed with embarrassment and anxiety at the proximity, her heartbeat audible under the hush of the cave. Ye Feng explained gently that his nearness was purely practical. If he could not sleep, well, he would be ill-equipped to protect them by day. His plain, earnest reasoning soothed her nerves, and she surrendered, voice halting but consenting. Before she could find composure, Liu Ting struck Ye Feng lightly across the back in mock indignation, rebuking him for teasing the girl. The rebuke dissolved into a quiet camaraderie, and fatigue quickly claimed Ye Feng. Ye Feng collapsed to her knees, beseeching Ye Feng with trembling hands. Her eyes were wide with terror and remorse. She regretted provoking him, cursed her own folly. Around them, cries of panic rose. Liu Xiaochuan screamed, as if his soul had been ripped from his body. Shi Dalong and his brother stood on the brink of despair. The sudden onslaught of wolves left them all but certain of death. They calculated that a few wolves might be weathered, but a pack of this magnitude was merciless and inexorable. A fierce wind swept through the trees. Ye Feng darted into the forest, his mind consumed by the safety of Liu Ting and Zhao Shui. He could not spare attention for those who had wronged him. Their fates were eclipsed by the urgency of his mission. Behind him, agonized screams pierced the air, but he did not look back. Time did not permit it. 3 wolves lunged through the undergrowth, toward Ye Feng, jaws, gaping, fangs glinting. With lithe grace, he sprang upward, seizing a vine on an ancient towering tree. Like a pendulum, he soared across the clearing and landed some distance away, his movement precise and swift. The wolves hesitated, then diverted toward Shi Dalong's group, perhaps calculating an easier prey. Deeper within the wood, Liu Ting's anxious voice urged flight. She and Zhao Shui had followed, Ye Feng in secret, intending to aid him if he were betrayed. They had not anticipated encountering wolves so soon after leaving camp. Fright overwhelmed them as the predators closed. Despite their frantic dash toward the cavernous refuge, they feared death pressing ever closer. A wolf crashed into them, sending both women sprawling. Another charged in to finish them. Their screams carried the absoluteness of despair. In the moment before doom, a razor-sharp blade whistled through the air like an arrow and pierced the beast. The wolf collapsed slain by Ye Feng's thrown weapon. Liu Ting and Xiaoa stared in incredulous relief. The strongest man on the island had arrived. Ye Feng did not pause. He seized the second wolf by the tail as it turned to attack him, then closed his grip around its neck. With a roar of exertion, he hurled the animal down upon the stones. The impact shattered its spine. Ye Feng pressed his knee against its throat until motion ceased. The two women watched stunned into worshipful admiration. Their faith in him as protector, trained from childhood in the martial traditions of Yejiagu, was vindicated. Retrieving his blade, Ye Feng scanned the clearing. The threat had not been fully abated. A dozen wolves still besieged Dalong and the others. The danger remained dire. With no time for complacency, he steeled himself and charged toward the larger fray, intent on rescuing those who were still alive and driving off the ravenous pack. Ye Feng's hurried command to take refuge in the cavern cut through the night like a blade. After felling two wolves with rapid, economical strokes, he urged the women forward with urgent brevity. He knew all too well that should the whole pack surge, even his skill would be insufficient to save both of them. Though he was trained in combat, the wolves came in such relentless succession that a single sword could not hold them at bay forever. Beyond the tree came Ye Feng's raw, agonized cries, a sound that might have drawn others, but Ye Feng did not look back. He had once aided Ye Feng, providing food and drink when needed, yet her ingratitude and later schemes to harm Liu Ting had hardened his resolve to place survival above sentiment. Blood spattered one wolf's jaws. It had already feasted in the forest on those unfortunate enough to be caught. At the sight of their companions approach, Liu Ting and Xiaoa, panic, fear written plainly on their faces. Ye Feng's voice remained steady as he told them to run, but when they implored him to flee with them, he refused. He shook his head and explained, solemn and unyielding, that if he retreated together with them, the pack's superior speed would soon overtake them. It would be better for him to delay the pursuit alone, to buy them the precious moments needed to seal themselves inside the cave. The wolves charged in a blur of muscle and fawn. Ye Feng inhaled, timing his movement to their rhythm. When the nearest wolf lunged, he met it with a clean horizontal sweep of his sword. The blade found the throat with merciless precision. The animal collapsed in a spatter of crimson, its howl cut abruptly short. The second wolf, maddened by blood and proximity, bounded forward with an even fiercer frenzy. Ye Feng rolled from the rock, using the descent to gather momentum. He vaulted downward in a controlled tumble, bringing the tip of his sword up into a thrust aimed at the neck. The steel, aided by his body weight and practiced technique, punctured vital flesh. The beast fell limp without another cry. As Ye Feng reached them, he brushed away their questions and guided them inside. They exchanged a flurry of astonished remarks. Liu Ting began in dawning comprehension to see why Ye Feng had not been cowed by Dalong and his companion. This was a man who never allowed his opponents to command his attention. Xiaoa's admiration was effusive. She could not hide her awe at his poise and strength, calling him handsome and undeniably formidable. But there was no time for accolades. Outside, the chorus of many wolves could already be heard approaching in the darkness. Their numbers were greater, now the likely result of creatures avenging fallen packmates. A handful of wolves leapt against the portal, trying to dislodge the stones. Xiaoa screamed, trembling. "Yi, they're coming to eat us." Ye Feng cursed and answered with a coarse attempt at levity to steady them. He glanced between Xiaoa and Liu Ting, who clung to each other in fear. For a fleeting, embarrassed moment, both women tightened their embrace, and Ye Feng, watching them, could not help but imagine himself between them. He quickly recovered and reassured them, promising to protect them while striving to keep his own panic beneath a veneer of bravado. The wolves probed the mortar with claws, their paws scraping the rock with an ominous grinding sound. One of them thrust its head into a narrow fissure in the wall. The gap, a defect of dry-stacked stone, allowed only half the creature's skull to press through like a dog trying to peer inside. Annoyed and furious, Ye Feng seized his knife and thrust it through the crack. The blade found flesh. The beast yelped and recoiled, blood spilling from a fresh wound. He struck again, stabbing blindly through the crevice and wounding two more, though the stone blunted the lethality of his blows. The injured wolves retreated a short distance, only to regroup with the pack. Ye Feng tried to calm them, proposing the modest hope that the pack might withdraw overnight. He scanned the cave roof and noticed tiny beads of condensation falling at a steady, slow rhythm. "If we must," he said, "we will gather those droplets and use them to stave off thirst." Liu Ting protested that such water would be unsanitary, but practicality eclipsed propriety in the moment. Thirst would have no patience for delicacy. The wolves remained where they were, distant shadows on the grass, their stare unbroken. The threat of dehydration and hunger pressed in, and the realization that the outside world and their provisions were inaccessible weighed heavily on them all. Ye Feng, detecting the rising despair in his companions, pretended to rise and prepare for a suicidal sortie, offering his life in exchange for their safety. Both women clutched his arms in terrified protest, their grip warm and urgent. Their fear and the intimacy of their clinging brought a sudden, unexpected warmth to him. He reassured them with a rueful smile that he would not recklessly sacrifice himself. The women issued half-jesting retorts, threats to remarry if he died. The undercurrent of genuine dread was unmistakable. Ye Feng set about practical measures. They gathered the dry kindling stored in the cave, remnants kept to ward off damp, and prepared to ignite a fire. He handed Liu Ting a lighter, a small relic salvage from the voyage, and together the two women coaxed flame from dead wood, while Ye Feng kept watch on the immutable silhouettes of the wolves beyond. The Alpha and its cohort sat like sentinels of fate, insinuating that unless something changed, the cave might remain their prison. 15 wolves lingered on the grassy knoll, their verdant eyes fixed on the mouth of the cave. They would not be driven away if they maintained their vigil. Ye Feng and the two women would be trapped until death, for wolves endure hunger far longer than humans. Wild beasts accustomed to the caprice of the hunt survive days without food and possess a threshold of starvation that outstrips ours. Within the cavern, Liu Ting and Xiaoa had coaxed a fire into being. The living flame dispelled much of the cave's clamminess, and fissures in the rock allowed air to circulate, so that suffocation was not a concern. Outside, the sun descended toward the horizon, and dusk approached, yet the wolves showed no intention of retreating. A lone wolf raised its head and bayed at the heavens, then sank to the ground. One after another, the pack collapsed into motionless repose, conserving energy rather than squandering it by standing. Liu Ting watched in astonished fear. The animal's discipline and guile frightened her. Ye Feng remarked that wolves are not merely cunning, but fiercely united and retaliatory. He recalled a tale from a classmate on the grasslands about a family who killed a single wolf and drew upon themselves the vengeance of dozens. In many pastoral cultures, wolves had long been revered as totems for their intellect and solidarity. Xiaoa's apprehension swelled into a choking panic. She drew ragged breaths as terror hollowed her. Liu Ting implored Ye Feng to help, and he explained that Xiaoa's terror had induced a perfusion deficit to heart and brain, and that calming her was imperative. He cradled her gently on his lap, soothing her back with measured pats, and murmured assurances that she was safe and would not be harmed. Gradually her breath steadied and a fragile composure returned. Looking up at Ye Feng's face, Xiaoa felt a surge of safety and admiration, as if she had found refuge in his presence. Night fell, and a pack of wolves lingered beyond the cave mouth. Dozens of low forms lay upon the grass, their pupils glinting a cold, unnatural green that flashed like perverse emeralds in the darkness. From within the cave, Ye Feng and the two girls watched, those luminous eyes fixed upon them like hungry jewels. Though a stone barrier sealed the grotto and made direct entry difficult, fissures in the rock and the presence of venomous serpents made repose tentative and precarious. Space within the cave proved stingily small. Though the chamber measured several dozen square meters, the only dry tolerable patch for resting did not exceed a couple of square meters. Xiaoa curled on her side, as far from Ye Feng as the cramped circumstances allowed, trembling despite her best attempts to still herself. Liu Ting sat with her back pressed to the stone, trying to find a semblance of comfort in the cold crevice. The confinement tightened like a band around them, and Ye Feng, weary, edged closer to Xiaoa to find a position in which they could rest. Xiaoa flushed with embarrassment and anxiety at the proximity, her heartbeat audible under the hush of the cave. Ye Feng explained gently that his nearness was purely practical. If he could not sleep, well, he would be ill-equipped to protect them by day. His plain, earnest reasoning soothed her nerves, and she surrendered, voice halting but consenting. Before she could find composure, Liu Ting struck Ye Feng lightly across the back in mock indignation, rebuking him for teasing the girl. The rebuke dissolved into a quiet camaraderie, and fatigue quickly claimed Ye Feng. Inside the cave, Liu Ting awoke with a jolt. She had been dreaming of eating KFC and savoring a burger when an abrupt pressure on her body roused her. Her large, luminous eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced beneath her chin to find Ye Feng's hands resting there. The air thickened with awkwardness. Ye Feng took hold of an empty bamboo container and announced his intention to fetch additional water from the creek. Liu Ting and Xiaoa pleaded with him not to go, fearful of the dangers that lurked in the forest. Yet Ye Feng's resolve was unyielding. He understood that without more water their survival was in jeopardy, especially if a ferocious beast guarded the perimeter for days as the wolves had the previous night. He refused to allow them to accompany him, reasoning that their presence would hinder his chances if trouble arose. He insisted that if harm befell him, the women must remain united and help each other endure. The cave filled with a sudden, fragile sentiment. Xiaoa broke into tears, pleading for Ye Feng to stay safe. Liu Ting's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, as well the danger of the forest made every farewell feel perilous. After both women sealed the stone door behind him, Ye Feng threaded quickly through the underbrush toward the small stream. From the mouth of the cave, Liu Ting and Xiaoa watched his retreating figure with anxious hearts. Liu Ting offered a silent prayer seeking protection for him in a world that had become both wondrous and merciless. On the island in the clearing outside the forest, two women stood in the mouth of a cave, watching the solitary silhouette of Ye Feng recede into the trees. A gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves, and the sight of his lone figure walking deeper into the woods filled them with anxiety and sorrow. They lingered at the cave entrance long after his outline had vanished from view, hearts heavy with unease. The water source was not far, yet it still required a 10-minute walk. Every step he took seemed to lengthen the distance between them and hope. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang out from within the forest. Liu Ting and Xiaoa both called his name in frantic unison. Xiaoa wept openly at the sound, convinced that his exclamation heralded danger, while Liu Ting, recalling how Ye Feng had cared for them since their stranding on the island, felt a sickening blend of guilt and fear. Through her tears, Liu Ting implored patience, insisting that Ye Feng's skill might spare him from harm. They resolved to wait, though each passing moment only amplified the echo of his earlier cry in their minds. Meanwhile, within the forest, a hulking black bear confronted Ye Feng beneath an ancient tree. The beast had lunged from behind the trunk, and startled, Ye Feng had cried out. The bear, driven into a frenzy, rose on its hind legs, claws extended and fangs bared, exuding an aura of raw menace. Ye Feng forced himself to remain composed. He understood that panic would only impede his abilities. When the bear charged like a moving mountain, he drew his saber and thrust at its flank, but the animal's dense hide repelled the blade. A powerful blow from the bear's paw struck the weapon, sending it slipping and nearly throwing Ye Feng forward into the creature's maw. Rolling to avoid being mauled, Ye Feng exploited a fleeting opening. He drove the saber upward into the bear's skull as he tumbled, using the momentum to fling himself away. The blade nicked the beast's head, and he slid to the base of a tree, scrambling upward just as the enraged bear latched onto the trunk and shook it violently. Perched among the branches, Ye Feng judged his options with calm intensity. He did not intend to draw the beast toward the cave and the two women, so he lured it away through the forest, vaulting from tree to tree with agile precision. The bear pursued relentlessly, but Ye Feng's speed and dexterity gradually carried him farther from Liu Ting and Xiaoa, each leap a calculated gambit to protect them from the creature's savage fury. Ye Feng drew the black bear away from the encampment, urging it ever farther into the forest until the camp was only a distant memory. After nearly half an hour, he emerged into a luminous stand of trees, their broad leaves resembling those of Ye Feng. He paused beneath a crimson trunk chest, heaving, evading that monstrous bear had demanded every last reserve of his energy. The woods had fallen deathly silent, and a sudden profound solitude settled over him, the kind that comes from being utterly removed from human company. A fragile, intermittent moan carried through the undergrowth. Curious and apprehensive, Ye Feng followed the sound, stepping past several trunks until a swath of scarlet stained the earth. Someone had lost a great deal of blood. The scene bespoke grievous wounds. He pressed on and discovered a man collapsed against a rock, Dalong riddled with lacerations, one leg mangled, as if savaged, his body a map of brutal injuries. That he still breathed struck Ye Feng as a miracle of morbid fortune. The bear crashed through the underbrush and fixed upon the wounded man. Ye Feng, concealed amidst dense foliage, listened as Dalong's terrified shrieks filled the air. The thought occurred that perhaps a swift death at the jaws of the beast would spare him protracted suffering. Disturbed by those agonized cries and fearful for the women at camp, Ye Feng broke into a run toward the encampment, anxious that Liu Ting or Xiaoa might have emerged from the cave searching for him and be in peril. Ye Feng threaded his way alone through the forest with a swiftness born of anxiety. The woodland lay hushed and indifferent around him, a solitary traveler pressing onward. Though the path was treacherous and inconvenient, nothing could deter his urgent stride. At last he returned to the encampment beneath the cave. Beside the humble hut, two women sat weeping, their sorrow spilling into the night as they thrust thick logs into a bright, stubborn flame. Liu Ting and Xiaoa burned the great wooden poles until one end became a glowing torch. Ye Feng paused at the tree, lean moved to the core, because for the first time in his life, two women had shed tears for him. Their grief struck him with an unfamiliar tenderness. Their lamentations spoke of fear and frantic searching. Xiaoa's voice, trembling, recalled a piteous cry near the water and how they had hurried there only to find the place empty. Liu Ting dabbed her eyes and confessed the tumult of her thoughts. If Ye Feng were truly gone, their chances of surviving on the island would vanish. The two had risked themselves to seek him out. The knowledge of their courage and loyalty warmed Ye Feng deeply. At that moment, Ye Feng stepped into the clearing and announced his return with an easy greeting. Joy flared on their faces as if a second life had been granted to them. Xiaoa ran forward, eyes still rimmed in red, and Liu Ting hurried as well. Ye Feng, imagining the great embraces of melodramatic scenes, planted his blade in the earth and opened his arms. Instead of an embrace, Liu Ting in her haste tripped over a stone and tumbled into the dust, taking Xiaoa down with her. The spectacle deflated the solemnity into laughter. They rose and exchanged playful reproaches. Liu Ting wiped mud from her lips and scolded Ye Feng for calling her clumsy. He teased her about failing to fall into his arms, and she retorted with mock indignation. The three of them stood amid a whirl of fallen leaves and a cool breeze that came like a benediction. Smiles softened their faces. The danger of the night receded for a time. When Xiaoa pressed him about the scream she had heard, Ye Feng admitted that he had encountered a black bear and managed to draw it away. He omitted certain details, keeping knowledge of other encounters to himself, for he trusted that fewer who knew would be better. Liu Ting regarded him with an intensity that bordered on reverence in their eyes. He had become the strongest man on the island. Turning from reminiscence to resolve, Ye Feng urged that they should leave the clearing and search for a safer place to make their home. The small, fragile joy of reunion steeled into purpose. Together with torches in hand and cautious hearts, they prepared to venture deeper into the island in search of shelter and survival. After a brief and pragmatic council, the three shared some wolf meat and prepared to depart. Liu Ting shouldered a skillet and carried part of the meat. Xiaoa took containers of fresh water and a heavier portion of provisions, while Ye Feng strapped on his saber and packed a modest supply of food before setting out with the two women. They moved with caution, each step measured against the risk of encountering wolves or a black bear in the undergrowth. Feigning bravado to lift their spirits, Ye Feng assumed a playful, lofty tone and declared he would lead them in conquering the island. Liu Ting scoffed, teasing that he had no soldiers to command, and Xiaoa exchanged a bantering retort with him. The light-hearted sparring kept them moving. They pressed inland beneath a sky that brightened with the island's heat, and after an hour of steady walking, a mountain range rose before them. The ridge undulated like a jade dragon across the terrain, extending from east to west, as though cleaving the island in two. Ancient trees of the primeval forest constrained their view and made it impossible to tell how far the range extended. They followed the base of the mountains, the heights growing more imposing the deeper they ventured from the shore. For mere tens of meters, the cliffs swelled to well over 100. Strange, unsettling cries echoed through the ravines, brittle and uncanny enough to suggest unseen creatures, lending the slopes an aura reminiscent of the passages in the tales of Xiaoji when Tang Santang encountered the yellow-robed fiend. The atmosphere weighed on them with a certain foreboding. At one point, Liu Ting halted and pointed ahead. Lying upon a rock motionless was a woman. Ye Feng quickened their pace, hope and alarm competing in his chest. Despite their noisy approach, she remained still, as if lifeless. Ye Feng leaped onto the stone and saw who she was. It was their teacher Wang Qing, a woman of about 1.70 m, dressed in white outerwear, dark jeans, and white trainers. Recognition flooded him with astonishment and concern. Wang Qing had taught them finance for 4 years and had long shown kindness to poor students. Ye Feng remembered how on several occasions she had offered him extra meal cards and discreet aid, insisting he eat more because he was a young man in need of strength. The memory of her generosity left him deeply grateful. Ye Feng called for Liu Ting and Xiaoa to come closer. They hurried across the rock, dropping their packs. Kneeling, Ye Feng gently tapped Wang Qing's shoulder, but refrained from moving her, fearful she might have fallen from a height and sustained fractures. Any careless movement could worsen hidden injuries. He pressed his hand near her nostrils to detect breath. If she breathed, he would do everything in his power to save her. Beneath the cliff, Ye Feng extended his hand and gently sought the faint warmth at Wang Lushi's nostrils to discern whether she still drew breath. Liu Ting and Xiaoa hovered anxiously, terror seizing them at the possibility that Wang Lushi had perished. When Liu Ting ventured a tentative inquiry, Ye Feng withdrew his hand and indicated Wang Lushi's lips. Her breath persisted, but it was feeble. Her lips had taken on a dusky pallor, and her complexion lay oddly sallow. Ye Feng suspected acute poisoning from something she had ingested. He studied her more closely and spoke with measured calm. Her right-hand fingers were abrade, as if she had grasped at rock. The left leg bore the unmistakable rigidity of a fracture, and multiple contusions and soft tissue injuries marred her body. Ye Feng surmised that in a haze from the toxin, Wang Lushi had tumbled from the precipice and in mid-fall clutched at the stone face, wounding her right hand. The combination of trauma and poisoning rendered her condition precarious, though the severity of internal injury remained uncertain. Liu Ting pressed him for a means of assessment. Ye Feng explained that they must first await her return to consciousness. Once awake, one could gently palpate the waist, abdomen, and thorax to observe which region provoked pain during respiration. Localized pain on inhalation would indicate underlying internal harm. The girls listened in silent admiration as his clinical instincts unfolded. When Xiaoa, struck by curiosity, asked how he had acquired such knowledge, Ye Feng replied that their village esteemed both martial tradition and ancestral medicine. For generations, their clan had preserved manuals of combat and healing alike. The revelation deepened the girls' respect. Xiaoa's gaze shone with almost reverent affection, while Liu Ting's admiration remained composed but profound. Before departing, Ye Feng entrusted them with 2 robust wooden poles and left a lighter in their hands. He instructed them to remain on the high ledge to avoid descending the rock face, and to gather timber, to kindle a fire for warmth and signaling. With his knife at his belt, he moved off with purposeful haste, slipping into the trees in search of remedies and materials that might save Wang Leshi's life. Deep within the forest, Ye Feng gripped his blade and scoured the undergrowth with mounting urgency. The woodland offered an abundance of medicinal plants. It was ignorance, not scarcity, that rendered them invisible to many. Across the mountains and forests of Shenzhou there existed at least 1,000 species of herbs. Ye Feng located several specimens Sinyunko and Longdan Jin among them that were reputed for their antitoxic properties. He understood that teacher Wang Qing's poisoning was not profound, her lips had merely darkened. These commonplace herbs ought to suffice for a superficial toxin, yet he knew that a deep envenomation would likely defy such simple remedies. Having gathered the necessary plants, Ye Feng severed a few tenacious vines and stripped several branches to fashion a stretcher. He hastened back, without lingering, dreadfully aware that Liu Ting and Zhao Shui might be facing peril in his absence. Below the cliff, Liu Ting and Zhao Shui sat atop a rocky ledge, each protecting teacher Wang Qing with cautious tenderness. Anxiety clung to them like a cold veil. Without Ye Feng, they were restless and ill at ease. Beneath the rocks, they had kindled a small fire to deter nocturnal predators. Zhao Shui, unable to conceal her concern, asked whether Ye Feng could save their teacher. Liu Ting answered with a resigned hope, aware that their survival on the island was precarious and owed in large part to Ye Feng's prowess. The thought of him brought warmth to her chest and coaxed a shy smile. Their worried gazes brightened as Ye Feng re-emerged from the trees, windblown and laden with herbs. Relief surged through Liu Ting. Though he had been gone less than an hour, his absence had felt interminable. Zhao Shui also smiled, a sudden sense of security washing over her, as if a mighty embrace could forever shield her from harm. Ye Feng approached with a wry amusement and easy warmth, teasing them about how much they had missed him. Embarrassed, Zhao Shui lowered her eyes while Liu Ting unabashedly declared their dependence upon him. Ye Feng decided that all available water should be reserved for teacher Wang Qing. If worst came to worst, and a reliable source could not be found, any recklessness with water would be ruinous. Liu Ting and Zhao Shui nodded in acquiescence. They set about building a simple stone hearth, stacking rocks to form a crude stove, while Ye Feng rinsed the herbs as sparingly as possible. With water so scarce, he only used it to cleanse roots caked with soil, wiping away grit before employing a modicum of fresh water to finish the task. Ye Feng had just finished brewing the herbal decoction when Liu Ting carefully administered it to Wang Qingleshi. Her movements were delicate, each motion betraying an anxious fear of harming the injured teacher. Wang Qing lay unconscious, his lips darkened, 1 foot shattered, and his body marred by numerous soft tissue injuries. Ye Feng silently hoped the medicine would work. If it failed, he feared there would be little he could do. After the dosing, Liu Ting turned to Ye Feng and asked what their next move should be. Zhao Shui watched him, 2 eyes searching for direction. From the cliffs above, a dismal chorus of crows echoed across the air, their voices hollow and lamenting, suggesting that the low islands near the sea might be strewn with corpses. Ye Feng used a sturdy branch and vine to splint Wang Qing's broken foot and prepared a makeshift stretcher. He advised with a practical calm that they carry Wang Qing and press forward in search of a cave before darkness fell, otherwise the night would bring peril. Their original plan had assumed no injured companion, now one slowed them appreciably. Liu Ting volunteered to share the burden. Ye Feng worried aloud that Wang Qing was heavy, perhaps 100 jin, and that the downhill cliff path, with its frequent ascents, would be punishing. Liu Ting, resolute, insisted they could not abandon their teacher. She swept her glossy black hair behind her shoulders, rolled up her sleeves, and offered to take the front of the stretcher. Ye Feng took the rear, warning that the back of the litter would carry more of the load on the uphill grades. The cold stream revitalized them. Ye Feng felt strength return to his limbs. Liu Ting seated herself upon a rock, attempting to wipe her brow, but her arms trembled violently. Numbness and exhaustion had taken hold from the long hours of lifting. Her hands quivered as she tried to raise them. Each movement was an effort. Ye Feng observed her with growing concern and pity, and Zhao Shui's tenderness showed in the anxious way she watched. Suddenly, Ye Feng's expression shifted. He hushed them with a terse command to remain silent. The 2 women turned, alarmed, locking onto his face as he became suddenly solemn and alert. The atmosphere tightened, and the cliffside night seemed to hold its breath as the 3 stared into the gathering dark, poised between relief and an unspoken menace. "Move quickly. This place is unsafe," Ye Feng urged, already stepping forward to assist Wang Leshi. Liu Ting and Zhao Shui, equal parts curious and fearful, dared not question him. His resolve conveyed the certainty of danger nearby. Together they bore the unconscious teacher and slipped away in strained silence. Liu Ting's legs trembled from exhaustion, yet she pressed on, gritting her teeth so as not to hinder the group. For half an hour they hastened under a pall of apprehension, fortunately without encountering immediate threat. Liu Ting sank to the ground the moment the stretcher was set down. Her limbs surrendered to fatigue. Xiaoa, breathless and damp with sweat, sat by her side. Ye Feng moved to help, brushing the perspiration from Liu Ting's brow with the hem of his sleeve. Wang Leshi remained unconscious, though the darkness of his lips had receded and his complexion begun to revive, a sign that whatever poison had afflicted him was abating. Rest, Ye Feng entreated. Lie still a while. Liu Ting obeyed, drawing long, audible breaths as she tried to recover her strength. When Liu Ting asked why he had been so tense earlier, Ye Feng deflected, promising to explain later. He preferred not to inflame their imaginations with speculations about whatever lurked nearby. He then entered the bamboo grove to harvest supplies. The stalks here were robust, some nearly 2 feet thick, others half that girth, ideal for making sturdy containers. With practiced strokes of his knife, he felled 2 large tubes for water and several smaller ones to serve as bowls. Cradling them, he strode back through the carpet of fallen leaves, the dry bamboo foliage whispering underfoot. A sudden sibilant movement halted him. Among the leaves, a small, emerald serpent, a Qing Zubiao, slid by with languid intent. The snake's sleek form and verdant hue marked it as dangerously venomous. Ye Feng watched it glide away and then resumed his return to the women. Liu Ting, forcing herself upright, argued that they should press on in search of a cave. Ye Feng countered that continuing might risk collapsing her from exhaustion. Reluctantly, and with a trace of defiant pride, Liu Ting yielded to the decision to remain in the grove for the night. As dusk descended, the last light bathed the bamboo in a golden glow, bamboo sunset, and the 2 women together forming an unexpectedly poetic tableau while Ye Feng prepared to gather wood and kindle a fire to ward off nocturnal predators. The amber afterglow of the setting sun draped the bamboo grove in a warm hush. Beyond the sea of green, Liu Ting sat exhausted, her figure folded into itself. A breeze sifted through the leaves, setting her glossy hair adrift like silk. Though fatigue marked her visage, she remained exquisitely beautiful. Ye Feng left the 2 women for a time and moved into the neighboring woods to gather fuel. The forest here was a mosaic of bamboo and taller timber. He did not venture far. After gathering 2 bundles of wood, he threaded them together on a pole and prepared to return. On the trunk of a militiu, he suddenly noticed clusters of pale mushrooms growing in profusion. Militiu is the regional name for the wild chestnut tree, and these mushrooms were edible, something Ye Feng had sampled on many occasions. He set the firewood down, removed his outer garment, and gently gathered the mushrooms into his clothes before shouldering the load and making his way back. By then the sun had slipped away and a slender moon rose above the bamboo, its cool radiance bathing the grove in silver. Beyond the thicket, the 2 women sat vigil beside Wang Qinglishi, glancing toward the trees with mounting anxiety because Ye Feng had not yet returned. A flat pan was set over the stone hearth within half an hour, and the 3 waited in companionable silence as the stew simmered. The fire's soft crackle punctuated the stillness. Ye Feng kept a vigilant watch, aware that a flame only deterred some dangers. He covered Wang Qinglishi with his coat to ward off the cold. When the stew was ready, they ate from hollowed bamboo vessels large enough to hold generous portions, using simple sticks for chopsticks. After the meal, weariness overtook them. A tranquil night wrapped the encampment. Liu Ting murmured in her sleep for a while, and then fell into deeper repose, her breathing steady as a quiet tide faded into the gentle breeze. Ye Feng listened to those fragments of dream speech with an odd mixture of amusement and ache. The campus beauty had called out Mama in her slumber, and though the moment made him smile, it also pricked his heart. On this island, every soul was required to contribute. Survival demanded sacrifice. He could not help but feel pity for her, yet he understood the harsh economy of their existence. There came a rustling among the bamboo beneath the moonlight. Ye Feng rose with his blade in hand and peered toward the grove, only to find the leaves stirring under a soft wind. He hoped the night would remain uneventful. Approaching Wang Leshi, he offered her water from a bamboo tube. Her complexion smoothed the pallor, and the darkened lips, receding whatever toxin had ravaged her system, seemed to have been purged. Awakening was a matter of time. She should revive by morning. With the fire dwindling, Ye Feng gathered fallen timber and fed the blaze, then took his post beside it to keep vigil. Liu Ting flushed with embarrassment, but soon laughed a sound bright and rueful and accused Ye Feng of dreaming aloud himself. Their banter grew easy and intimate, the long hours together breaking down formalities until speech fell soft between them. She feigned scorn at the notion of marrying him, pinching her cheek and pulling the skin to comical effect. This gentle familiarity bespoke the subtle warmth that had grown between them in recent days. They no longer spoke with the stiffness of strangers, but with the comfortable cadences of comrades. Xiaoa stirred and sat up, sleep heavy in her movements. Ye Feng offered to hold the watch a little longer, but Liu Ting refused firmly. The search for a proper cavern to shelter in was still unfinished, and even if they found one tomorrow, there would be many tasks to undertake. Time could not be squandered. She urged him to rest instead, and to entrust the night to them, reminding Xiaoa to care for Wang Leshi and to remain vigilant. Ye Feng handed his blade to Liu Ting, and after a last admonition to be cautious laid down beside the fire and surrendered to sleep. Liu Ting and Xiaoa took positions back to back, one facing west, the other east, their silhouettes bathed in moonlight and embers. Whispering softly to avoid disturbing Ye Feng, they spoke of rescue and dread, their voices hushed by prudence. The uncanny caws of crows pierced the night, and both gripped their wooden stakes and blades with renewed tension. A tranquil night embraced the bamboo grove. Beyond the swaying culms, Ye Feng slept with the deep, untroubled repose of a man utterly spent. The day's exertions had left him bereft of dreams. By the time he stirred, the sun had climbed high, its crimson light nearly spilling over the tops of the bamboo. Judging by the angle, it was around 10 in the morning. Warm sunlight bathed the grove, transforming the tranquil copse into a verdant sea. As he awakened, familiar voices greeted him. "You are awake." Liu Ting's tone carried its usual warmth. "E.g., you have finally woken," Xiaoa added softly. Ye Feng turned to find the two women watching him with bright, attentive eyes. To his surprise, Wang Qing too was sitting up on the stretcher, her countenance gentle and smiling. Relief flooded Ye Feng. He hastened to sit upright, for lying prone felt improper. "Teacher Wang," he said, gratitude in his voice. Wang Qing returned his gaze with a smile. "Thank you for rescuing me," she murmured. "When I came to Xiaoting and Xiaoa told me, it was you who saved me. I am truly grateful." Ye Feng demurred, asking about her condition. Wang Qing explained in a rueful tone how after the cruise disaster she had believed herself doomed. She had awakened on a beach and spent several harrowing days trekking into the forest to survive. Yesterday she had eaten some wild mushrooms. Afterward, she felt strange, and upon regaining consciousness, she found them tending to her. Obligingly, Wang Qing followed his instructions. She pressed her abdomen and inhaled deeply. She then tested other regions in turn, each time breathing fully. Ye Feng and the others watched without blinking, anxious for any adverse reaction. A few minutes later, Wang Qing shook her head slightly and said she felt largely well, only faint, indistinct pains. Wang Qing returned their smiles, comforted by the presence of familiar faces. In their company, she felt steadier, knowing they could support one another while they awaited rescue. Ye Feng rose and scanned the surrounding mountains with a worried expression. If they failed to find a suitable cave to shelter in, their predicament would remain perilous. Wang Qing's resolve was unshakable and her expression grave. She refused to permit Liu Ting and Ye Feng to continue bearing her, for she could not bear the thought of them enduring more hardship on her account. Liu Ting's hand had swollen and still trembled from yesterday's excessive exertion. Ye Feng inspected it and saw the redness and stagnation of blood from prolonged stretcher-bearing. Whenever she lifted her arm, a weakness and faint tremor betrayed the strain that would linger for days in anyone unaccustomed to such labor. Firmly determined, Wang Qing declared that after they had eaten, she would fashion a bamboo staff and walk with it. If they refused to accede, she vowed she would not go on at all. Ye Feng could do no more than assent. He nodded in resignation and promised to search the grove for a suitable cane once their meal concluded. He recognized that Liu Ting was truly incapacitated. They gathered at the fire to cook. Liu Ting produced the wild mushrooms left over from the previous day to continue stewing with the wolf meat. At the sight of the fungi, Wang Qing voiced a frightened hesitation, but Ye Feng reassured her that the mushrooms were harmless, for they had already eaten them, and he believed himself competent in identifying them. The sun rose and climbed above the bamboo canopy as the fragrant broth simmered. After the meal, Ye Feng rose to search the bamboo for a handy staff. Wang Qing thanked him and Liu Ting began to address him as well, but Ye Feng suddenly froze. He raised a single hand in an urgent, silent plea for caution. The three fell mute, anxiety sharpening their senses. From within the treeline came a low, resonant bellow that thudded through the clearing like the tolling of a bell. All at once they knew danger had come. A thunderous roar split the air as a hulking black bear barreled from the treeline. It bore the memory of yesterday's wound inflicted by Ye Feng and the sharpened hunger of a predator, vindictive, ravenous, intent on tearing flesh. Ye Feng tightened his grip on the short blade at his hip, his gaze as cold and immutable as steel. He had no avenue of retreat. Outside, the bear approached like a force of nature. With each thundering step, an oppressive aura rolled outwards, ferocity, sheer power, the kind of presence that constricts the chest. Ye Feng could feel it pressing upon him. He struck first, lunging with the blade, driving the point into the animal's chest. The bear countered with a massive paw, and the blade met thick hide. Its tip could not penetrate. The beast closed in, hulking and swift despite its bulk. Ye Feng sprang up instinctively, seizing a bamboo trunk and lifting himself 2 meters above the ground. The bear's palm crashed into the stalk, splitting it like brittle reed. Ye Feng hooked a foot to another stalk, clinging aloft, left hand gripping right hand, armed poised between earth and sky. The animal pursued every stalk he touched, pounding the wood until splinters rained down. Ye Feng moved with the lithe agility of a monkey, transitioning from stem to stem until he reached a different stand of bamboo, a looser grove with thicker culms. There, harnessing the spring of a bent stalk, he drove his blade downward with a warrior's contempt. The steel struck the skull and rang with a metallic clang. It did not pierce through, yet the edge sank several inches, drawing blood and infuriating the beast further. Enraged, the bear reared and swiped to crush him. The upward thrust of Ye Feng's blade met the animal's crown and then rebounded as the bent bamboo sprang back, flinging him off balance. The creature seized the broken trunk and shook it with brutish force, sending Ye Feng tumbling to the earth. Inside the dense refuge, Liu Ting's face blanched, Xiaoa stood frozen, and Teacher Wang's silent prayers turned into tears as they watched the fallen figure of Ye Feng amid the ruin of shattered bamboo and the looming fury of the bear. A handful of wolves leapt against the portal, trying to dislodge the stones. Xiaoa screamed, trembling. "Yi, they're coming to eat us." Ye Feng cursed and answered with a coarse attempt at levity to steady them. He glanced between Xiaoa and Liu Ting, who clung to each other in fear. For a fleeting, embarrassed moment, both women tightened their embrace, and Ye Feng, watching them, could not help but imagine himself between them. He quickly recovered and reassured them, promising to protect them while striving to keep his own panic beneath a veneer of bravado. The wolves probed the mortar with claws, their paws scraping the rock with an ominous grinding sound. One of them thrust its head into a narrow fissure in the wall. The gap, a defect of dry-stacked stone, allowed only half the creature's skull to press through like a dog trying to peer inside. Annoyed and furious, Ye Feng seized his knife and thrust it through the crack. The blade found flesh. The beast yelped and recoiled, blood spilling from a fresh wound. He struck again, stabbing blindly through the crevice and wounding two more, though the stone blunted the lethality of his blows. The injured wolves retreated a short distance, only to regroup with the pack. Ye Feng tried to calm them, proposing the modest hope that the pack might withdraw overnight. He scanned the cave roof and noticed tiny beads of condensation falling at a steady, slow rhythm. "If we must," he said, "we will gather those droplets and use them to stave off thirst." Liu Ting protested that such water would be unsanitary, but practicality eclipsed propriety in the moment. Thirst would have no patience for delicacy. The wolves remained where they were, distant shadows on the grass, their stare unbroken. The threat of dehydration and hunger pressed in, and the realization that the outside world and their provisions were inaccessible weighed heavily on them all. Ye Feng, detecting the rising despair in his companions, pretended to rise and prepare for a suicidal sortie, offering his life in exchange for their safety. Both women clutched his arms in terrified protest, their grip warm and urgent. Their fear and the intimacy of their clinging brought a sudden, unexpected warmth to him. He reassured them with a rueful smile that he would not recklessly sacrifice himself. The women issued half-jesting retorts, threats to remarry if he died. The undercurrent of genuine dread was unmistakable. Ye Feng set about practical measures. They gathered the dry kindling stored in the cave, remnants kept to ward off damp, and prepared to ignite a fire. He handed Liu Ting a lighter, a small relic salvage from the voyage, and together the two women coaxed flame from dead wood, while Ye Feng kept watch on the immutable silhouettes of the wolves beyond. The Alpha and its cohort sat like sentinels of fate, insinuating that unless something changed, the cave might remain their prison. In the midst of the bamboo grove, Ye Feng supported Wang Qing as they emerged slowly. Both were shaken, the tremor of surprise mingling with relief. No one had expected Ye Feng to survive, let alone display such formidable skill. Wang Qing, astonished, asked how Ye Feng had acquired such prowess. He replied calmly that his village prized martial training and that he had practiced since childhood. Wang Qing repeated her disbelief, unable to hide her admiration. Ye Feng downplayed his feat, explaining that sustained practice grants capabilities that seem miraculous to the uninitiated. He compared his abilities to those of parkour experts who use terrain to outmaneuver beasts, reminding them that agility and training can make the impossible seem ordinary. The conversation turned to the past. Wang Qing recalled how school bullies from influential local families had tormented outsiders like Ye Feng, while he had endured in silence. Ye Feng admitted that his family's poverty made confrontation impractical. He neither wished to trouble his parents nor invite more hardship. Ye Feng split 3 lengths of bamboo, fashioning a staff for Wang Qing and shorter staves for Xiaoa and Liu Ting. He sharpened one end of each, explaining their dual purpose as walking aids and rudimentary weapons capable of fending off small predators. They accepted the bamboo gratefully. They descended the cliffside path. Wang Qing hobbled on her staff, Xiaoa and Liu Ting supporting her on either side, while Ye Feng led the way. The wind sighed through the weathered cliff face, which bristled with pitted stones and hollowed crevices that emitted a faint buzzing when stirred by breeze. Jagged rocks rose from the earth, lending the landscape a lonely austerity. Walking behind, Ye Feng, Liu Ting found her gaze lingering on his silhouette. Beneath the harsh scenery, his steady figure instilled a sense of security, as if he alone could shoulder the world's weight. She smiled inwardly with gratitude, silently promising never to forget his care during their days on the island. A small party trod along the cliffside, but found no sign of a cavern. Ye Feng grew anxious. To camp in the open would be perilous, especially after dusk. Wang Qing, though nursing a fractured foot and leaning heavily on a bamboo staff, forced a resilient smile. She laughed and conversed lightly, concealing the sharp pain that throbbed with each step. Her buoyant manner was a deliberate mask to spare Ye Feng and the others' worry. The cliffs held a serene austerity. The verdant forest at their base lent the place a cool, almost aloof beauty. A brisk breeze stirred the foliage, and the sky gathered a blanket of slate clouds. Xiaoa worried that rain might soon come. Ye Feng admitted that a storm was possible and felt the weight of their vulnerability should a downpour trap them without cover. Still they pressed on, buoyed by the landscape's quiet grandeur. Peaks and woods woven together, and a faint sound of water drew their attention. They debated whether to be fastidious about comfort. Xiaoa laughed at the prospect of such a felicitous find, while Liu Ting urged pragmatism. Even if the cavern was far from ideal, its proximity to water and defensible entrance made it worthy. Ye Feng agreed and approached the mouth to inspect the interior. He told the others to wait below while he climbed to examine the threshold. As he stood on the ledge, something lunged from within. Startled, Ye Feng stumbled backward and nearly toppled from the entrance, recovering with a swift flip to steady himself. A shriek of surprise rose from the group. The intruder, a wildcat larger than a domestic feline with mottled gray fur and luminous green eyes, sprang onto the ground and stared at them a moment before bolting into the wood. Ye Feng, annoyed at the narrow escape, but unhurt, turned to reassure Liu Ting and the others. He resolved to climb once more and inspect the cave's interior. After a moment of observation, Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction. Below, Liu Ting and Xiaoa stood at the entrance, craning their necks anxiously. Wang Qing rested on a stone, exhausted and unwilling to remain standing. Ye Feng called to them that the cave was suitable for habitation and invited them to come up. As Liu Ting reached for his hand, a thunderclap abruptly rolled through the mountains. Startled, she withdrew. The sky had darkened ominously, and rain seemed imminent. Anticipating the downpour, Ye Feng gave precise instructions. He told Liu Ting and Xiaoa to gather dry grass and timber from the nearby forest edge and bring everything into the cave, while he would fashion a stone step and barricade the entrance. Damp fuel would fail to kindle, and the last thing they needed was to sleep on unforgiving rock. He cautioned them not to stray far from the woodland fringe. The area was remote and perilous. Without delay, Ye Feng descended and began hauling stones. The cave mouth sat more than 2 meters above ground, so he first laid a modest stair of rock to ease ingress. He worked swiftly yet prudently, ensuring the steps were not wide enough to invite wild beasts, but ample for their passage. In under half an hour, he had formed the stair and proceeded to seal the doorway with slabs, leaving only an aperture about 1 meter high and half a meter wide. The smaller portal would be easier to secure and could be closed by the stone slabs should threats approach. He also left a number of narrow fissures to allow smoke and air to pass when they lit a fire. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Liu Ting and Xiaoa moved briskly, collecting fallen branches and bundles of dry grass. They spread the grass upon the 3 stone slabs, fashioning makeshift bedding, and stacked the timber neatly against the cave wall. Ye Feng supported Wang Qing into the shelter and helped her sit upon one of the stone beds. Though fatigued and marked by worry, the 3 students found comfort in the cave's shelter. For a fleeting moment, it resembled the warmth of home. Wang Qing watched them with a mixture of gratitude and remorse for being unable to assist. The storm gathered with increasing intensity. Thunder resounded through the ravine, and a cool wind swept across the clearing, sending the grass into restless motion. Soon the rain began, the droplets falling like strings of pearls. Ye Feng peered through the narrow cracks toward the open world and spoke in a low, restrained voice that they were now facing trouble. Liu Ting asked what kind of trouble. Her curiosity mingled with uncertainty, but the rain drummed steadily, and the cave, though sheltered, now tested their resolve. A sudden downpour descended beyond the stone threshold of the cave. Ye Feng stood silent beneath the lintel, gazing at the cascade as pearls of rain shattered against the world outside. The sky released its fury with relentless insistence, each drop hammering the mountain, as if to expunge every trace of scent and shadow from the valley. Liu Ting, her voice edged with worry, asked why the rain posed such a danger. Ye Feng did not immediately answer. He stared toward the bamboo grove and the slopes beyond, his expression heavy with foreboding. The tempest had arrived at an ill moment, and the timing could not have been worse for their fragile provisions. When at last he spoke, his words were measured and grave. The fecal scent left by the fallen black bear, which had until now warned other predators away, would be dispersed by the rain. If that protective odor was washed away, scavengers might discover the carcass and consume the meat, leaving them bereft of the sustenance they had hoped to salvage. The group's anxiety sharpened. They had slain the bear with great exertion and had intended to bear away what they could. For the sake of lightening their burden, they had left the carcass near the scene. Now the rain threatened to undo that careful choice. Liu Ting, who had looked forward to savoring braised bear paw, could not conceal her distress at the thought of losing their provisions to other beasts. A debate followed. Wang Qing implored caution, urging them to wait until the storm abated. Xiaoa volunteered to accompany Ye Feng. Liu Ting insisted she should go instead, and rivalry flickered in their voices over who could lend greater strength. Ye Feng, however, refused to endanger them. He resolved to go alone so he could protect the others and carry as much of the meat as he was able. Ye Feng's confidence belied his fatigue. He promised he could carry 100 jin if necessary and would spare space for flesh rather than bone. Liu Ting remained silent, pain and gratitude mingling in her gaze. She was accustomed to the burdens he bore on their behalf. After a time, the rain softened at its fury, lessening though the sky remained demand. The decision hardened into deeds. Before departing, Ye Feng gave them precise instructions. They were to close the stone door of the cave and remain behind the shelter of the rock face. If wild animals approached, they must use bamboo poles to fend them off. With a stern admonition to care for Wang Qing, he shouldered his blade and stepped into the rain. The elements greeted him at once. Cold droplets pattered through his garments, wind tore at his wet clothing, and the mountain air bit into his bones. He walked briskly toward the distant bamboo grove, a journey that would demand an hour each way, and longer once he bore any burden home. Liu Ting watched from beneath the stone wall until his solitary figure dissolved into the rain. Her throat tightened as she whispered a prayer for his safety, while Ye Feng's solitary silhouette vanished into the storm. The rain blurred the world into a gray haze, and the trail along the cliff grew treacherous. Yet Ye Feng kept pace, each footfall firm and purposeful. After roughly an hour, he reached the bamboo, which rose like a verdant painting in the storm, leaves lacquered with beads of water. A gust sent a cascade of droplets tumbling to the earth, and he shivered against the cold, but pressed on. Liu Ting had wanted to accompany him, but Ye Feng had refused. The storm made the journey perilous. He wiped the rain from his face and plunged into the grove. There, still lying among the sodden stalks, was the black bear, its fur dark and dripping. Relief softened his features, at least the beast remained. Thunder rolled as he knelt by the carcass. With the short sword at hand, Ye Feng severed the bear's forepaws for the sake of prized braised bear's feet, then set about swiftly but carefully sectioning the meat. He guarded his surroundings with the same attention. He gave his work mindful of prowling predators and the treacherous weather. A sudden unnerving sound split the wet air. A black blur shot through the bamboo with the swiftness of a leopard. Reflexively, Ye Feng braced and delivered an upward kick. His foot connected with something soft in the creature's flank and sent it tumbling into the thicket. In the rain darkness, the intruder vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Ye Feng frowned. The creature's speed and the manner of attack mirrored the shadow that had struck them the previous night on the deserted island, the same lithe aggression that had once ambushed him while he searched for herbs to treat Liu Ting's fever. It was a predator of uncanny swiftness and lethal intent. An ordinary person encountering it would stand little chance. Secured at last, Ye Feng packed over 100 jin of boneless meat into the bamboo carrier, bundled the paws separately, and hoisted the heavy burden onto his back. The intact poles themselves added considerable weight, but he intended to convert them into containers once home. Battling wind and rain, he picked his way along the slippery cliff path, blades serving as both staff and safeguard. Though exhaustion bit at him, thoughts of Liu Ting, Xiaoa, and teacher Wang Qing steeled his resolve, and he quickened his pace with the urgency of a man determined to protect those who depended on him. Inside the cave, Wang Qing sat upon a rough stone pallet, her anxious gaze threaded through the fissures in the rock as she watched the world beyond. Liu Ting and Xiaoa stood nearby, their faces etched with the same uneasy concern. The steady percussion of rain filled the air, and across the ravine the trees, drenched and steaming, dissolved into a hazy gray. The forest in the downpour became indistinct, its forms blurred and softened by the mist. Liu Ting reproached herself quietly. She regretted not insisting on accompanying him. The pang of remorse tightened her features. She believed she should have stood her ground and gone with Ye Feng. Wang Qing attempted to soothe them both with assurances. Ye Feng's skill in combat, she said, made it unlikely anything had befallen him. Yet her words masked an anxiety she would not admit aloud. As dusk threatened to swallow the landscape, the absence of moonlight added a new edge to their dread. If Ye Feng does not return before dark, all his skill will avail little, Liu Ting said with a weary sigh. Xiaoa's voice trembled as she confessed she felt like crying. The image of Ye Feng trudging through the storm, burdened and solitary, rent her with helpless sorrow. Ye Feng's feet struck the wet ground with a measured, weary rhythm as he approached. He climbed the steps into the cave, soaked to the skin and exhausted, and the sight of him unbound a flood of emotion. Wang Qing wept openly, moved by the knowledge that he had risked himself for them. Liu Ting and Xiaoa could scarcely keep their tears back as they reached for him, relieved beyond speech. Once he was inside, Ye Feng first inquired after Wang Qing's injury. She waved off his concern, touched by his attentiveness. From beneath his cloak, he produced 4 braised bear paws and smiled, a humble offering that betrayed his thoughtfulness. Liu Ting, who claimed not to like them, was nevertheless moved, and when Ye Feng pretended to toss them away, she scolded him, unable to hide her distress at his having suffered. Xiaoa eyed the armful of bamboo he had brought and asked its purpose. Ye Feng only hinted that it would prove useful and wiped the rain from his hair with a composure that belied his fatigue. Wang Qing urged him to warm himself at the fire and dry his clothes. Xiaoa hastened to add fuel. Liu Ting's gaze, however, lingered on the cave mouth where Ye Feng had just stood, as if reluctant to relinquish the image of him framed by wind and rain. Yet Ye Feng, covered in mud and grit, declared he must wash before he could warm himself. He left the shelter and waded to the little river, cupping the cold water and letting it sluice over his shoulders. The sediment and grime slipped away with the current, while the 3 watched in silence from within the cave. Mist gathered among the trees, and in the softening light Liu Ting felt the silhouette of Ye Feng grow ever more indistinct, as though the storm itself sought to erase him once more. Ye Feng returned to the cave, drenched to the skin. Icy beads of water traced rivulets down the fabric of his garments. The cavern's dim warmth embraced him as he stepped toward the hearth, though the moisture clung stubbornly, an unpleasant reminder of his ordeal. Wang Qing's voice was immediate and laden with maternal concern. Ye Feng, hurry to the fire and warm yourself. Take off those wet clothes and dry them by the flames. It is miserable to remain damp, and what if you catch a chill? Her eyes betrayed both anxiety and tenderness. Ye Feng, placing a confident hand over his chest, attempted to reassure her in a light tone. Do not worry, Teacher Wang. I am robust. I will not fall ill. He smiled in effort to dispel her fears, but Wang Qing's expression remained grave. Do not be careless, she admonished, gently, unwilling to accept bravado as substitute for prudence. At her urging, Liu Ting and Xiaoa circled to help. Ye Feng, go to the fire. We will prepare something for you, they chimed in unison, voices soft and solicitous. The hearth's glow made a small island of warmth in the cave's shadowed interior, and Ye Feng gravitated toward it, grateful, yet uncomfortable beneath the sodden fabric that clung to him. As he shed the sodden layers and arranged them on the wooden frame, the cave's atmosphere shifted from anxious urgency to a warmer, more convivial intimacy. Xiaoa returned with a steaming cup, hands trembling slightly as she offered it to Ye Feng. Ye good, drink this, she murmured, extending the cup with a tenderness that made the flame light tremble in her eyes. He accepted the hot water with gratitude, and when he had finished, handed the bamboo vessel back with a small nod. Liu Ting drew closer, then her gaze roaming with impish curiosity. Not bad, she observed, her voice laced with admiration as she let her eyes linger on the outline of his torso. With a casual approving pat, she tapped his back. Solid, she said with a sound like a seal of approval. A ripple of playful laughter followed. Ye Feng's retort was a teasing threat, and Liu Ting's smile was generous and unembarrassed. Xiaoa, embarrassed yet amused, watched the exchange with a rosy hue to her cheeks. Wang Qing looked on with an indulgent smile at the youthful theatrics. For her, they were like the domestic antics of children under her wing. A moment of recollection softened the levity. Ye Feng asked about the night they had met, thinking back to the island's earlier encounter when he had been more reserved and distant. He recalled that on that evening his demeanor had frightened the girls. He had even warned them to keep their distance. Liu Ting's expression grew thoughtful as she recalled her own earlier fear. At that time I did not know you, she explained simply. Now that I do, my feelings have changed. Her admission, delivered with a serene smile, carried no grand confession, but rather an understated warmth that altered the tenor between them. Ye Feng, in mock epiphany, declared, so you have fallen for me, to which Liu Ting replied, with a scornful toss of her head and a disdainful remark that masked a gentle fondness. The atmosphere folded back into easy companionship. Their banter was familiar and lightly flirtatious, a tapestry of adolescent intimacy woven against the cavern walls. Wang Qing, neither oblivious nor intrusive, watched them with a proud softness, as if 3 young souls under her care were only children growing toward their futures. Rain hammered the canopy beyond the cave, persistent and unrelenting, perhaps for days, perhaps for a week or longer. In this primeval forest, such prolonged downpours were not unusual. Broadleaf trees drank deeply, and the air remained damp. Liu Ting stood staring into the rainy dark, a gentle melancholy shading her face. Marooned on this island, the ache of being unable to return home weighed on her. It is raining, she murmured, distant. Xiaoa, seated beside her, offered consolation with steady warmth. Do not be forlorn, Liu Ting. We have food, Ye Feng, and a cave. Rain cannot harm us. Ye Feng, ever practical, put in with a teasing lilt. Indeed. You have shelter, provisions, warmth, and men to look after you. What else could you possibly need? Liu Ting glanced about, eyes searching, unwilling to meet Ye Feng directly. Men? Where are these men? I do not see any. Ye Feng arched an amused eyebrow. I am a rather large man standing right here. How could you miss me? Alas, my eyesight is poor, Liu Ting replied, smiling faintly. A hiccup escaped Liu Ting, a small, embarrassed sound. Laughter rippled between them and helped lift the heaviness that clung to the cave. Soon the aroma of cooking filled the hollow. Liu Ting emerged from her tasks carrying a pot with a proud smile. Braised bear paw and roasted bear meat, she announced. She had rendered the fat from the bear's flesh into oil, reserving the clarified bear oil for braising and stir-frying. Though spices were scarce, the meat was rich and satisfying, a prize in their harsh world. Hunger made the meal swift and eager. They ate with their hands and bamboo utensils, tearing into the meat and gnawing at the paws. The firelight set their faces aglow as they consumed the food with grateful hunger, the cave ringing with the simple contentment of 4 people who had found warmth and sustenance amid the wilderness. When the meal ended, they sat together by the embers, a comfortable hush settling over them. Xiaoa, pragmatic and anxious, raised a concern. What shall we do with the remaining bear meat? We have no sea salt at present, and without curing or smoking it will spoil. She remembered the wolf meat that had gone bad for lack of preservation. Liu Ting blinked in surprise. Will that truly work? It will, Ye Feng assured her. Xiaoa praised his ingenuity with bright admiration, her childlike delight lighting her features as she sat close to him. Ye Feng ruffled her hair with a brotherly gesture. She blushed and settled back content. Wang Qing rose to begin the work, but Ye Feng and the women urged her to rest. Her foot still ached from its injury. Sit, teacher, Ye Feng urged gently. Liu Ting and Xiaoa joined his insistence. Reluctantly, Wang Qing complied and settled upon the stone bedding, promising to help once she was stronger. While the others set about rendering fat, cutting meat, and packing the bamboo containers, Wang Qing moved to sit beside Ye Feng. Her face bore a shadow. She wore a small, strained smile that did not reach her eyes. Tell me about the beast that attacked you, she asked softly. Ye Feng hesitated. The rain and darkness had obscured details that night. I could not see it clearly, he admitted. The storm hid its shape. But I have been attacked twice now. Wang Qing's worry deepened. If a mysterious predator haunted the forest, they would be in continual peril. The cave seemed smaller than the forest outside, vast and indifferent. Outside the cavern, the storm intensified. Thunder rolled like distant drums, and lightning braided the night sky into streaks of molten gold, illuminating the rain as though the heavens themselves were breaking. Inside, amid the steady hiss of water on leaves, the 3 women continued their labors, working with practiced rhythm to render oil and pack the bamboo canisters. Wang Qing spoke with Ye Feng, a tranquil smile cloaking the sharp ache in her foot. The fracture throbbed persistently, and she had leaned on a crutch for hours during the day. Though pain lingered, she maintained a cheerful demeanor. She would not burden her pupils. She knew all too well that if she complained about this pain, or that it would only add to the responsibilities of Ye Feng and the others. The thought of Ye Feng, with his earnest disposition, venturing out in the dead of night to fetch medicine, unsettled her night, brought peril. Ye Feng asked gently if her foot hurt. Wang Qing returned a mild, reassuring smile and insisted she felt much improved. When he offered to examine the injury, she demurred with a light laugh and assured him there was no need, that she was indeed better. A sudden peal of thunder rolled across the sky, as if some celestial wrath sought to rend the earth. The sound startled Liu Ting and Xiaoa. As they worked, they glanced anxiously outside before bending to their tasks once more. The storm quickened, and the wind rose to howl. Sheets of rain were pierced by relentless lightning, golden forks descending like furious serpents. Standing beneath the cave's stone wall with his blade at his side, Ye Feng watched the tempest with a troubled expression. The downpour only intensified. Ye Feng observed that a diet of rich, greasy meat would strain their stomachs and hinder digestion. They needed greens, simple fare, to balance what they had. Wang Qing soothed him, advising patience. No matter how relentless the rain, now it would cease in time, and once it did, they could seek wild vegetables together. For the moment, there was nothing to do but wait. A couple of hours later, in obedience to Ye Feng's directions, Liu Ting and Xiaoa packed the bear meat into hollowed bamboo segments, each portion accompanied by bear oil. Once the fat congealed, the meat would be sealed from air and remain preserved for an extended period. Having finished, the 2 women sat on the stone slab to rest. Wang Qing commended them for their hard work. When Liu Ting shifted too close to Ye Feng, he jested, and she, offended, moved again and tumbled from the bed. She protested, accusing him of bullying, then puffed up with mock menace, boasting of her taekwondo and claiming she could fell a cow with a single strike. Ye Feng dismissed the boast with a smirk, and the quarrel dissolved into playful banter under Wang Qing's amused gaze. Ye Feng slept deeply until a soft, urgent voice stirred him awake. Ye Feng, wake up, Liu Ting whispered, her tone small and strained with worry. Sleep fled him at once. On this desolate island, slumber carried danger. He sat up, hand closing instinctively around his knife, ready to move toward the stone alcove where they sheltered. They approached the inner stone beds. Xiaoa lay on the central slab, but it was Wang Qing who occupied the innermost berth, curled tightly and emitting intermittent sounds of pain even in sleep. Liu Ting's anxiety was plain. Teacher Wang seems to be in agony. I didn't want to wake you, but she is truly unwell. Ye Feng glanced at Wang Qing's constricted figure and the crude dressing on her feather ankle bound with splints and vine ties poultices plastered across it. The swelling beneath the bandages was evident. Ye Feng moved to inspect more closely. He began to loosen the vines and remove the splint, preparing to scrape away the herbal dressing to assess the injury. Wang Qing stirred and smiled with a fragile calm. Why are you both up at this hour? She asked. Liu Ting, voice tight with concern, replied that they had heard her suffering. Wang Qing offered reassurances, but her face betrayed the true severity of the condition. When Ye Feng cleared the poultice, the injured ankle was raw crimson and puffy, the fracture painfully obvious. Liu Ting flinched and clenched her fists. Wang Qing, attempting to dismiss their alarm, revealed a past of hardship. She recounted how, as a young teen, she had fractured that same spot while working on a mountainside after a sudden storm. Her parents had died early, and her grandmothers had raised her. The memory softened Liu Ting to tears. Wang Qing's compassion in school, her kindness to impoverished students, now made sense to Ye Feng. He remembered how in university Wang Qing had quietly shared her own meal card with him in times of need. They prepared to work through the night. Liu Ting offered to perform the massage, her hands trembling as she reached out to Wang Qing. The teacher insisted she would be all right and urged them to rest, attempting lightheartedness to calm her young companions. Still, Ye Feng began methodically to knead and stimulate the limb, mindful of the delicate balance between relief and further injury. Outside, the rain continued, a relentless backdrop to their vigil, while each of them wrestled with worry and the fragile hope that morning would bring the help they needed. As the night wore on, small confidences surfaced between them. Wang Qing's stoic assurances masked an awareness of her dependence on steady work, yet she refused to burden them unnecessarily. Liu Ting's eyes shone with a mixture of guilt and care, regretting that she could not have assisted earlier. Ye Feng, steady and resolute, kept watch over the fragile piece of the cave, promising himself that at first light he would brave the elements to find herbs to save the teacher's foot. Xiaoa, roused by the conversation of Ye Feng and the others, blinked awake and sat up. Rubbing her eyes, she inquired with concern, Liu Ting, is the teacher's leg worse? I heard your voices in my sleep. Wang Qing looked at Ye Feng and Liu Ting with a reproachful expression, though her eyes betrayed only regret. Liu Ting explained gravely that Wang Qing's ankle had become badly swollen and discolored. Ye Feng insists on massaging it through the night, then at dawn he will search for medicinal herbs. If we do nothing, the teacher's leg may suffer irreversible damage from poor circulation. Alarmed, Xiaoa sprang to her feet and drew close to Wang Qing. Seeing the severity of the injury, she volunteered, Liu Ting, both of you rest. Let me massage teacher to relieve the swelling. Liu Ting immediately demurred, but Xiaoa was firm and earnest. Liu Ting, you haven't slept all night. If you don't rest now, you won't make it through tomorrow. Ye must also conserve his strength to search for herbs by day. Conceding the point, Liu Ting asked Ye Feng to demonstrate the appropriate technique for Xiaoa and insisted he rest. Ye Feng agreed. In the wilderness, poor rest would dull reflexes and blunt perception. Wang Qing sat on the stone bunk and watched the three of them with deep emotion, speechless for a moment. She could only sigh. When Ye Feng asked the cause of her melancholy, she confessed, it's a pity. You have already graduated. If you had still been students once we left this island, we could have returned to the school together. Ye Feng replied with a gentle smile that even though they had finished their studies, other freshmen would come. When she returned, they too would be her students. The remark carried quiet consolation, yet an undercurrent of sorrow remained for the lives irrevocably altered by the disaster. Earlier, their plan had been to sail abroad on a cruise to attend a lecture by masters of finance. The voyage had promised lectures and lectureship with professors and students among many ordinary passengers. Fate had intervened with a calamity at sea. How many of the several hundred on board had survived was a question left hanging in the rain-dark night. Outside, the storm continued without relent. Rain hammered the landscape as thunder rolled across the sky, and within the cave a heavy silence settled between each crash. After a breath, Wang Qing urged them to rest. Xiao Ting, go get some sleep. Xiaoa, stay with me. Liu Ting stretched and yielded to exhaustion. Ye Feng instructed Xiaoa to look after their teacher, and she promised unambiguously that she would. Ye Feng lay on a bed of dried grass, burdened with worry. He thought ahead to the dawn, to the search for herbs. The small supply they had found days before had been exhausted and had chiefly served to counteract toxins. Xiaoa, attentive and anxious, occasionally asked how the teacher felt. Wang Qing hushed her with a soft admonition to keep quiet and allow the others to sleep. Despite his efforts, Ye Feng could not find restful slumber. The pounding rain and the threat of worsening injury tugged at his thoughts. Finally, in a hazy surrender, he drifted into a dream of home. He saw the village head, the familiar lane, and the weathered faces of his parents, their hair grown paler and their features lined with years. Overcome, he rushed forward and embraced them. In the dream, his parents raised their rough hands and stroked his face with tender affection. The lines of time had multiplied across their skin. Images of family history unfolded. Ye Feng recalled that his grandfather had been a formidable figure in his day, a man forged by hardship who had honed skills to defend their region from banditry when mountains dominated the southwest. His father, too, had practiced martial arts in youth and had drifted through the world, but marriage and the responsibility of a household led him to till the land and lead a steadier existence. Ye Feng reflected on the immutable truth that his parents had once harbored the very dreams and ambitions they had encouraged in him. Time had not extinguished their past selves, but had tempered them into steadfast care. The dream lingered as the storm continued to roar. Ye Feng turned the images over in his mind, feeling both the ache of longing and the resolve to protect those beside him. The cave outside remained dark and storm-tossed, but within the small circle of human warmth, the three young people and their teacher held fast to one another, each determined to endure until morning. Dawn arrived, and Ye Feng woke earlier than usual, anxious about Wang Qing's injury. Outside, a fine, persistent rain fell through the stone fissures like a veil of silvery threads, and a low mist had risen from the forest. The rain promised to endure and perhaps intensify. Xiaoa was still massaging Wang Qing's foot. The swelling had worsened, and the flesh flew thinned with each passing moment. Were it not for Xiaoa's persistent ministrations to encourage circulation, the condition might have grown dire. Wang Qing greeted Ye Feng with a gentle smile when she noticed him awake, assuring him that she felt better and that he need not worry. Ye Feng peered into the fog and offered to venture out to seek medicinal herbs. Wang Qing declined, wary of the dense mist and rain. She urged him to remain, reminding him of the peril beyond the cave mouth. Ye Feng clasped the short sword at his side and insisted he would take care, noting that once beneath the canopy, even a fog-dimmed forest allowed enough sight to move cautiously. The rain would likely persist for days, he reasoned, and the thicker undergrowth would yield more herbal remedies. Wang Qing pleaded with him not to go, invoking his filial status and how his family would be blamed if misfortune befell him. Her words were blunt, but born of maternal fear. She could not otherwise restrain him. Liu Ting stirred awake, and seeing Ye Feng prepare to leave, offered to brew him a restorative soup. Ye Feng demurred, but Liu Ting would not be refused. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with steaming beer meat broth poured into a hollowed bamboo cylinder. Ye Feng drank greedily, then shed his outer garment to avoid the sodden burden of raindamp cloth. He explained that the wet outer layer would cling and slow him in the forest where moisture collected on every branch and leaf. Despite their protests, Liu Ting insisted on accompanying him. Ye Feng persuaded her to stay to tend to Wang Qing, and Xiaoa, reasoning that one alone would be less encumbered and therefore more effective in a search. Wang Qing, still fragile and anxious, insisted again that he remain. She voiced the sort of stark, practical worries that truthfully only deepened the young man's resolve. Liu Ting lightened the mood with a small jest and a playful admonition, pounding a few mock blows into Ye Feng's shoulder before whispering a sincere plea for his safety. Ye Feng replied with a modest smile and tucked his outer cloak within the cave, sword in hand, and stepped into the mist. His silhouette vanished into the white haze within moments. The fog hung so dense that no more than a dozen meters could be seen. Wang Qing, supported by Xiaoa, hobbled to the mouth of the cave and watched until the last outline disappeared from view. Her fears swelled into tears. Alone within the enveloping woods, Ye Feng advanced quickly. The forest, though shrouded in mist, offered sufficient visibility for an experienced traveler to proceed. He pushed toward denser growth where herbs would be most abundant. Ancient trees nodded their roots across the earth, and fallen trunks and branches littered the ground. The rain had saturated his garments to the skin, yet he felt little chill. Urgency and exertion kept his blood warm. He moved with purpose, scanning the undergrowth, but the dimness of the day hindered his foraging. He searched for a long time and had yet to find the specific medicinal specimens he sought. Suddenly, a sound arose from the mist-laden trees behind him. Ye Feng's reflexes tightened, and his hand closed around the hilt of his short sword. He paused, every sense alert, and surveyed the blurred outlines of trunks and foliage. A nameless apprehension gathered like static in his bones. The forest, which had seemed merely damp and obscure, now felt charged with a lurking presence. Danger, intangible and immediate, advanced from the shrouded woodland. A metronomic patter filled the Foraging shrouded wood as droplets fell from the canopy. Ye Feng stood alone, sodden, his hand clasping the hilt of his piedao. The blade was held at a practiced tilt, poised to strike through the air. A few leaves drifted down, and when the sound that had come from the gloom ceased, he turned to find the forest swallowed in white mist and an unnerving stillness that belied the earlier commotion. Acting on that counsel, Ye Feng hooked a stone with his toe and flicked it into the obscuring mist. The pebble struck somewhere beyond, and a muffled thud answered. In an instant, a black shape burst forth, swift and compact. The fog blurred its outline and denied him a clear view. With a fierce exhalation, Ye Feng threw his weight back as the creature shot past overhead, a gust of chill trailing its passage, its unnatural cry skittering through the trees. He would not turn his back. To do so would be to court a slower death. Dragging the piedeo so its sound would not betray him, he surged forward in a sprint that might have been mistaken for a dash of 100 meters. Reaching an old trunk, he planted his feet, bounded upward in a fluid vault, and in midair pivoted, driving the blade down with a decisive arc. The strike met flesh and claw with a thunderous impact, and one talon clattered to the ground, severed. Rain began to fall, hardening with every passing moment. Teacher Wang Qing sat on the stone pallet, peering anxiously through the fissures in the cave wall, her heart aflame with worry. Since Ye Feng's departure, she had been incapable of composure, beset by fear for his safety and terrified of how she would explain any misfortune to his parents if he did not return. Beside her, Liu Ting and Xiaoa watched the downpour in silence, their faces heavy with the same dreadful anticipation. The rain intensified, drumming and hissing as if determined to last for an age. From the previous afternoon until now it had not ceased. In the dim interior, hope and dread wrestled. Wang Qing fretted aloud, imagining the worst, while Xiaoa and Liu Ting offered gentle reassurances. They believed in Ye Feng's skill and were adamant that nothing would befall him. Their voices calmed Wang Qing only slightly, for their calmness masked their own anxieties. Resolved, Wang Qing swore to herself that if Ye Feng returned this time, she would never again allow him to leave. Liu Ting rose and approached the cave mouth, her eyes searching the white mist with a troubled expression. The rain pattered and roared on the rock as the trio waited, each heartbeat marked by worry and longing for his silhouette to appear through the haze. At last, a familiar figure moved swiftly through the vapor, gradually emerging into view. The bitter wind swept through the hollow, lending the scene an unexpected gravitas. Ye Feng stepped out of the mist, and the three women saw him standing there, wet, resolved, and very much alive. Relief flooded them. Liu Ting opened the stone doorway and waved. Xiaoa ran forward, joy written across her face. Wang Qing let out a long breath and closed her eyes for a moment, the tight coil of dread loosening at last. Ye Feng crossed the threshold, and their greetings turned warm and teasing. Liu Ting and Xiaoa greeted him, as if welcoming a beloved home, their excitement almost maternal. Ye Feng, carrying a blade in one hand and medicinal herbs in the other, offered a mock invitation for embraces. Xiaoa blushed and averted her gaze, while Liu Ting stood upon the cave step with a playful smile and open arms. Yet Ye Feng demurred, insisting that he sought genuine affection rather than playful hurt. Liu Ting replied with a wry remark about the smallness of her heart, and Xiaoa urged them to bring him inside to warm up. Inside the cave, Wang Qing remained stern though relieved. She admonished Ye Feng not to venture out again, so recklessly, her voice heavy with the fear of what danger could bring. Ye Feng apologized gently and assured them he was unharmed. He divided the herbs he had gathered into 2 portions and instructed Liu Ting and Xiaoa to prepare thymony to be decocted, the other to be crushed and applied as a poultice. Wang Qing made room by the fire and urged Ye Feng to sit close so his sodden garments might dry. As she brushed rainwater and clinging leaves from his shoulders, she asked about the forest and any dangers he had faced. Ye Feng confessed that he had encountered a creature in the woods, something reminiscent of a monkey in its swiftness and agility, an uncanny beast that had left him shaken at the memory. Liu Ting and Xiaoa prepared the herbal poultices, while Ye Feng painstakingly set Wang Qing's displaced bones. He bound the wounds with compresses and secured splints. 2 kinds of medicinal herbs were applied, one for internal healing, the other for topical recovery. Within 10 days to half a month, Wang Qing would dispense with a cane and walk unassisted. A full convalescence, however, might demand 2 or 3 months of recuperation. After their ministrations, Ye Feng sat by the fire to warm himself and to dry their garments. Liu Ting took it upon herself to prepare their meal. Outside, rain intensified and mist thickened. Time flowed quietly, and the days slipped by. After 2 or 3 days, the downpour finally abated. The clouds parted and a vast clear sky unfurled above the verdant forest. Though the weather cleared and sunlight bathed the canopy, no rescue party arrived. Anxiety crept back into their thoughts as they contemplated the absent searchers. They had subsisted on greasy provisions for several days, and their stomachs rebelled. Yet Wang Qing's condition had markedly improved through their care. With the sky now bright, the sounds of the forest returned. Crickets chirped and flocks of birds traversed the heavens. Ye Feng strolled to the cave mouth, blade at his side, stretching contentedly before announcing the sunshine. Liu Ting, covering her ears at his boisterous voice, chided him for shouting. Ye Feng proposed foraging for wild greens. After several days of eating primarily bear meat, they craved vegetables for digestion and balance. Liu Ting offered to accompany him, but they decided it was prudent for one person to remain with Wang Qing. Ye Feng persuaded Liu Ting to stay and asked Xiaoa to join him. Xiaoa, shy yet eager, volunteered with a small, hopeful voice. They exchanged farewells, and Ye Feng led Xiaoa into the lush forest. Beneath the cathedral of trees, the forest exuded life. Xiaoa, replenished by fresh air and scenery, flitted along like a bird, her countenance bright with joy. Ye Feng fashioned a basket from vines and handed it to her, instructing her to carry it as he gathered edible plants. He identified various herbs and greensku kai, che, qian chao among them, explaining their dual use as food and medicine. Xiaoa listened intently, following with affectionate admiration. She had never before felt such reverence for any young man. They journeyed deeper until they paused beneath an old tree. Ye Feng noticed the furtive glances Xiaoa had stolen at his retreating form and asked if she was weary. Embarrassed, she denied it with a flustered mixture of affirmation and negation. Ye Feng suggested a brief rest. She sat beside him, heart racing, shy and delicate as a girl on her first tender outing with someone she admired. The forest held them in a gentle hush as they rested together beneath the foliage. Beneath a venerable towering tree in the heart of the forest, Ye Feng and Xiaoa sat side by side. A cool breeze wandered through the canopy, setting the leaves to whisper and tumble in a soft, shimmering cascade that alighted upon their shoulders like tiny blessings. Xiaoa kept her gaze lowered, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unwilling to meet Ye Feng's eyes. Ye Feng regarded her with an amused, gentle smile and asked whether she bore any grievance against him. Xiaoa looked up in surprise, puzzled by the question. When he pressed, wondering why she grew reticent in his company, she stammered, befuddled by nerves. Ye Feng laughed softly, reached out, and ruffled her hair in playful reassurance, confessing that he had only been teasing. The simple gesture made her heart race. His palm felt like the warm promise of spring. He rose and stepped a few paces forward to savor the forest air, having dwelled in a cave for several days and craving the openness. Xiaoa watched his silhouette entranced. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, gilding his hair and casting his figure in a noble, comforting light. The scene awakened something tender, and Hera song rose in her mind, recalling the refrain about a brother and sister remaining together until old age. Though she had never loved before, she found herself captivated by Ye Feng in a way that surprised her. Gathering courage, she rose with measured steps and approached him. In a voice scarcely audible, she thanked him for rescuing her and vowed to repay his kindness. Ye Feng feigned mischief and asked how she intended to repay him. Flustered, she vowed that when she earned money, she would give it all to him. He smiled and refused the offer with gentle mockery, saying he could never take her livelihood. His wish was simply for her well-being. He placed a protective hand upon her shoulder. The touch made her feel smaller and cherished, and she longed to lean closer to the warmth he provided. Xiaoa, he said with a smile, you are beautiful and so dutiful. Though embarrassed, she beamed inwardly at the praise. Every girl delights in being admired, especially by someone she holds in esteem. Ye Feng took her hand and asked if she was weary. She shook her head and stood demurely by his side as the sun poured through the leaves and warmed them both. He wrapped an arm about her in a tender embrace. She blushed and felt her pulse quicken, but did not resist. The fragile intimacy of the moment, however, was abruptly fractured when a gray wolf emerged from the underbrush. It advanced with cautious steps, nostrils quivering, and a cold apprehension seized Xiaoa. She slipped behind, Ye Feng clinging to him in fear of the animal's bite. A hard light flashed across Ye Feng's expression, anger and resolve in equal measure. The appearance of the wolf, likely a remnant of the pack that had lingered after the black bear's fall, ruined the serene interlude. He swore under his breath and readied his blade, determined to eliminate the threat. Yet he understood the danger might be greater if the pack lurked nearby. The territory would remain unsafe until the wolves were driven off. Xiaoa urged him to be careful. Ye Feng, confident and unyielding, bade her step aside and watch as he prepared to demonstrate his prowess, resolved to protect her at all costs. In the heart of the forest, Ye Feng's gaze burned with anger as the gray wolf emerged at the most inopportune moment. He had scarcely found a chance to slip away with Xiaoa when the beast appeared. Xiaoa trembled with fear. She worried the wolf might bite Ye Feng. Memories of Ye Feng's injury on the Desolate Island and the fate of Shi Dalong's party who had been slain by wolves made her pale. The wolf advanced deliberately, cautious rather than swift, as if testing its quarry. Wolves are cunning by nature and rarely assail large prey lightly. To them, humans are unquestionably formidable. With a swift motion, Ye Feng seized his short sword and charged. The wolf answered his movement with a single fierce lunge. Ye Feng vaulted upward and brought his blade down in a clean arc. The steel flashed, and the wolf uttered a pained cry as the blade struck its neck. It rolled, staggered, and attempted to rise, but Ye Feng drove his sword home once more. Blood spattered. The wolf fell still. Though formidable in their numbers, an isolated gray wolf is no match for a determined adult armed with a blade. Xiaoa moved toward him, eyes bright with admiration. Ye Feng, however, was restless. He gripped her hand and urged haste toward the cave that served as their camp. Confused, Xiaoa asked why he hurried. The wolf lay dead. Ye Feng explained with urgency that wolves seldom travel alone. The presence of this solitary animal meant its pack was nearby. Wolves possess a keen intelligence. When one of their companions is slain, they are likely to return for vengeance. As they hurried, Ye Feng scanned the forest with a watchful intensity. The path led them across a patch of ground scoured with countless paw prints, evidence that a pack had indeed passed this way. Zhao Xue's fear rekindled. She remembered how Ye Feng and Shi Dalong had been attacked by a ravenous tide of wolves. Ye Feng remained resolute and pulled her faster toward the shelter of the cave, knowing that a solitary blade would be insufficient against a coordinated assault of beasts. The two reached the approach to their encampment, the familiar mouth of the cave relieving them for the moment. A voice from within Liu Ting's rose anxiously as she opened the stone slab and stood upon the steps. She scolded them lightly for frightening her, and Wang Leshi. Ye Feng scanned the ground at the entrance. The stony soil showed no signs of tracks, but rock and gravel often conceal passage. As Liu Ting's gaze fell upon the pair, she noticed Ye Feng holding Zhao Xue's hand and was unexpectedly pricked by a sting of jealousy. The sight unsettled her more than she had anticipated. When Ye Feng clasped Zhao Xue's hand, Liu Ting felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. She could scarcely believe that such a trivial emotion could rise within her. At school, she had always brushed aside the attentions of handsome or affluent suitors. Some thwarted, had even paraded affection before her to provoke jealousy, yet she had never been moved in that way until now. Zhao Xue hurried to explain that a wolf had appeared and that Ye Feng had slain it, leading her back in a flurried retreat. Liu Ting nodded faintly and murmured that no explanation was necessary. She and Ye Feng were not involved. Ye Feng interjected with a wry remark that Zhao Xue need not justify herself since she was not his girlfriend. Liu Ting shot him a reproachful glance. Wang Qing arrived with a cane, limping as she approached. Ye Feng greeted her politely. Wang Qing, anxious, reported that 2 wolves had been observed near the cave entrance. They had sniffed about for a time before departing, but she feared they had detected their presence. Liu Ting then recounted how shortly after Ye Feng and Zhao Xue left, 2 wolves had lingered at the mouth of the cave before slinking away. Had they not retreated, the 3 hiding inside might have been discovered. From the trees came a surging clamor, as if innumerable feet were charging wolves, a relentless tide. Ye Feng's expression hardened. A cold wind seemed to congeal around them. He seized his blade in one hand and the poisonous herbs in the other, and propelled himself toward the cave like an arrow. The pack poured from the forest like a swollen current. Liu Ting's voice rang out in alarm. Zhao Xue and Wang Qing inside added to the frantic chorus. Dozens of wolves thundered across the clearing with terrifying intent. At the cave mouth, they attempted to heave the stone slab into place, but a massive gray wolf wedged its forequarters beneath it and stalled the barrier. Wang Qing, gripping a length of bamboo, jabbed fiercely at the intruder's skull. The strikes drew blood, yet the wolf's cranium proved resilient. With a savage surge, Ye Feng delivered a powerful kick that sent the beast hurtling down the steps, where it was trampled by its packmates below. The threshold was narrow, and 2 meters above the ground, only one wolf could ascend at a time, buying them a sliver of reprieve. They shoved the slab against the doorway and braced it with a stout wooden pole. Another gray wolf scrambled up the steps and battered at the stone. Despite a lingering injury to her foot, Wang Qing thrust her bamboo spear with stubborn fury. The animal bled and toppled from the stair. From beneath, a deep, sonorous howl swelleth. Lang Wang, distinguished by a ring of white fur about its brow, proclaimed itself. Its cry echoed across the clearing, an iron command that drew the pack into a tighter, menacing circle. A sonorous howl split the air as the pack answered in unison. The gray wolves arrayed themselves behind their leader, their luminous, sullen eyes fixed upon the mouth of the cavern. Inside, 3 women peered from shadow, hearts pounding. They marveled at the wolves' discipline and coordination. Like humans, these creatures manifested social order and intercommunication. Liu Ting whispered, her voice trembling with concern, Ye Feng, they are gathering outside again. What shall we do? Zhao Xue shuddered as she recalled the previous commotion when a black bear had driven the wolves away. The bear is dead now. I fear the pack will remain on guard this time. Ye Feng met their gazes with quiet resolve and said, I will devise a plan. Ye Feng produced a cluster of wolfbane and a desiccated rat head. He ground the toxic herbs and boiled them in water until the infusion turned an ominous black, mercifully odorless. He smeared the poison across strips of bear meat and hurled them beyond the stone threshold. Narrow fissures in the rock allowed them to extend their hands, but not to venture far. They waited in tense silence, watching the wolves approach the scattered meat with palpable caution. The pack lingered at the periphery, wary as sentinels. Why do they not simply devour it? Liu Ting fretted. Perhaps they are not hungry, or their instinct makes them wary, Ye Feng replied. Slowly, one cautious wolf edged forward to test the morsel, then retreated at the low rumble from the leader. A few braver individuals sampled the meat under the leader's scrutiny, while the rest kept their distance. Once several had committed, the others followed, greed overcoming caution. For a moment it seemed they might finish every scrap. Then the first succumbed with a pitiful whine, collapsing as his body convulsed, and he vomited before bleeding from his orifices and dying. Panic rippled through the pack as one by one they succumbed to the toxin, their plaintive cries fading into the cold air. Even the leader, eyes glinting with righteous fury, fell to the ground in a final sorrowful sob. After a long, exhausting exertion, Ye Feng, Liu Ting, and Zhao Shui at last wrested the pelts from the wolves. Wang Qing, still convalescing from her wounds, remained idle at the cave mouth, watching quietly. Ye Feng hauled the carcasses deep into the forest and cast them away. The beasts had died of poison, and their flesh was unfit for consumption. Liu Ting and Zhao Shui laid each pelt upon the flat stones beneath the fierce noon sun. The heat was merciless but providential, promising that the skins would dry thoroughly and that evenings in the cave would be far more comfortable with those warm furs. Ye Feng returned sweating, weary from the labor of handling so many beasts. Without salt, the food tasted insipid, and he proposed they walk to the shore to evaporate seawater the following day to obtain salt. The process was crude and brief use only, but a modest ration of unrefined sea salt would restore flavor. Zhao Shui, eager to accompany him, volunteered at once, though she blushed at the thought of going out. Liu Ting, recalling a small earlier intimacy between Ye Feng and Zhao Shui, announced she would come as well. Wang Qing smiled serenely and bade them be careful. Ye Feng entrusted Zhao Shui with the duty of taking Wang Qing back into the cave and closing the stone slab until they returned. Zhao Shui supported Wang Qing along the path to the cavern, and when they reached the entrance, she silently sealed the stone slab behind them. With that secured, Ye Feng heft his blade and, hand in hand with Liu Ting, set off for the sea. The journey was long, the forest was vast and dense, and for nearly 2 hours the trees closed about them like a green ocean. As they walked beneath the cathedral of leaves, a lighter mood replaced the fatigue. Ye Feng teased Liu Ting about a promise she had made earlier, a playful vow of an embrace should a certain person return from gathering herbs. Standing beneath a tall tree, Ye Feng opened his arms in jest, prepared to receive the reward. Liu Ting laughed, revealing a charming dimple, and retorted that she had never specified him. Her earlier pledge had been ambiguous and not meant for him. He sighed with mock exasperation and praised Zhao Shui, drawing a theatrical rebuke from Liu Ting, who declared she was not obligated to be reasonable. She quickened her pace, and he followed, smiling. At last the forest gave way to the boundless coastline. Waves cascaded in argent ribbons beneath the brazen sun. On a stretch of golden sand they chose a lowering depression, and with patient labor drove wooden stakes and dug a narrow channel to lead seawater into the hollow. The soil there held well. If the trapped water evaporated under the relentless sun, salt would crystallize by the following midday. They had employed this rudimentary method before and knew its modest yield would suffice for now. They labored until the afternoon, then sat upon a reef to catch their breath. Liu Ting wiped the sweat from her brow. Her cheeks were flushed by the sun. Ye Feng offered her a small bamboo vessel of fresh water, which she received gratefully and drank with a delicate tilt of her head. He lingered at her side with an amused smile as she chided him for staring. She feigned indignation and teased that she was prudently dressed, though Ye Feng could not deny the casualness of her attire. Their conversation slipped into easy laughter. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, they rose, mindful that Zhao Shui and Wang Qing awaited them in the cave. Just as they were about to depart, 2 men appeared on the reef ahead, striding one after the other. Their approach was sudden enough to arrest both Ye Feng and Liu Ting. The first was about 40, his complexion weathered and dark. The other, nearer 35, was broad and heavily built. They were strangers, not members of their school, men who had come from beyond when the ill-fated ship was wrecked. At the sight of them, an instinctive guard descended over Ye Feng. His demeanor hardened into vigilance. He recalled the Shrouded brothers with some distaste, but not the same aversion. These two felt different, and his unease deepened as they quickened their pace toward them. Not far from the shore, 2 unfamiliar men came hurrying along the sand. Both appeared middle-aged, one around 40, the other in his mid-30s. The elder was darkened by sun, his skin bearing the evidence of long exposure, while his companion was solidly built and sturdy. They were not members of the school. Their bearing marked them as outsiders. The darker man called out with brazen familiarity, gesturing energetically as he approached. His companion mirrored him, smiling and waving in an eager, intrusive manner. Liu Ting froze, frightened, and instinctively slipped behind Ye Feng. He too tensed, his posture guarded and impermeable. Unlike encounters with fellow students, such as Shi Dalong, where a shared affiliation dulled suspicion, these strangers provoked an instinctive aversion. They drew near with flattering words and an attempt at intimacy, but Ye Feng reacted instantly. He revealed the long knife at his hip and bellowed a single uncompromising command to leave. The 2 men flinched, evidently surprised that he would be armed. Perhaps their attention had been absorbed entirely by Liu Ting. They stammered reassurances and took a cautious step back, eyes fixed on the blade. Naming themselves, the darker man introduced himself as Sima Jiao and the burly one as Niu Chenfei. Sima Jiao smiled in a way that made Liu Ting uneasy, his gaze sweeping her in a calculating arc. Ye Feng responded with cold brevity, refusing to be coaxed into politeness or pretense. He grasped Liu Ting's hand and moved briskly toward the sheltering trees, making it unmistakable that there would be no fraternization. From the fringe of the forest, they turned to watch. The two men lingered on the distant beach, their silhouettes watching Ye Feng and Liu Ting vanish among the trunks. They had not pursued, instead they remained, their eyes following until the pair were out of sight. Relief washed over Liu Ting, the tension that had gripped her moments before relaxed into a timid smile. Ye Feng urged a return to their previous labors. They would come back on the morrow to harvest sea salt. Liu Ting asked with innocent curiosity why he had been so fierce. He replied simply that his harshness had been a form of protection. If he had been conciliatory, he explained, false cordiality would have invited ulterior motives and perhaps violence. By meeting them with unyielding sternness, he deterred them from pressing their luck and, if necessary, spared them from provoking a fatal outcome. Liu Ting gave a small, disdainful snort, teasing him that his rhetoric elevated a matter of self-preservation into something noble. Ye Feng only tightened his grip and led her deeper into the woods, unsettled by the certainty that these two would not easily relinquish their interest. They walked on in companionable silence, each step measured, each listening for any sign that the peace might soon be disturbed. Ye Feng grasped Liu Ting's hand and urged her along the forest path toward the cave. The return journey was long, at best an hour's brisk walk, perhaps two if their pace slackened, so he pushed them forward with hurried strides, the canopy above blurring as they hurried on. Their banter softened the tension. Liu Ting bit his shoulder playfully, Ye Feng feigned pain and returned the admonition with mock sternness. She teased back, proud and unembarrassed, in a way that contrasted with the shy reserve of Xiaoa. He squeezed her cheek until it flushed pink, promising to make amends if he ever harmed her. She accepted the apology with a small nod. Laughter and warmth threaded between them as they walked. Before they could decide whether to skirt the tangles, a sound snapped the moment something struck the earth with dull impact. Two forms toppled from the canopy above, unspooling into the clearing like inverted puppets. They landed wrapped tautly in white silk, their limbs bound, and their hair spilling free. The female silhouettes were swathed so completely that they resembled mummies. Under the shadow of an ancient tree, Ye Feng crouched and turned over two lifeless bodies. The sight struck him with immediate dread. Both were women, one roughly 40, the other about 20. Their eyes protruded grotesquely, their faces as black as charred wood. The bulging eyes suggested strangulation by the spider silk that had constricted their throats, while the sullen, soot-dark complexions betrayed the ravages of poison. Their bodies were withered and desiccated as if their blood had been siphoned away. Liu Ting, standing a short distance away, trembled. "Who are they?" she asked, voice thin with apprehension. Ye Feng answered gravely, recounting what he had inferred. She urged swift departure. The place exuded peril. Yet before they could retreat, a faint, eerie rasp reached their ears. The sound, barely more than a whisper, prickled the skin along Ye Feng's neck. He looked up, and his heart sank. Suspended beneath the great tree, a colossal spider hung on its silk, inching toward them. It was immense, nearly 1.5 meters tall, 2 meters long, weighing well over 100 gen. Its web dwarfed even the largest specimens rumored in faraway rainforests. The creature emitted a sinister hissing susurration as it extruded threads intent on binding Liu Ting and hauling her aloft in the same fate as the two women. A quick instinct propelled Ye Feng into action. He seized his blade, beckoned for Liu Ting to come closer, and sprang between her and the falling horror. The spider launched itself like a dark missile. Ye Feng lunged, knocking Liu Ting to the ground, and using the momentum to slide them both out of reach. The beast crashed where they had stood and immediately advanced again, its pace unervingly swift despite its bulk. Ye Feng flung Liu Ting into a nearby tussock of grass. She scrambled up, ruffled but alert, searching desperately for a stick or stone to aid him. Ye Feng's name barely left Liu Ting's lips before she burst from the underbrush, clutching a two-meter wooden staff, resolute to aid him against the looming black spider. Ye Feng's urgent warning came too late. She charged onward, disregarding peril, and struck at the monstrous arachnid's legs with frantic blows. The staff's impacts echoed through the clearing. Although the spider was enormous, its resilience could not rival that of great beasts. Its anatomy rendered it less capable of enduring sustained crushing force. When it pivoted and lunged toward Liu Ting with a grotesque, gaping maw, her face drained of color, but she summoned her courage and prepared to strike its head. Ye Feng ordered her not to strike, but to use the staff to hold the creature at bay. Liu Ting lacked the strength to kill the spider with blows alone. Her best option was to brace its advance, using the staff as a lever so that her body would be drawn backward as the spider pushed forward. She obeyed, planting the staff against the spider's cephalothorax. The creature surged, and Liu Ting was shoved rearward by the force. Her audacity in charging to help amazed Ye Feng. Had Xiaoa been there, she would likely have been paralyzed with fear. The black spider spat silk filaments, white and swift as drifting clouds, intent on ensnaring them. "It is casting web," Liu Ting whispered, alarm tightening her voice. "Entanglement would doom them, as it had the two women before them." Ye Feng, however, replied with a cool, almost disdainful determination. He flexed a stout branch until it bent, then released it. The taut timber snapped back and struck the streaming silk. Threads adhered to the wood, tethering them like a sticky sash. The spider began to climb along its own web, ascending toward the tree. Ye Feng ordered Liu Ting down, and seizing his blade, vaulted through the air with the brutal grace of a falling weight. He slammed onto the spider's back, anchoring himself as he drove the sword downward. With a sickening splash of veery descent, ichor burst from the creature's vulnerable nape. Ye Feng recoiled at once. The spider's fluid was venomous, a hazard especially to exposed eyes. The beast convulsed and writhed until, after relentless thrashing, its movements stilled and finally ceased. Ye Feng drew a long breath. The danger momentarily ended. Beneath the dense canopy, Ye Feng gripped Liu Ting's hand, and they hurried toward the camp. The settlement lay at a considerable distance. Even a brisk walk would take an hour, and at a slower pace, perhaps twice that. They ran until their brows glistened with sweat, breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps. After half an hour, Liu Ting leaned forward with her hands on her knees, drawing air in great heaving pulls. Her garments were askew, hair disordered. Ye Feng, standing close by, could not help but remark. She smoothed her clothing and snapped, reminding him that such a dishevelment might invite misunderstanding once they returned. He offered a playful rejoinder about her own imagination, and they shared a smile, relief, and the fragile exhilaration of survival warming them both. The monstrous spiders had not followed, for now they were safe. They rose and resumed their steady pace as the sun began its descent. On the far horizon, the orb burned like a molten globe, sliding toward the ridge. Together they walked through the murmuring woods, a soft wind stirring Liu Ting's raven hair so that it trailed like silk. Ye Feng turned to ask a light-hearted question about the romance of strolling in the forest with a handsome companion. Liu Ting parried with equal teasing, and their laughter mingled with the rustle of leaves. Liu Ting dismissed his explanation with theatrical disdain and then recounted their true ordeal. On the shore they had encountered two surviving men, and en route back, they had been set upon by an enormous black spider nearly 2 meters tall, which had already slain 2 women. Had fortune not favored them, they might not have returned at all. Wang Qing's concern deepened, but both insisted they were unharmed. Xiaoa, eager to help, immediately offered to prepare a meal. Ye Feng accepted, saying they were indeed famished, and that afterward he had something to tell them. As dusk settled into the night, the small group moved toward the cave to share food and the brief, fragile comfort of one another's company. The forest kept its watchful silence outside, and for a moment the island's dangers seemed held at bay by their shared warmth and the steady cadence of their breathing. Wang Qing's curiosity surfaced. She asked whether the 2 men were alumni of their school. Her familiarity extended only to the students she taught, and that graduating class numbered in the hundreds. Ye Feng shook his head. Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei were not graduates from their institution. Their ages set them apart. Sima Jiao appeared to be around 40, while Niu Chenfei seemed no younger than 35. Such maturity, Ye Feng suggested, made them unpredictable and potentially dangerous. Wang Qing felt a chill at the thought. On a desolate island, one should trust no one beyond their immediate companions. Ye Feng accepted Wang Qing's encouragement with gratitude and a half-teasing humility. He had been under her instruction since his freshman year. She had often helped him in small but meaningful ways, including sharing meal credits. Wang Qing, taking her responsibility seriously, addressed each student with equal earnestness. She turned to Ye Feng and described his prospects as boundless. He laughed, but she forbade levity, insisting he take the circumstances seriously. Ye Feng complied, nodding respectfully. Gratitude lingered on his features, a testament to the quiet mentorship that had steadied him through years of study. A moment of vulnerability passed when Xiaoa complained of a stomachache. She was embarrassed and asked Liu Ting to accompany her outside to attend to the matter. Dusk had fallen, and she did not feel bold enough to venture alone. Liu Ting obliged readily, making a playful face as she rose. Ye Feng warned them not to stray too far, and Liu Ting assured him she understood. Once the 2 women departed, Wang Qing and Ye Feng remained in the cavern. They spoke softly about the healing that had taken place over recent days. Wang Qing's wounds had improved noticeably. The cave's hush wrapped around them, a fragile peace before night fully settled. A tense standoff unfolded against the waning light. Liu Ting formed a shield of resolve around Xiaoa, though the younger girl trembled and leaned inward, seeking shelter. Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei radiated a dangerous calm, the kind born of insolence and experience. Ye Feng stepped between them, without hesitation, blade glinting faintly, voice steady but sharp as he demanded an explanation. The encounter held the thin line between negotiation and violence, an instant where courage, fear, and loyalty would determine what came next. The island's silence waited with bated breath as the confrontation began to crystallize into action. Ye Feng reached the mouth of the cave and instantly recognized Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei standing there. Furious at their inexplicably swift arrival, he thought of how he and Liu Ting had deliberately circled the shoreline to confuse any potential tail and to assess directions only to stray into the domain of the black spiders and narrowly escape being devoured. That they had nonetheless found this refuge could not be mere coincidence, it smacked of deliberate intent. The island was small, and anyone versed in castaway survival knew that where mountains rose there would be caves. Once one grasped that simple logic, locating this cavern ceased to be an extraordinary feat. Xiaoa gripped a wooden staff, her body trembling as she faced the two men. Liu Ting likewise brandished a stick, eyes blazing. "Keep away," she warned, and the menace in her voice left no room for misinterpretation. Sima Jiao, dark-featured and sly, smiled with false cordiality, insisting they meant no harm, and Niu Chenfei echoed the same hollow refrain. Their words professed innocence, but their bodies betrayed them, closing distance step by step in a manner that revealed intent, not reassurance. In such situations, decency dictates retreat. Instead, they pressed forward, making their purpose plain. Liu Ting pressed the tip of her staff into Sima Jiao's shoulder in a warning motion and snarled that if he came any closer, she would not hesitate. Sima Jiao lifted a hand as if to placate her and reached for the staff, but Liu Ting recoiled and avoided his grasp. Niu Chenfei advanced cautiously toward Xiaoa with similar feigned amiability. In an instant, Ye Feng lunged behind Sima Jiao and drove a practiced kick into his back, sending him smashing into a rock face. Sima Jiao howled as he crumpled and slid down the stones. Niu Chenfei spun around in alarm, only to find Ye Feng's blade pressed to his throat. Wang Qing spoke in a measured tone. She said that they had been in contact with the outside by phone and that the rescue team would reach the island within 2 days. For now, each man should fend for himself. Besides, their cavern could not possibly shelter the two intruders. Sima Jiao chuckled, the sound edged with insolence. He remarked that since help was imminent, the two would endure for 2 days, though he added a brazen plea. He asked if there was food in the cave, merely enough to sate them. Wang Qing hesitated. She had no desire to feed these interlopers. Ye Feng's reply was icy and uncompromising. He refused their request with profanity and the hard grip of his hand upon his knife, his gaze a razor. Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei's faces darkened with menace, but their bravado faltered when they noticed the camp stones, each draped with wolf pelts. There were a dozen of them, perhaps more. The sight unsettled the two men. Their expressions shifted from ferocity to unease. They regarded Ye Feng with new caution. He watched them with a predatory stillness, a presence that hinted at violence without yet committing it. When Sima Jiao finally led them away, both glanced back repeatedly at the pelts, consumed with morbid curiosity about how Ye Feng and his companions had felled so many wolves. A sudden alarm from the cave entrance shattered the brief respite. Xiaoa peered anxiously toward the trees and exclaimed that the men had come back. Ye Feng opened his eyes. Through the foliage, he saw Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei stride toward the cave, each brandishing a stout wooden club. Their posture was bold, perhaps reckless. They appeared to think a crude stick could dictate the outcome here. Wang Qing's features tightened with gravity. She and Liu Ting shared a look of apprehension. Ye Feng drew his blade, every nerve coiled. He ordered the others to remain inside until he gave the command. Then he stepped from the mouth of the cave to meet the threat, contemptuous of the two fools who believed a broken branch could subdue him. Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei reappeared, each grasping a stout wooden club as they hurried toward the cave that sheltered the makeshift camp. Ye Feng stepped out, blade at his hip, disdain and cold resolve shading his features. The two intruders believed that mere cudgels could intimidate him. Inside, Xiaoa trembled with unease. She had never witnessed such danger and clung to fear like a familiar garment. She appealed to Wang Lishi and Liu Ting for counsel, their voices tight with apprehension. Liu Ting rolled her eyes and without hesitation seized a bamboo pole from the ground, done and expertly sharpened to a lethal point. Wang Qing likewise took up a spear of bamboo, declaring that numbers conferred strength and that their presence would embolden Ye Feng. Xiaoa followed, aligning the pointed end toward the cavern mouth. Together, they exited a small phalanx of resolve behind Ye Feng, the bamboo tips flashing like silent threats. Their furtive departure confirmed Ye Feng's suspicions. If the island's inhabitants had functional phones, any hope of imminent rescue would deter further aggression. If not, the two scoundrels would likely strike. Ye Feng resolved that he would not tolerate continued prying. He considered stratagems, keeping the women within the cavern or dispersing them. Briefly remove witnesses before dealing with the threat decisively and discreetly. He would not allow anyone to discover such ruthless measures. Night had fallen without moonlight and silence lay over the forest. Inside the cave, a bright fire was kindled, casting warmth through the stone refuge. From beyond the trees came a soft rustling that sounded ominous in the stillness. Not far from the clearing, another fire burned. Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei sat by it, and would not leave their post. Ye Feng stood at the mouth of the cave, hand on his saber, his gaze cold and penetrating, as if he could pierce the night itself. Within the cave, 3 women huddled near the flames for warmth. They watched Ye Feng's solitary silhouette against the quiet sky and felt an ineffable loneliness in it. They did not know his thoughts, only that he remained vigilant against the 2 men outside. Liu Ting fed a log into the blaze and rose deliberately to join Ye Feng at the entrance. Her voice was measured as she observed, "They still refuse to leave. They really do intend to make a move against us." Ye Feng smiled faintly and replied, "They have designs not on me, but on you. I have been endangered because of you." Liu Ting conceded, "I know they are unreliable. Human hearts can be frightening." Ye Feng agreed, calling any expectation that they would cooperate a fool's dream. When she pressed him on how he intended to deal with them, Ye Feng demurred and suggested they rest in the cave for the night instead. Annoyed, Liu Ting snorted softly at his silence. Back inside, Wang Qing and Zhao Shui greeted Ye Feng's return. Zhao Shui, shaken and uncertain, confessed she lacked resolve and insisted she would stand watch because she felt the least capable and wanted to contribute. Ye Feng handed his saber to her and lay upon the stone bed to sleep, while Wang Qing, insisting she had recovered enough, offered to take the night watch. The group followed a routine of rotating sentries to guard against surprise. Surprised at the notion of poisoning, Niu Chenfei listened as Sima Jiao elaborated. He named Du Yi Gao a white wild mushroom of lethal potency and explained that even modern medicine could seldom counteract such toxins. Beyond fungi, Sima Jiao noted many plants in the forest and certain marine creatures harbored deadly venoms. On an isolated isle, he argued, procuring a poison was not as difficult as one might assume. Niu Chenfei admired Sima Jiao's breadth of knowledge and felt indebted. He reflected that without Sima Jiao's guidance during their days adrift, he might have perished. Yet Sima Jiao's protection came with an expectation. He asked bluntly whether Niu Chenfei desired the 3 women sheltering in the cave. Niu Chenfei admitted that any man would welcome the company of beautiful women, but he feared Ye Feng's blade. The idea of confronting Ye Feng in open combat unnerved him. Sticks offered them little advantage against a keen-edged knife. A wound from such a weapon could be grievous even if it were not fatal. Sima Jiao scorned the notion of a bloody confrontation. He dismissed violence as unnecessary if Niu Chenfei would simply follow his plan. He refused to divulge the details, promising only that the scheme was clever and assuredly executable by morning. When Niu Chenfei expressed concern about the promised arrival of a rescue party, Sima Jiao sneered and declared the claim a fabrication, pointing out that the others had no means to summon help. Sima Jiao lay back upon a flat stone, smiling and already savoring the promise of the next day. Niu Chenfei, unable to sleep, kept vigil beside him, anxious about beasts that roamed the island. Their survival thus far had hinged on relentless caution and mutual watchfulness. Inside the cave, Zhao Shui gripped a knife and fixed her gaze upon the entrance. She feared Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei. Their furtive disposition suggested they were not to be trusted. If either man approached, she intended to raise the blade and warn them off or rouse Ye Feng. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and the other 2, exhausted from the day, slept soundly, comforted by the fact that someone kept watch and the cave's stone door shielded them. Dawn arrived with remarkable swiftness. A crimson sun ascended and the emerald forest revealed itself through crevices in the rock. The sky was an unwavering blue and the trees wore a tranquil beauty. Outside, a chorus of birds trilled exuberantly. Their frantic chatter suggested they had risen to forage, a bustling sound that filled the morning air. Ye Feng roused from sleep to find Liu Ting seated by the fire, blade in hand, as she gazed outward, while Zhao Shui still slept, her breathing even with faint snores. Perhaps exhaustion had finally caught up with her after a night spent awake. Liu Ting smiled when she saw Ye Feng awake and gently chided him to sleep a while longer. He replied that he felt rested and asked after the situation beyond the cave. Liu Ting informed him that the 2 men had left. Ye Feng was surprised. Perhaps they had gone in search of food and would return once satisfied. Even if they did not return openly, Ye Feng reflected, they would likely observe from the shadows. Danger that hides is far more treacherous than danger displayed. If the 2 confronted them in the open, Ye Feng would not fear them and might even have a chance to eliminate the threat, but if they lurked in concealment, the risk multiplied. They debated the matter quietly because Zhao Shui still slept and they wished not to rouse her. Wang Qing rose from the stone pallet and offered to prepare food, touching something tender in her conscience about letting others labor for her recovery. Liu Ting and Ye Feng demurred at first, insisting that she should rest and allow them to take care of such chores. Wang Qing, however, was resolute. She would not bear the discomfort of idleness, while others kept vigil. Ultimately, letting her do something seemed to ease her mind, and Ye Feng and Liu Ting ceased their objections. The cave felt stifled despite its ventilation. Ye Feng pushed open the stone door to breathe in clearer air. At that instant, a flock of birds erupted across the sky, passing precipitously over the cliff above the cavern. A scattering of leaves drifted down like shy confessions. Ye Feng hesitated at the threshold, detecting an anomaly, and stepped back into the dim interior. He craned his neck, but stone blocked his view. The disturbance above was not a random avian panic. Someone occupied the escarpment. Ye Feng knew at once that Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei had not truly departed. They had climbed to the cliff face above the cave at dawn. Although his enemies occupied the cliff above, the cavern's jagged flanks offered a covert route. By keeping to the stone shadow and pressing close to the wall, Ye Feng could circle around and scale to their rear, turning their ambush against them. Fury and resolve coiled within him. He cursed the pair with a raw, burning oath and moved like a silent shadow, intent on meeting their treachery with decisive retribution. Ye Feng pressed himself against the jagged rock and moved with the cliff's contour, where overhanging shelves and uneven strata offered concealment. He seethed inwardly at the thought of Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei plotting to crush him with rolling stones. Once he had circled above them, he planned to watch how they met their fate for attempting such a vile trick. The crag, there was a tapestry of fissures and protrusions. From the crevices sprang vines, selaginellas, and tufts of cliff grass. Ye Feng seized exposed tree roots and hanging creepers, his body light and sure. He climbed like an agile primate, bounding across irregular holds and surging upward in a series of swift leaps until he was level with the ledge. Above the cave, Sima Jiao and Niu Chenfei crouched on the precipice, clutching stones that weighed some 20 jin apiece. They looked down at the 100-meter void below and waited with a mixture of patience and malice. Niu Chenfei, who suffered from vertigo, felt the world sway beneath him, but the thought of the three women in the cavern steadied his resolve. "Brother Jiao, I feel dizzy," Niu Chenfei admitted, eyes fixed on the drop. He imagined the three beauties and allowed desire to quiet the tremor in his limbs. "Once we crush that man, those women will be ours." Sima Jiao smiled coldly. "He will linger in that cave until he has enjoyed himself thoroughly. We shall wait above, and when he steps into the open, we will crush him." Their plan was simple and remorseless. They never suspected that Ye Feng had already found a circuitous route to their position. For a long while they stared at the cave entrance beyond their sightline, unaware that Ye Feng had come up behind them. Sima Jiao shifted his weight, anxiety raw beneath his bravado. "Come out, you bastard," he muttered. "Come out, and let us finish you." Niu Chenfei echoed the sentiment with a string of curses, impatience and cruelty sharpening their voices. A composed, authoritative voice interrupted their jeers. "Are you waiting for me? Planning to kill me with stones?" Both men spun to see Ye Feng seated on a jutting rock, his sword sheathed at his side. He had placed the blade upright in the earth beside him and regarded them with an unruffled, cold gaze. The sight stole their composure for a heartbeat. Sima Jiao scoffed and set his stone down, picking up a length of wood, as if that would lend credibility to a sudden pretense. "It's you," he said with forced lightness. "We were merely scouting for a way down." Niu Chenfei echoed the lie and tried to mask his trembling. Their faces betrayed a blend of guilt and the eagerness of men who had no scruples about violence. Ye Feng inspected them with a disdain that cut deeper than any blade. "Two cowards, and yet so arrogant," he observed. "You plan to ambush and murder. Time is not on your side. Breathe the mountain's air and admire the view while you can." His words were calm but steely, and he made no move for his sword. He judged them unworthy of drawing steel against them. Provoked by his calm, Sima Jiao erupted. "You little bastard, I'll kill you right now." He spat. Niu Chenfei, trembling between fear and fury, seized a smaller stone. The weapon felt manageable in his hand and promised a lethal arc if it struck true. Sima Jiao heft another rock and a short club, intent on battering Ye Feng to silence. Ye Feng gave a small, rueful sigh and shook his head as the two men braced themselves. "If you hand me my sword, you might spare yourselves the shame," Sima Jiao barked. Niu Chenfei tightened his grip and prepared to prevent any sudden motions that might allow Ye Feng to reclaim his weapon. Without further warning, Niu Chenfei flung his stone with a ferocity born of panic and hatred. The rock screamed through the air toward Ye Feng's head. Time seemed to slow as the projectile sped forward, carrying with it the culmination of their malice and the precariousness of the moment. On the precipice, Niu Chenfei hurled a fist-sized stone at Ye Feng's head. The rock traced a cruel arc through the air. Ye Feng moved with practiced swiftness and barely sidestepped the missile. It crashed against the cliffside, sending grit and dust scattering. Sima Jiao followed up with another savage toss. Ye Feng drew his saber in a single fluid motion and cleaved horizontally, striking the rock mid-flight and diverting its course. The two assailants exchanged anxious glances. Their stratagem had been to bludgeon Ye Feng into bleeding submission and finish him, but their aim had failed and the balance of danger shifted. Without hesitation, they charged, wooden clubs raised like thunder. Sima Jiao swung in a wide arc toward Ye Feng's throat, but Ye Feng leaned back as if his body were the hinge of a gate, and the club hissed past. Niu Chenfei brought a crushing blow from above. Ye Feng intercepted with the flat of his saber and answered with a fierce kick that struck Niu squarely in the chest. The kick sent Neo reeling to the cliff's edge. For a moment he flailed hands clawing at empty air as he plunged over his scream, swallowed by the ravine. From the cave below came a faint terrified cry. The three women could only be heard as a distant tremor, their shelter, muffled the sound. Sima Jiu, furious, renewed his assault. Ye Feng sidestepped and unleashed a back kick, channeling his whole body through the strike. Sima Jiu crashed backward, his skull, meeting stone, the life drained from him as he lay still on the ground. A faint sigh escaped Ye Feng. He had not wished to slay them, but they had forced his hand. After concealing Sima Jiu's body, he descended the eastern face of the hill, resolved to meet Liu Ting and the other two women. He would not reveal the true manner of Niu Changfei's fall, even if they suspected the truth, must remain unspoken. Ye Feng descended the cliff with deliberate care, using winding vines, exposed roots, and the jagged protuberances of the rock face as his anchors. He resolved with cold clarity that under no circumstances would he reveal the circumstances surrounding Niu Changfei and Sima Jiu to the three women. Even if they somehow learned of it, they must act as if nothing had happened. Ye Feng feigned ignorance and concern. He explained with a hasty, plausible account that a black spider had appeared nearby and had likely set the pair in flight. Niu Changfei must have tumbled from the precipice, and Sima Jiu probably fled. Wang Qing's face hardened with resolve. She insisted they never speak of the incident again, lest mention of it invite trouble that would ruin them all. Liu Ting and Zhao Shui, both shaken, agreed. They would act as if neither Niu Changfei nor Sima Jiu had ever existed. The scene at the cave mouth unnerved Liu Ting. The sight of a corpse so exposed was unbearable. Ye Feng sought to steady them with practical resolve. He took up his blade and promised to dispose of the body beyond sight. In the forest he found a shaft, an underground hollow whose narrow mouth gave way to a deep chasm. After depositing Niu Changfei there, Ye Feng sealed the opening with deadwood and loose rock, murmuring a curt admonition to the fallen man not to trouble him again in any afterlife. Returning to the cave, Ye Feng found the women still rattled, but slightly calmed by his presence. He reassured them that they were safe under his protection. Conversation turned to the day's ordinary tasks to restore a semblance of normalcy. Ye Feng said he would harvest the sea salt they had been sunning the day before. Zhao Shui, too frightened to remain in the cavern, insisted on accompanying him, while Liu Ting stayed behind to tend to the ailing Wang Qing. They prepared a bamboo tube to carry the salt and set out together. A gentle breeze stirred through the pines and slender needles drifted down like scattered confetti falling softly upon Zhao Shui. Beneath the trees she sat, a picture of delicate beauty, as if some woodland princess had paused to listen to the forest breathe. She pressed close to Ye Feng, still trembling from the earlier fright. Her breaths were quick, her voice tremulous as she confessed how terrified she had been. Ye Feng patted her back with quiet assurance, offering the steady comfort she so desperately needed. In that sheltered embrace, Zhao Shui, small and fragile, leaned her head upon his shoulder, seeking refuge from the memory of python wolf and black bear, each danger from which Ye Feng had pulled her back to life. Ye Feng replied with humility, reminding her that he could not promise wealth or comfort. Zhao Shui only smiled and said that riches mattered little. Life was brief and meaningful only when shared with one she loved. Her eyes shone as she met his, and for the first time she spoke plainly of the feelings she had kept. He clasped her hand and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, a tender vow that he would not let her down. When the sun climbed higher, they rose and walked toward the sea. The shore lay quiet and sunbaked, a crust of white salt gleaming on the sand. Ye Feng gathered the salt into a bamboo tube until it clinked with the weight of several caddies, careful to remind them that unrefined salt must be used sparingly. They rested but briefly, then turned back through the trees hand in hand, smiling as companions and something more. They arrived at the cave to the anxious figure of Liu Ting rushing out, her face sharp with worry. She glanced between Ye Feng and Zhao Shui lowered her gaze in modest embarrassment. Ye Feng stepped forward, placing Zhao Shui behind him like a shield, and explained they had become lost, and so had delayed their return. Liu Ting's exasperation softened into reluctant acceptance beneath the tension. The sea salt and the other small gains they had brought back promised a fragile stability. Days passed, and hope for immediate rescue dimmed. 10 days went by without the sound of a search party, and with them the nearby wild greens and small game that once sustained the group. Supplies dwindled to almost nothing. Ye Feng weighed their options and resolved that mere waiting would not suffice. They needed to push deeper into the mountains to find sustenance. Wang Qing's leg had nearly mended after nearly 20 days of rest, though her injury would require time. She could walk without bearing heavy loads. Ye Feng insisted they travel together for safety and for strength in numbers. At dawn, after a final meager breakfast, the four of them set off into the denser woods, each step a venture into greater uncertainty, but also an act of determination to preserve the fragile thread of their survival. With provisions exhausted and every edible thing nearby already consumed, Ye Feng assembled the three others, and resolved to penetrate the mountains to seek sustenance within the primeval forest. Around the cave, there was not a single small creature within 10 li. The silence of absence weighed upon them. Ye Feng slung his short sword at his hip, while Liu Ting, Wang Qing, and Zhao Shui grasped sharpened bamboo poles. Leaving the cavern behind, the four of them advanced together into the denser wood, each step taking them deeper into the island's ancient interior. The forest thrummed with the calls of birds through thickets, and over mossy stones, Ye Feng walked at the vanguard. The three women followed, sweeping their bamboo poles against the undergrowth to flush out any concealed serpents. Wang Qing seldom struck with her pole, still recovering after nearly 20 days of convalescence. She used it as a crutch to ease the burden on her injured leg. Observant of their fatigue, Ye Feng proposed a brief respite. Liu Ting and Wang Qing seated themselves upon a stone, while Zhao Shui uncapped a bamboo tube, offering a draught that revived their vigor. They carried only a little fresh water to avoid undue encumbrance, relying instead on the many streams that threaded the forest. After a 10-minute pause, Ye Feng announced his intention to climb a tree to survey which direction of the forest seemed most promising for game. 10 meters away stood a towering tree, its crown 20 meters aloft, and its lowest branch some 6 meters above the ground. Its girth was such that several people could scarcely encircle it. Liu Ting doubted his audacity, and playful banter ensued. Ye Feng wagered that if he climbed it, she would become his girlfriend, and if he failed, he would become hers, a facetious challenge that drew laughter and reproach in equal measure. Ye Feng stepped back, gauged the trunk, then hurled his short sword with precise force into the wood. Using the blade's spine as a foothold, he vaulted upward, looping and springing with the fluid grace of a practiced acrobat. His hands seized successive branches, his body swung and spun, as though performing on parallel bars, until at last he perched within the tree's fork, high in the canopy. Below, Liu Ting stared wide-eyed, her earlier bravado humbled by his agility. Zhao Shui smiled in admiration, and even Wang Qing, thumb raised in approval, cautioned him gently to be careful. From his vantage point among the leaves, Ye Feng peered across the forest. What he saw made him involuntarily exclaim in astonishment. Perched upon the canopy, Ye Feng scrutinized the horizon with rapt attention and could not help but exhale a soft cry of astonishment. An endless sea of forest sprawled in every direction, a verdant expanse that swallowed sight and seemed to extend without limit. Wherever his eyes traveled, only green prevailed, a boundless ocean of foliage, and in that vastness, Ye Feng felt the diminutive vanity of humankind, as ephemeral as a mote of dust. Toward the southeast, the woodlands darkened, their hues deepening into richer greens, and gentle mounds rose like innumerable burial tumuli strewn across the primeval landscape. The denser patches promised more abundant game along with graver dangers. Hunger, however, brooked no caution. To find food was to court peril, for to hide within caverns was a certain path to starvation. Resolute, Ye Feng fixed his course to the southeast and began to descend the tree with deliberate care. Beneath him, Wang Qing stood on the forest floor, heart clenched with anxiety, her gaze never leaving the branches above. Zhao Shui echoed the warning with steady insistence. Ye Feng threaded his way down the boughs until only a single limb remained between him and the ground, 6 meters below the height of a 2-story building. Liu Ting fretted above, while Ye Feng teased her confidence with a casual boast about proving himself. In a swift, elegant motion, Ye Feng leapt as if a crane, unfolding its wings, arms extended and legs slightly bent. He planted his feet upon the back of a sheathed sword embedded in the trunk. The blade, unable to bear his full weight, slipped free with a sharp sound, cushioning his fall just enough. Grasping the hilt, Ye Feng dropped the remaining 3 meters and alighted upon the earth like an eagle settling to roost. Liu Ting admired him with a raised thumb. He returned her playful banter with a smile, and together they set off toward the denser wood. As they pressed southeast, the undergrowth thickened into a carpet of trailing vegetation, vast sheets of algae-like plants sprawling over the earth. The trees multiplied, and the diversity of flora became bewildering. For an hour they waded through the tangled green before the land rose into successive hills. The mounds rolled away in countless numbers, resembling ancestral tumuli in the heart of the wilderness, a landscape at once majestic and somber, like an inkwash painting of forested knolls. Liu Ting lingered at Ye Feng's side, tucking errant strands of hair behind her slender fingers, her face alight with a gentle smile. Zhao Shui and Wang Qing shared the same quiet awe. Ye Feng drew his sword, slicing through 2 thorny stems that barred their path, and the four continued onward. Suddenly a chill wind swept through the trees, and the foliage trembled. The sky gathered its breath, clouds congealed into a somber shroud, and thunder rolled like distant drums. The sound reverberated through the hollows beneath the hills, lending a forbidding depth to the scene. A pall of gloom settled over the forested knolls, the blackened canopy casting long shadows. Liu Ting clung to Ye Feng's arm, eyes fixed upon the brewing storm. Even the others exchanged uneasy glances. The island's weather was fickle, and the prospect of rain threatened to complicate their hunt. If the downpour came, they would have to find shelter beneath rocks or ridgelines, for they could not return empty-handed lest starvation greet them at home. With steady resolve, Ye Feng tightened his grip on the sword, and they pressed forward small and fragile as ants amid the thunderous hills. After cutting through several thickets, Ye Feng peered over the edge and discovered a tometer chasm blocking their way. Circumventing it would cost them time they could not spare. He sprang down nimbly and reached back to haul the others to safety. Wang Qing lowered herself, bracing a hand upon his shoulder and another upon his arm, sliding carefully to the ground. Liu Ting latched onto his hand and glided down. Xiaoa opened her arms and allowed Ye Feng to carry her their brief embrace, revealing the soft, luminous tenderness in her gaze. Liu Ting noticed the change in Xiaoa and recalled how 10 days earlier Ye Feng and Xiaoa had returned late from the seaside after harvesting salt. Since then, Xiaoa had become noticeably more gentle and self-possessed. A notion flickered through Liu Ting's mind before she pushed it aside. For now, they had to search for food. They pressed on for another stretch and found themselves at the base of a hill where the terrain eased and vegetation thinned. Ye Feng surveyed the tightening canopy of clouds and suggested a short respite before resuming the hunt. While Wang Qing wiped the sheen of perspiration from her brow and Liu Ting sat flushed from exhaustion, Ye Feng's gaze caught fresh tracks not far ahead. He moved forward and recognized the prints at once wild boar. Hope quickened their step. The moist earth held the animals' impressions clearly. The troops' spirits revived at the prospect of sustenance. Ye Feng urged them to follow the trail without delay. Wang Qing observed that the hoofprints appeared recent, their contours still sharp. There was no time for rest now that the quarry's scent was within reach. With a blade at his hip, Ye Feng led, and the three women fell in step behind him, renewed energy banishing thoughts of the imminent storm. The pastureland here nourished the boars as omnivores. They foraged among the grasses and roots drawn to the fertile growth. After advancing along the eastern slope of the hill, they discovered a clearing where two boars rooted in the dark soil. One was large, roughly 200 jin in Ye Feng's estimate. Beside it, a piglet hardly a fraction of that size nestled close. The smaller animal's prints had been easy to miss. Concealed behind a cluster of rocks, they watched as the adults probed the earth for worms and grubs. Ye Feng advised sparing the piglet and focusing on the larger boar, both out of practicality and a muted compassion. The absence of ranged weapons complicated matters. No bow or net lay at their disposal, and Wang Qing voiced the worry that catching a boar without such tools would be perilous. Ye Feng cautioned them to remain perfectly still. Then, blade gripped, he lowered his posture and advanced with the silence of a stalking shadow. For a time the boars were oblivious, heads buried in the black soil. But wild boar are keenly alert creatures. When Ye Feng closed within 20 meters, the large boar lifted its head, ears pricked, and eyes scanning the terrain as if sensing danger. A pair of tusks glinted like knives. This specimen's size was manageable. Had it been one of the colossal boars spoken of in rumor, Ye Feng would not have dared engage. Sensing a threat, the large boar suddenly rounded on its feet and charged away, dashing across the clearing. A massive wild boar sensed peril and bolted, its hooves thudding with such force that it resembled a diminutive tank. Its offspring fled in its wake, but the piglet's small legs could not match the adult's speed. Ye Feng sprang forward with the agility of a sprinter, covering ground as if in a 100-meter dash, and hurled his short blade toward the fleeing beasts. The blade sliced through the air like a thrown knife and struck earth rather than flesh. Even a perfect strike would not have slain the adult. At most, it would have wounded and slowed it. Ye Feng surged onward and quickly overtook the little boar. The child, exhausted, was soon beneath his foot, squealing in terror. The adult turned, and upon sighting its offspring trapped, was overtaken by a furious maternal rage. It charged with lethal intent, tusks primed to gore. Ye Feng understood the animal's ferocity. Such a boar could very well kill a man or hold its own against a pair of wolves. Timing his move with care, Ye Feng vaulted above the boar's flank, skimming its back and diving toward where his blade had lodged in the soil. He gripped the hilt and leapt clear. The adult, blinded by anger and the momentum of pursuit, crashed into a protruding boulder. The impact shattered one of its tusks and sent dark blood coursing down its snout. Seizing the moment, Ye Feng descended and drove his blade into the beast's softer underbelly. The boar wailed and then collapsed, life ebbing away. Liu Ting, Xiaoa, and Wang Qing emerged, faces alight with relief and admiration. They praised Ye Feng's prowess. He had felled a formidable creature with deftness they did not themselves possess. The piglet, however, remained nearby, emitting anxious cries. None of them wished to harm the small animal. It was too young. Despite its plaintive noises, they left the piglet unharmed. They were hunters by necessity, not cruelty, and animals existed in part to sustain those who dwelt in the wild. Thunder rumbled across the mountain sky, and a fringe of dark clouds thickened until the heavens looked heavy and threatening. Ye Feng looked upward with unease as the storm massed and the wind began to rise. He proposed they butcher the boar and find shelter close by, returning to their cave only when the weather and darkness allowed. The suggestion found unanimous assent. The cave lay too far for a swift retreat, and night would not be long in coming. Ye Feng crouched and worked with practiced efficiency, slicing the carcass into portions and preparing it for transport and preservation. The three women assisted, each performing simple necessary tasks beneath the oppressive sky. Zhao Shui took a lighter tone, remarking that with so much meat they might eat for many days and perhaps survive until rescuers arrived. Liu Ting's expression betrayed deeper anxiety. She felt abandoned by the world beyond the mountain. Wang Qing offered quiet reassurances, urging patience and faith that the rescue team would arrive. As they worked, Ye Feng suddenly lifted his head and hushed them with a grave command to remain silent. A piglet nearby pricked its ears, gave a frightened cry, and fled into the forest, tail tucked, vanishing amid the trees. All three women recognized the omen. The animal's abrupt retreat meant danger lurked near. From the woodline came the sound of many branches stirring, as if something bulky and numerous pushed through the undergrowth. Ye Feng stepped forward, blade in hand, and placed himself between the forest and the three women. He urged them behind him and watched the trees trembling with mounting intensity. A palpable sense of peril rolled off the darkened ridge, as if life itself were holding its breath while an unseen menace advanced. Wind roared past their ears, and the mountains seemed to lower a shadow over them as the forest's disturbance gathered into a threat that promised swift, decisive violence.